Facing Fong Yuan's immense killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled as she looked towards Fong Yuan straight in the eye, asking in return, "Why should I run?" After pausing for a moment, she said, "Qi Clan's Gu Immortals escaped. That is because they don't know you. We are both from Qingmao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how could they escape? Hehe, since I cannot escape, what's the point of running? Not only will I not escape, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect." Fong Yuan frowned. "I had thought of that, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too amazing. It can free you from almost any alliance agreement." The uniqueness of Bai Xiang was that it turned the Gu Immortal into a unique existence. Even a tiny fragment could regenerate and be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were information path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing could make use of Bai Xiang to self-mutilate and get rid of her information path Dao marks, negating her alliance agreements. Thus, Bai Xiang was also used for healing, to get rid of unwanted Dao marks in the body. Indeed, facing Fong Yuan's deep wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed, not caring about her own safety. "But isn't that more exciting?" Fong Yuan snorted, saying in displeasure, "I am not you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as brilliance flashed in her dragon eyes. "Indeed, I have been pursuing excitement all along. This is why I admire you, Fong Yuan. Your life is truly exciting. It is so thrilling. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, or even every time you fail, they are filled with excitement. Especially earlier when you were ambushed by Heavenly Court and had to escape like a dog. It was truly the most thrilling experience. The other Shadow Sect members cannot understand my feelings. Some just want to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Some feel fear and panic. Some feel immense pressure. But what I feel is excitement and thrill. The bigger the problems, the bigger the troubles, the more exciting life is. Isn't that right? Others might not know me, but I am sure that you understand me, right?" Bai Ningbing stared at Fong Yuan's eyes with a bright gaze. Fong Yuan was silent. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, he had deduced that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. He was not wrong, that was exactly who she was. To pursue the excitement of life, she could give up anything, even her life. The values and moral concepts of normal people, the complexities of love and hatred, they were all unrelated to her. She was different from the norm, her worldview was vastly different. She only walked on her own path. She followed her own desires. She did not care about life and death. In fact, Bai Ningbing and Fong Yuan were very similar. They were the same kind, only that they pursued different goals. Fong Yuan pursued eternal life. He was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he failed and died along the way, he would feel happy and content, because he lived pursuing his dreams. He felt a sense of satisfaction and enjoyment towards life. One Bai Ningbing said that Fong Yuan understood her. She was absolutely right. It was the same as how she understood Fong Yuan. The saying goes, heroes admired each other. It was the same for demons. Fong Yuan's killing intent gradually faded away. His killing intent was only a facade. The truth was, he did not really have much killing intent. Why should he kill Bai Ningbing? Fong Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing. Her threat was very low to Fong Yuan. Too sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fong Yuan could see his own reflection. True demons like them were too rare. Meeting one was a form of luck. It was a form of affirmation towards their goals. Because of their similarity, they recognized each other, they acknowledged each other. Thus, back then, when Bai Ningbing gave up her life to save Fong Yuan, she said her final words, asking Fong Yuan to live in her place and witness the excitement of life. Bai Ningbing had felt that Fong Yuan could take her place to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fong Yuan thought about it. If he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he have made the same choice as her? Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed. "I can give all of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven's resources to you, but I want the Gu worms from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. I am willing to join Shadow Sect because facing Heavenly Court is truly exciting. This was your excitement, but it will become mine as well. In that case, there are 3 possible outcomes." Bai Ningbing squinted, excitement flashing in her eyes. There was a light of insanity. The first possibility, you get killed by Heavenly Court. With your strength, even if you get killed, it will be in an incredible manner. Your struggle before death will definitely be a climax. By witnessing your death, it will be the greatest experience of my life. The second possibility, Heavenly Court gets defeated or even destroyed by you. That is definitely exciting beyond belief. The number one force of human history falling like a crashing meteor. It will create the greatest sparks in this world. And the third possibility, the one I anticipate the most because it is the most thrilling. You and Heavenly Court get into a deadlock. Both sides suffer losses. In that case, I will stay by your side. I will have the supreme chance to find an opportunity. I might even emerge as the victor. Both you and Heavenly Court will become my stepping stones. Fong Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly. He said with a cold and expressionless face, "If I kill you now, all three possibilities will vanish." "Yes, yes." Bai Ningbing frowned. She became a little dejected. Her gaze flickered and her tone became heavy. "That is true. If I die now, even though I will resist to the utmost, our strength is too vastly different. There will be little excitement in the battle. But if that is your choice, I will accept it." She smiled, shrugging. "I am just too weak. I have to accept that fate. This cruelty of life is also exciting. Isn't it?" Death was not scary for Bai Ningbing. She was a lunatic but also logical and calm. Such a person was the scariest. But someone even scarier than her was standing right in front of her. It was the demonic path overlord Fong Yuan, who made both Heaven's will and Heavenly Court helpless to deal with. Fong Yuan smiled as he laughed. Very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Right now, Bai Ningbing was weak and was subject to Fong Yuan's mercy. She did not try persuading him to spare her. She said the opposite, even exposing her own threat to Fong Yuan. This was because she understood Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was a person who kept a clear mind. He had already analyzed the benefits and costs of keeping her life. Once he made up his mind, it was useless no matter what was said. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fong Yuan knew that he needed all the strength he could get to face Heavenly Court and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. Bai Ningbing was a precious source of battle strength. Even if she was given a chance to betray him, so what? A blade was naturally able to harm oneself. But if he threw this blade away and fought empty-handed, was that not a stupid move? It was up to Fong Yuan's abilities to make good use of this blade and prevent her betrayal. If I am too useless and Bai Ningbing's betrayal succeeds, I can only blame myself. Isn't that right? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan laughed. "Oh, Bai Ningbing, you are truly someone I admire. I will not kill you now. Follow me, witness my failure or success. If I die at your hands, that will be quite a show. But now, display your worth to me. Bring me the heads of Qi Clan's Gu Immortals, and also their Qi Sea Grotto Heaven. Inside rank 9 killer move heaven form. Fong Yuan's will moved like a dragon, coiling in the air as he charged down abruptly. Rumble. Fong Yuan's will descended like a meteor, crashing into the bottom of the Sea of Wills, exterminating a large amount of them in an instant. However, this Sea of Will was truly huge. Fong Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of them. Even though I won and occupied the killer move's core area, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiong's descendants. Only after I exterminate them all can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This Sea of Will was colossal. And the bigger problem was, these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move and were as sturdy as rocks. Many of Fong Yuan's methods could not work on them. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, he had a limited number of methods to use. Fong Yuan suddenly had a thought as he instilled a new tide of will. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The will gathered into swords as countless will swords shot down like rain, stabbing into the Sea of Wills and creating huge pits. In a while, a layer of this Sea of Wills was eradicated. Compared to the earlier Will Dragon, this rain of will swords had far more terrifying power. Fong Yuan saw this and sighed deeply. As expected of rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword, he had rank 8 Cultivation level now. He could use this Gu. Even though it was a Sword Path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple move that could summon a large amount of sword will. Using these sword wills to attack the Sea of Wills was the most effective method that Fang Yuan had tried. But if he did that, his investments would be very high. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo was a rank 8 goo. It expended White Lychee Immortal Essence, and the Immortal Killer move with it would cause a lot of Immortal Essence expenditure. But Fang Yuan calculated and found that he could accept this expenditure. After all, he was affluent, his Immortal Aperture management was a rising gold mine. During the battle in the River of Time, even though Fang Yuan escaped and ruined Heavenly Court's plan of killing him, his losses were severe. The destruction of the incomplete Immortal Goo House was extremely painful to him. Even now, this incomplete Immortal Goo House was created by Fang Yuan after capturing many southern border Goo Immortals and obtaining their Immortal Goo. He went through transactions and negotiations with Southern Border's Righteous Path, eventually extorting enough Immortal Goo for the assembly. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to do this. Even though he spent so much time on it, it was destroyed. I hope this Heaven Form Killer move can be of use to me. Fang Yuan was deeply anticipating what Heaven Form could bring to him. For ordinary killer moves, Fang Yuan could investigate and deduce their abilities. But this killer move was rank 9, it was too profound. Fang Yuan could not comprehend it. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's creation. He was specialized in Space Path and Theft Path. Even if this was not an offensive move, it had an incredible effect for sure. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not explain anything about this move, Fang Yuan could deduce some things from other aspects. Like Shadow Sex Attitude. Shadow Sex Old Man Yen Shi specially helped by Ning Bing for the sake of getting Heaven Form. Old Man Yen Shi was a Wisdom Path great expert. He might have found out something. This Heaven Form Killer move must be very useful to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect. This Heaven Form Killer move was definitely going to be beneficial to him. Other than getting rid of the Sea of Wills, Fang Yuan also broke the 5 Xiang seal and obtained the Immortal Goo House at the peak of the mountain, as well as this public Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven only opened once in 1,000 years. It had abundant resources. Chi Clan's Goo Immortals were too busy fleeing. They could not obtain any of these resources. So they all became Fang Yuan's resources. Boom! The huge explosion tore Bai Ning Bing to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Xiang form gathered again and charged at Chi Clan's Goo Immortals. Chi Clan's Goo Immortals had ugly expressions. They saw how terrifying the killer move Bai Xiang was. Bai Ning Bing had this move active, she was almost undying. Even so, right now she was not fighting alone. Ying Wuxie and He Lulan were also helping her. Even though Fang Yuan wanted Bai Ning Bing to kill these Chi Clan Goo Immortals, he knew her limits. She did not even have the most crucial Immortal Battlefield Killer move. Fang Yuan had already set up an Immortal formation in ambush. Ever since he captured the Southern Border Righteous Path Immortals, he started to love this method. Once Chi Clan's Goo Immortals entered, they were stripped of their freedom by the Immortal formation. They could not escape. They had to fight Bai Ning Bing. Ah! With a painful scream, the youngest Chi Clan Goo Immortal was fatally injured by Ning Bing and died. My turn. Ying Wuxie was already prepared. He immediately moved and captured the Chi Clan Goo Immortal's soul, trapping it in the formation. The remaining Chi Clan Goo Immortals shouted in anger as they retaliated fiercely. Bai Ning Bing was broken into fragments again, but she revived in a few breaths of time, reforming into Bai Xiang again. Even though there were many Chi Clan Goo Immortals who had high battle strength, they all revealed expressions of despair now, because they knew that Bai Ning Bing could not be killed. While they were trapped here, they would eventually lose in this battle of attrition. 3. What do we do? Bai Ning Bing is too troublesome to deal with, and most importantly, this Fang Yuan is too vicious. He actually set this formation near the entrance of our Chi Sea Grotto Heaven. Chi Clan's Goo Immortals had been very vigilant, but when they were near their base, they were captured. They did not know that Fang Yuan had killed Chi Zai. Even though he did not enter the 5 Xiang Grotto Heaven, he knew the details of Chi Sea Grotto Heaven. This Chi Sea Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of Chi Xiang in the past. After being placed in White Heaven, it could not move anymore. It had stayed there all along. Fang Yuan used this intel to set up the Immortal formation secretly, managing to trap the Chi Clan members. At this rate, We are bound to lose. Stall. I don't believe that her by Xiang killer move is so strong. Does it not have any cost or backlash? Don't forget about Fang Yuan. If he gets here, we are not in the Immortal Goo House. The 5 Xiang seal cannot stop him. We cannot break out of the Immortal formation. We need to let Qi Ping Su come out and cooperate with us to break this formation. No. Qi Ping Su is the only person left in the base. If he comes out, he will need to open the entrance. Shadow Sect would be able to use that chance. Fang Yuan might be nearby waiting for the Grotto Heaven to open already, so that he can charge in. Fang Yuan did not come, but his fearsomeness and craftiness was etched into everyone's hearts. The Qi clan Gu Immortals felt deep pressure and started to be flustered. At the same time, in Central Continent, a young man was standing quietly, looking at the Immortal Gu in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hurdles in his life. This was none other than Gu Yufangzheng. Gu Yufangzheng was originally going to be executed by Immortal Crane Sect, but Fang Yuan plotted and faked his death, making him live in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Zhang lived in a place where he was ostracized by hairy men. He had experienced a long period of wars and conflicts, being in danger at all times. He was also often in situations where his life was on the line. After all of these experiences, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. After that, when Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, because of Gu Yufangzheng's unique identity, he was saved by Feng Jiugu. After that, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a blood path Immortal Gu? Fang Zhang looked at the Gu Immortal before him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to cultivate blood path? Become a demonic path Gu Immortal and deal with Gu Yufang Yuan? This is the decision of Immortal Crane Sect, a righteous path sect. One Immortal Crane Sect's rank 6 Gu Immortal fan Shi Lu frowned slightly as he chuckled. Regardless of what strength it is, if you use it righteously, it is righteous. If you use it for evil, it is demonic. Don't you understand this? For example, I cultivate poison path, but I can still help the people of this world. You can do the same with blood path. Gu Yufangzhang shook his head. Me cultivating blood path is only for the sake of dealing with Fang Yuan effectively. After all, we are blood brothers. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his time path clone was still blood related to Fang Zheng. Fan Shilu nodded. That is the case indeed. Don't you want to take revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of your clansmen in Guyu village. Guyu Fangzheng sighed deeply. Even though he had a young face, his gaze was deep with the vicissitudes of life. So many years have passed. To speak the truth, even though I still hate him, I understand him already. I have thought about it. I was very childish and ignorant when I was young. Fang Yuan had taken care of me greatly. In contrast, my uncle and aunt had treated me as a pawn and made use of me. Should I take revenge for such people? I do not want to. 2, of course. The clan leader and Guyu Qingshu had taken good care of me. They helped to nurture me. I am very willing to take revenge for them. 3. But I am tired now, Sai. The cycle of killing each other continues endlessly over time. I do not want revenge anymore. Fan Shilu's expression did not change. It seems that these years, you have truly experienced a lot of things. Guyu Fangzheng looked at him. His mocking smile became wider. The irony is that when I wanted to take revenge, the sect did not support me and even wanted to eliminate me. But when I gave up on revenge, you all saved me and supported my revenge. Speaking of this, Gu Yufangzheng looked at the blood path immortal Gu, having an eerie gaze. And I know that I have no choice. I can only accept this. Fan Shilu assessed Fangzheng once again. A surprise flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really fine to speak so openly about this? Does it really matter? I know that with your methods, I cannot hide any thoughts from you. Isn't that right? Saying so, Fangzheng stretched out his arm, holding that Gu as he asked, What is this Gu's name? Blood Revenge. By Ning Bing. Don't go overboard. Qi Clan's Gu Immortal leader Qi Fa shouted in anger. Bai Ning Bing was laughing coldly in her mind. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, flashing past Qi Fa as Qi Jin's corpse was left behind. frozen in ice. His expression of fear before dying was perfectly preserved, vividly shown within the ice. Boom, boom, boom. Chi path killer moves burst out endlessly. Bai Xiang dodged a portion of them. Some were intercepted by the Immortal formation, while the rest tore Bai Xiang to shreds. But immediately it regenerated to perfection. This scene made the Qi clan Gu Immortals feel a deep chill down their spines. After an intense battle, 3 of the 5 Qi clan Gu Immortals had died. Only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it! Bai Xiang is too powerful. We cannot deal with it in this situation. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. This super immortal formation is the biggest problem. Without it, we would have escaped already. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing out the truth. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right. Even though the killer move by Xiang was strong, couldn't they simply run from it if they could not beat it? The sky was vast. There was no need to face Bai Ningbing directly. But it was too difficult to break out of this immortal formation. At least for Qi Fa and Qi Kai, they had been trying since the start, but had obtained no fruits of success. Qi Fa sighed. You are right. Let's call Qi Ping Su to help. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was staying behind to guard Qi clan's base, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. But now they had to ask him to come out and join forces with them. As long as they could destroy a bit of this immortal formation, they would be rescued. But if they did that, they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely made sure the immortal formation did not block transmissions. He wanted to lure Qi Ping Su out of the Grotto Heaven. Qi Fa knew this, so for the entire duration of the battle, he did not want to get help from Qi Ping Su. But now they were in a desperate situation. If they did not ask him to come out, they would lose their lives. Qi Ping Su was already waiting to move. Once he received orders, he opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. They finally did it. Saying so, she teleported away using the formation, rushing into the Immortal Aperture's entrance. Oh no! Qi Ping Su had just wanted to go out when Bai Ningbing charged in. Without a choice, he had to retreat. Qi Si Grotto Heaven was huge. It was covered in white clouds and had strong winds. The moment Bai Ningbing entered, she felt a strong pressure. Her strength was heavily suppressed by the vast Qi path Dao marks in this place. But Bai Xiang was still extremely powerful. Bai Ningbing and Qi Ping Su fought intensely, and she soon gained the upper hand. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. His legs were crippled and he had injuries in his body. He could not beat Bai Ningbing. He quickly retreated with his territorial advantage in this place. He soon vanished into the white clouds. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. The situation was slightly troublesome. She did not kill Qi Ping Su earlier. How could she find this person in this huge Grotto Heaven now? Even if she found him, what if he runs away again? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head. She saw that a thick sea of clouds had formed above her head. An intense sense of danger alerted her in her mind. A fatal danger! Instantly, Bai Ningbing understood the severity of the situation. She quickly flew down like a falling meteor, descending rapidly. In her vision, the yellowish ground was getting larger and larger. Bai Ningbing's expression became solemn. The sense of danger in her heart was intensifying. Intense winds blew around her. She turned to look at the sky only to find the cloud sea expanding into the horizons. An intensely powerful killer move was nurturing from within it. At the same time, Qi Ping Su, who was in the cloud sea, looked at Qi Si Heavenly Spirit as he said joyfully, Qi Si Heavenly Spirit, you are awake. This timing is truly impeccable. Qi Si Heavenly Spirit had the appearance of a snow-white fawn. Its eyes were golden in color, extremely dazzling. I was roused and woke up. Since the last time I got injured, I needed to seal myself to stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed that an incredibly evil and strong existence is coming after the Grotto Heaven. I had to wake up as a result. But this intruder is not that existence that I felt. Qi Ping Su was stunned. I know who that is. It must be Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for years. You do not know that a terrifying demonic path Gu Immortal had emerged. His name is Fang Yuan. Even Heavenly Court was helpless against him. Qi Heavenly Spirit was shocked. Even Heavenly Court was helpless? It must be him. Qi Ping-su pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying in extreme anger, "This is Fong Yuan's subordinate. She has already killed 3 of our clan's Gu immortals." Qi Heavenly Spirit was enraged. Killing intent surged in its golden eyes. "An eye for an eye. They killed our Qi clan's bloodline. We will end her life as well." Saying so, an intense sound resounded as a huge white Qi pillar slammed down towards Bai Ningbing at a rapid speed from the cloud sea. At this instance, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that there was a force all around her immobilizing her. She had all sorts of thoughts in her mind, but her body was unmoving, like a bug trapped in amber. So powerful! Even with all my strength, I cannot escape. Bai Ningbing raised her head. A white Qi pillar was slamming down at her like a giant mountain. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiong, she could not escape. She was bound to die. But at this moment, a jade light sparkled out of nowhere. It burst out into countless spreading jade fireflies, dancing around the area. From within the jade green light, Fong Yuan emerged. "It's him!" Instantly, Qi Heavenly Spirit shook intensely, shouting in shock. "Indeed, he is Fong Yuan." Qi Ping-su gulped, swallowing his saliva while feeling extremely nervous. Against the white Qi pillar, Fong Yuan's expression did not change. He only stretched out his finger. Swoosh! With a shrill sound, an intensely sharp and huge sword will surged up and pierced the white Qi pillar, cutting it into 2. The white Qi pillar dissipated. Qi Ping-su opened his mouth as he felt deeply shocked. "I'm saved." Bai Ningbing was dazed before her lips curled up. She flew into the air and stood beside Fong Yuan. "What move is this?" Bai Ningbing looked up above her, saying hesitantly, "Don't tell me." "It should be Qi Xiong's signature killer move. Unlimited Qi. This move is grand and vast. It is complex and ever-changing, capable of attacking and defending. Qi Xiong was renowned back in the day because of it." Fong Yuan agreed, having a solemn expression. Unlimited Qi was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Qi Path Immortal Gu as the cores, with tens of thousands of supplementary Gu worms. It could absorb all kinds of Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique. It had potential for growth on its own. After Qi Xiong created this move, he collected all sorts of Qi and stored them inside the Immortal Aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiong had died long ago, even though unlimited Qi was left in Qi Grotto Heaven, because it was too powerful and without any rank 8 Gu immortals in Qi Clan, the huge quantity of Qi had gradually dissipated. Until now, Fong Yuan was after Qi Grotto Heaven. It alerted Qi Heavenly Spirit and it barely managed to activate unlimited Qi. After so many years, it had finally been used again. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiong had died long ago. How much power can the Heavenly Spirit unleash with it? Hee. Fong Yuan snickered, suddenly flying into the sky, straight towards the cloud sea. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. She wanted to fight alongside Fong Yuan, but she quickly stopped herself wisely, showing regret on her face. She was too weak. She could not participate in a battle of such magnitude. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky. The cloud sea was rumbling. After Fong Yuan went in, the waves became more turbulent, as if a tsunami had occurred in the white clouds. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Dawn Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled from this view. All sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms. They were like plants, blades, swords, halberds, beasts and birds. They were all gathering right outside the Qi Sea, before charging in towards Fong Yuan for an intense battle. Fong Yuan initially felt huge pressure. He could barely move, but soon, he unraveled some of the mysteries of this killer move. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Time Path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to deduce the information of unlimited Qi rapidly. After fighting for a while more, Fong Yuan's brows eased as he laughed heartily, starting his counterattack. Everywhere he went, all sorts of obstacles were taken down and destroyed. He was unstoppable. He charged all the way until he reached the Heavenly Spirit. Qi Heavenly Spirit had a tough requirement for ownership. Fang Yuan could not achieve it. That information was obtained from Qi Zai's soul. Meanwhile, Blood Light Spirit suppression could not work against a rank 8 level Heavenly Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan went ahead to kill Qi Heavenly Spirit. The moment Qi Heavenly Spirit died, the unmanned unlimited Qi killer move immediately stopped. I surrender. Qi Ping Su's body shivered. He was completely subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. You are quite smart. Alright, if you want to live, get Qi Fa and Qi Kai to surrender too. Otherwise, you can all die together. Yes, yes. Qi Ping Su was filled with pressure. He was sent into the formation. Qi Fa and Qi Kai learned that Qi Grotto Heaven was taken down. They lost all their motivation. After some hesitation, they surrendered with pale expressions, stopping their resistance. And now, from the 5 Xiang's bet, the prized rank 9 killer move Heaven form, the public Grotto Heaven of the 5 Xiang's, as well as Qi Grotto Heaven were all obtained by Fang Yuan. Qi Grotto Heaven. Come! Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right arm, his 5 fingers grabbing at the unlimited Qi in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi flowed out of unlimited Qi. This Qi was extremely special. It was shiny and lively, moving with a long trail behind it. The tip of the Qi had auspicious clouds circling around it. This was luck Qi, a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi had all sorts of Qi in it. Luck Qi was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, luck Qi of such a scale was rarely seen. If a Gu Immortal could find some, they were very lucky. Fang Yuan was dismantling the killer move Unlimited Qi now. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fang Yuan's Luo Seal and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This Unlimited Qi killer move also used immortal materials. They were the myriad forms of Qi that he gathered. The more types of Qi gathered on large scales, the stronger Unlimited Qi was. Of course, not only would this move expend immortal essence, it also used up the stored Qi. Even if they were not used, as time passed, these Qi would naturally dissipate slowly. Thus, Fang Yuan had faced the unlimited Qi killer move earlier when it was not at its peak. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in taking down Qi Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he collated all of his gains. He also made enslavement agreements with the 3 Qi clan Gu Immortals, Qi Ping Su, Qi Fa and Qi Kai. Some of the resources that could be moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were also dealt with by Ying Wuxie and the rest. Meanwhile, his own focus was on the killer move Unlimited Qi. This was a Qi Path killer move. It was not usable for Fang Yuan. Dismantling it would give him a vast amount of Qi that was quite valuable. And most importantly, Fang Yuan could only deal with these Gu worms after dismantling the killer move. Otherwise, if he refined them rashly, he might face the backlash of the killer move. After all, this move was complete and extraordinary. I will need 3 more days to extract all of the Qi at this rate. After that, I will refine these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. There were many mortal Gu worms used to construct unlimited Qi killer move, but Fang Yuan did not really care about them. His focus was on the immortal Gu. There were 6 immortal Gu that made up this killer move. One was a rank 8 immortal Gu called Big Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and 6 Gu worms. Fang Yuan was paying the most attention to a rank 7 immortal Gu. It was called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path Gu worm could store all sorts of Qi, including the Qi of tribulations. The final point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family Qi Gu to store his tribulation Qi and help him to pass tribulations. As an immortal Gu, Big Family Qi had a much stronger ability in this aspect. With this immortal Gu, I will be able to store and release tribulation Qi. That is a superb method to deal with tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are powerful, I will use this Gu to absorb the tribulation Qi and weaken it. If it is weak, I will release tribulation Qi to allow myself to gain more Dao marks in the end. Using this Gu, I can even absorb the heaven and earth Qi of the outside world and store it. When the Sovereign Immortal Aperture needs it, I can release this Qi, This prevents me from needing to place my immortal aperture in order to absorb heaven and earth chi and stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. Different situations gave rise to different needs. It was not that a higher-ranked immortal goo was necessarily more helpful to the goo immortal. In this case, rank 7 big family chi was much more helpful to him than rank 8 big chi. Refining these chi path immortal goo would expend Fang Yuan's time and energy. But there was no difficulty thanks to Fang Yuan's quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level in Refinement Path and Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, as well as Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods like what Fang Yuan anticipated. A few days later, he absorbed all of the chi here. These chi were all stored in different ways. Those that Fang Yuan could not keep were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven directly. Not only these chi. Some of the resources inside Chi Sea Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's Public Grotto Heaven were sold by Fang Yuan to exchange for resources he needed. Normally, he traded goods for goods. There were few transactions involving immortal essence stones. Because Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, he had white lychee immortal essence now. 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence was in some sense 100 beads of red date immortal essence, which was 10,000 beads of green grape immortal essence. That was to say, 10,000 immortal essence stones could be converted into 1 white lychee immortal essence bead. The conversion rate was simply too bad. Thus, in most cases, rank 8 goo immortals produced their own beads of immortal essence and stored them. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. He could produce beads of white lychee immortal essence rapidly. He did not need external replenishment from immortal essence stones, especially when this replenishment came at such a high and inefficient cost. Fang Yuan's cultivation resources were mostly traded for immortal materials because he was going to mass refine goo now. Right when Fang Yuan was focusing on refining the chi path immortal goo, Ying Wuxie secretly went to find him. He was no longer in a female body. He had changed to a body belonging to a goo immortal from southern borders Yang clan. They had compatible soul path Dao marks. In battle, Fang Yuan would also create some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies for him to use. Ying Wuxie said cautiously, "Sect leader, you have already refined all of the 3 Chi clan goo immortals immortal goo, but you returned and rented them out. That is a good way to control them. But why don't you use it on by Ningbing? Even though she is very useful to you now, that is only temporarily. Your ice and snow path attainment will increase in the future. Furthermore, Bai Ningbing possesses the killer move by Xiong. It is very powerful and threatening. Even if she joins Shadow Sect and undergoes the alliance agreement, she can easily break it without a problem. I might be out of line, but you seem to be too lenient with Bai Ningbing." Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. "That is because you don't understand her. She is a person who does not fear death. If I try that on her, she would rather die than surrender. Even though I have methods to retain most of her immortal goo, what is the use of that? You've already seen it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. I need manpower to restrain Heavenly Court's members. With your current strength, none of you can help me in this. Bai Ningbing, who has the killer move by Xiong, is very valuable. With her identity and circumstances, she cannot turn towards Heavenly Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine yin-yang rotation immortal goo and restore her male body." Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme attainment level, while Bai Ningbing had no confidence in refining the immortal goo herself. "We are too useless." Ying Wuxie lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "I understand your other intention. I will take care of you guys and raise your battle strength." In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He had to prioritize himself. But now he was rank 8, raising Ying Wuxie, He Lulan, and the others' battle strength was icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Of course, there were other reasons. In the past, Fang Yuan had no time or energy for this, but now as a rank 8, even though he was weak against Heavenly Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with him. They even had to avoid him. And with Fang Yuan's powerful methods in blocking deductions, as long as he did not go to the River of Time, he was safe. In such a situation, Fang Yuan could calmly strengthen his subordinates. He had a strong feeling that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was easy. He could mainly use time path methods to accelerate the time in their immortal apertures. Even if they had calamities and tribulations, he could help them to pass. Ing Wuxie obtained Fang Yuan's promise and left happily. Next, in his free time, Fang Yuan called He Lulan over. "I'll show you someone." Fang Yuan took out the captive gu Immortal He Chung. One He Lulan stared with wide-opened eyes. She was furious, wanting to tear He Chung to pieces. Even though He Chung was her father, they had deep hatred between them. He Lulan did not act out of line. She watched as Fang Yuan stored He Chung back into his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly with bloodshot eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "So He Chung was in sect leader's hands the entire time. Are you thinking of recruiting him?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Compared to him, I hold you in higher regard. As long as you cultivate hard and accumulate some contributions, I am sure you will be able to take revenge one day." "I understand." He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan. By now, she had already been far exceeded by him. This difference made her feel extremely helpless. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the gu refinement was at its most crucial point. The huge cicada was floating in the air, about 5 feet from the ground. The cicada's surface was not smooth. It was hairy and rough, while also having a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, using his killer move that had been prepared for a long time. Instantly, winds blew around the cicada. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky, gathering into one lump and turning the surroundings dim. Howl, howl, howl. Amidst waves of ghostly wails and the ground that was rotting into a pale white color, dark ghost hands emerged from the ground. They were thick and menacing, grabbing at the cicada. The ghost hands grabbed the cicada, but they were only illusory. The ghost hands moved around and took something out of the cicada before clenching into fists and retreating. Hundreds of dark ghost hands continued to extend from the ground, grabbing the cicada and removing the impurities from within it. The cicada was only a half-completed product. It was unstable and became smaller as the ghost hands grabbed at it. The surface slowly became smoother as the metallic surface became sharper and brighter. Fang Yuan had been paying attention deeply. Upon seeing this, he felt greatly satisfied. This method was his unique creation. It used rank 8 Soul Beast token as the core immortal gu. 1 inch in the last few times I refined spring-autumn cicada. Flaws appeared here, the materials were not processed properly. By doing this now, I can get rid of the impurities, but some flaws will be left behind. The dark winds had stopped blowing. The dark ghost hands shrunk in number until none were left. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and denser. The cicada was already half of its original size. Its body was shining in a metallic light, giving off a cold feeling. Fang Yuan took out a huge lump of fire calmly. This was the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Song Flame. It was red and yellow in color, with 2 layers. The outside layer was yellow while the inside was red. The inner layer was shaped like a phoenix. It flew around while singing loudly. As the flames continued to burn, it emitted a crisp and wonderful melody. 1 inch go. Fang Yuan grunted as he tossed a basin-sized Phoenix Song Flame onto the cicada's surface. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed as the flames spread, surrounding the entire cicada and setting it ablaze. At this moment, phoenix cries resounded in the clouds. Next, the sounds went soft but the flames became brighter, burning the cicada intensely. Fang Yuan held his breath, staring at the cicada without looking away. Traces of ghost chi started to emerge from the cicada's surface, but they were destroyed by the flames. This gu refinement step was very difficult. The precision needed was extremely high and hard to manage. But Fang Yuan was sufficiently calm and patient. He waited until all of the ghost chi was destroyed and the surface of the cicada melted before he started the next method without panicking. Dragon roars resounded. A huge dragon-shaped blizzard landed on the surface of the cicada. The cicada's flames resisted it, but this dragon blizzard was too huge. Because it had Fang Yuan's support, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada in the middle of it. The Phoenix Song Flame on the cicada was very stubborn. It only dissipated after a few hours. Meanwhile, the dragon blizzard transformed into a piece of ice and sealed the cicada. Currently, the cicada had shrunk to the size of only a palm. When the blizzard stopped, Fang Yuan carefully retrieved the frozen cicada. Next, he breathed out some warm air as the ice melted. revealing the cicada inside. The cicada seemed to be a work of art. It was very exquisite. Fang Yuan pinched the cicada with his fingers. Crack, crack. The cicada's surface started to crack. Next, a rank 7 spring-autumn cicada awakened and flew out. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with joy. It had not been easy. After so many failures, I finally refined spring-autumn cicada to rank 7. At this point, Fang Yuan had modified almost all of the refinement methods already. The Ghost Hand Purification method was created by fusing Great Thief Ghost Hand Killer move and Soul Beast token. Even though this method had great effect, it would easily leave Ghost Chi behind. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the rank 8 Immortal Material Phoenix Song Flame to get rid of the Ghost Chi and also temper the cicada. Eventually, he used the Dragon Blizzard, which was also not normal. It was actually a modification of the Slumbering Lightning Python Killer move. Refinement Path had 4 publicly recognized strongest Immortal Killer moves to deal with immortal materials. One of them was Slumbering Lightning Python. Fang Yuan modified it into a Dragon Blizzard. It suited him more and was better for the Spring-Autumn Cicada refinement. With all these reasons, his hard work paid off in the end. Fang Yuan succeeded in obtaining rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada. With rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada and my Time Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, I can totally use Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core to deduce an Immortal Killer move and prevent getting into Heavenly Court's trap. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Last time, when he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Heavenly Court because they had used a method to deceive Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then, Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, now it was rank 7, and if he had a relevant Immortal Killer move, even if Heavenly Court used a rank 8 method to deceive Spring-Autumn Cicada, they would not succeed easily. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core, along with a supplementary rank 8 Spring Goo, to create a rank 8 Immortal Killer move. When I enter the River of Time, I will not fear Heavenly Court's trap while also expanding my search range. Of course, the most straightforward way was to raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8. But it was too hard. Currently, Fang Yuan could not refine rank 8 Immortal Goo. On one hand, even though he had extremely high refinement path attainment level, his foundation was shaky, his refinement path methods needed practice. On the other hand, he lacked finances. Back then, old ancestor Shui who had expended all his wealth and the entire foundation of Snowy Mountain before he was able to try and refine rank 8 Immortal Goo fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Fang Yuan's foundation was very deep now. Not to mention his countless fortuitous encounters, just his wealth after extorting the southern border experts and the inheritance of the 5 Xiangs, it could be said that his foundation rivaled some super forces now. One, he had many Immortal Goo. Even though he lost the incomplete Immortal Goo house, he still had dozens of them left. He had ample cultivation resources too of varying types. He did not just focus on one path. The only shortcoming was his weak subordinates. When He Lu Lan and the others reached rank 7, along with the 3 enslaved Qi Clan Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan would finally match a true super force. Even though he could not compare to Southern Borders Wu Clan or Western Deserts Fang Clan, he would still be first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces, leagues above Chu Du's Chu tribe. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Ing Wuxie and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine Immortal Goo next. Most of the Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan was using extensively were still at rank 6. For example, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength Chi, Unravel Mystery, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, and most importantly for now, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, and Day Goo. If he raised the ranks of these 3 Time Path Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan's battle strength in terms of Time Path would surge greatly. His current focus was truly on Time Path. Even though Sword Path, Soul Path, Wisdom Path, and others had huge room for improvement when he fought in the River of Time, he would need Time Path methods. It is a pity that Langya sect went to Longevity Heaven. My refinement path methods still need lots of work. If those hairy man Goo Immortals can help me refine Goo, I can save a lot of time and energy. Fang Yuan expressed deep regret towards this. He had made use of Langya sect too conveniently in the past. Now that they were gone, he had to work hard and expend great effort. Even though Fang Yuan did not mind the trouble, too much of his time was used, he was no longer as free as before. And refining goo has a problem, the success rate. The refinement to raise an immortal goo's rank had low success rate. The higher the rank, the higher the chances of failure. Fang Yuan wanted to refine rank 7 goo. It would be harder than creating rank 6. Once he fails, the original rank 6 immortal goo might even be destroyed. In that case, he would need to start over and refine the rank 6 before trying for 7 again. If the immortal goo is refined by someone else during the period of its destruction, he would truly lose everything. Central continent. The sky was dark and gloomy. There was no wind. Guyu Fangzhang stood at a mountain peak. Looking at the sky, he felt a bit of nervousness thinking about his upcoming immortal ascension tribulation. Sensing his emotion, Fangzhang laughed to himself, thinking, "Why am I nervous? Immortal Crane sect should be the nervous one, or rather, the heavenly court behind them. On the surface, there is only one rank 6 Gu immortal in charge of guarding my ascension. But there must be many eyes watching me in secret. With these people around, what is there to worry about?" Even though Fangzhang did not know why Central Continent wanted to support him, he had confirmed that he was valuable and of use to them. 1 inch the past, he would not accept being a pawn like this. Back in Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had hinted that he was used by his uncle and aunt as the tool to fight for the inheritance. This made Fangzhang very angry. But now, Fangzhang no longer felt anger towards this. In the last decade or so, Fangzhang had experienced the war in Langya Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture the most elite hairy man Gu immortals, the black-haired land spirit disregarded the price and made the hairy men of the 3-continent fight in an intense war. Fangzhang was implicated. Surrounded by schemes and plots, bloodshed and war, Fangzhang had made use of people, and was also made use of. He gradually understood that sometimes, becoming someone's pawn and being used was not a bad thing. At the very least, it proved his worth. If a person did not have value to even be a tool, then he was in danger. He would be discarded like a faulty tool. One, of course, even though Fangzhang had rank 5 Gu master strength, he also had experiences of being abandoned and betrayed. As a human living among the hairy men, it was natural to be ostracized and isolated. "We can begin." At this time, Fan Shilu's voice resounded in Fangzhang's ears. Fan Shilu had rank 6 cultivation level. He was sent over by Immortal Crane sect to help Fangzhang undergo tribulation. Fangzhang nodded, he calmed down and looked inside him. His aperture was quickly seen. It was filled with primeval essence that showed his grade talent, but his walls were filled with cracks. Anyone would feel nervous upon seeing it. After all, the aperture was the basis of a Gu master's cultivation. With so many cracks, it was definitely a severe issue. Fangzhang was relatively calm now. His nervousness had vanished. In fact, during a battle in Langya Blessed Land, he had used a forbidden technique while in a desperate situation. Even though he survived, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks. His grade aptitude fell to B-grade. Fangzhang was saved by Feng Jiugu. After returning to Central Continent, his injuries in the aperture were healed. He returned to having a grade aptitude. But the cracks in his aperture walls still remained. It was not that Heavenly Court could not heal him, but they left those for him to undergo his immortal ascension tribulation more easily. Fangzhang observed his aperture. He had once felt extremely proud of his grade talent, but after these life experiences, he no longer cared about aptitude so greatly. Right now, his gaze was stuck at the cracks in his aperture. To him, these were his achievements. He had gained these wounds from bloodshed and war. It was his glory. "Goodbye, my aperture," Fangzhang muttered. As he willed, the primeval essence in his aperture surged and crashed into the surrounding walls. There were cracks in his aperture to begin with. It was not sturdy. Soon, the cracks intensified as holes formed. The complete aperture finally connected to the outside world. A mysterious power was forming. This power drew in the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. At once, dark clouds rumbled in the sky. The earth was shaking. Dust clouds were forming. At the same time, a formless heavenly power held up Fangzhang and allowed him to float into the sky. Heaven's will. Fan Shilu, who was watching in concealment, sensed abundant heaven's will. Fangzhang's tribulation had drawn the attention of heaven's will, far beyond normal. The calamities and tribulations started forming. A large amount of blood chi was converted from the heaven and earth chi. The dark clouds in the sky were quickly dyed red. The scale was huge. They could be seen from an enormous distance. Blood path tribulation? Joy flashed in Fan Shilu's eyes. The blood path tribulation was what the higher-ups wanted to see. Fang Zheng's aura started to spread out. This was his human chi. Every person had their own human chi. The scale was decided based on their foundation, talent, and abilities. Fan Shilu observed Fang Zheng carefully. Soon, he had a look of surprise on his face. Fang Zheng's human chi was extremely dense. It showed how much life experiences and foundation he possessed. One heaven chi was raining down while earth chi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human chi. Fang Zheng had a solemn expression. He tried to control the three chi and balance them. The three chi had just started interacting, and now was the best time to get used to controlling them. Fang Zheng had received Fan Shilu's guidance. He was aware of this. But at this time, the calamities and tribulations were completed. A large amount of rain fell. These raindrops were all blood droplets. They were extremely bloody. As the blood rained down, white fog started to appear in the air. The white fog was quickly dyed red by the rain, turning the entire mountain into an eerie red color. Fang Zheng started to undergo tribulation. He put up his defenses and activated goo worms to resist the blood rain. At this time, whenever he used a goo worm, he would suffer a backlash. Soon, his goo worms died from the backlash. This was also why goo masters would often lose all of their goo worms after immortal ascension. But Fang Zheng was supported by heavenly court and had deep preparation. He did not lack goo worms. He calmed down and defended himself, not panicking. During Lang Ye Blessed Land's wars, he had experienced far more dangerous situations. He was adequately prepared for this. Fan Shilu was much more nervous than Fang Zheng. He stared at Fang Zheng without blinking. Rank 5 goo masters usually had a lot of difficulty in their immortal ascension, because they not only had to deal with the calamities and tribulations, but also control the three chi and maintain balance between them. I can help you to block this blood rain tribulation for a while, but the balancing of the three chi will depend on you. Fang Zheng. Before the tribulation, I had given you ample training. You cannot fail at the crucial moment. Fan Shilu thought to himself as he started to disrupt the blood clouds, affecting their size and influence. Even though this blood rain tribulation was huge, it was not too overbearing. It seems that Heaven's will had done this intentionally. Fang Zheng's tribulation was peaceful, be it internally or externally. The three chi fused properly. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind as his body became tempered and elevated. Next, during the heaven and earth resonance, he entered the most crucial moment of this immortal ascension. During this period, he could gain natural inspiration and communicate with heaven and earth. This communication was extremely beneficial to any goo master. Fang Zheng realized at this moment that blood path really suited himself. Time passed, the three chi condensed and formed into a lump of chi. Fang Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply and tossed a rank 5 blood path goo into the lump of chi. Boom! A shocking sound exploded around him. The chi lump burst out and turned into an immortal aperture. Instantly, Fang Zheng's mind became blank. He was completely defenseless at this moment. A moment later, he regained his senses. He started to put his vital goo and important goo worms into his immortal aperture. The first one he put in was Blood Revenge Immortal Goo, of course, followed by a large number of Blood Path Mortal Goo. Within the immortal aperture, the three chi were conditioned and balanced. The world gradually stabilized. He obviously gained a high-grade blessed land. There was also a lot of heaven and earth chi remaining. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. These heaven and earth chi could raise his vital blood path mortal goo into an immortal goo. Even though this was dangerous and there would be following calamity or tribulation, Fang Zheng was courageous enough to choose this option. Fang Zheng. Quickly let me in. I will help you with the tribulation. Fan Shilu transmitted. Fang Zheng frowned, showing displeasure. The immortal aperture was the most private area of the goo immortal. Fan Shilu was infringing on it. Fang Zheng felt a sense of anger. But immediately, Fang Zheng relaxed his brows. He opened the immortal aperture door and said plainly, "Sure, Fan Shilu. Please enter." Fan Shilu was surprised. Fang Zhang had just become an immortal. The process was not over yet, but he had already changed his manner of speech with such a natural attitude. However, Heavenly Court seems be nurturing Fang Zhang greatly for the sake of dealing with Fang Yuan. I am actually quite envious of him. Several hours later, Fang Zhang's tribulation was past. Fan Shilu's envy rose again. It was because Fang Zhang's vital goo was successfully refined into his second blood path immortal goo. Cold blood immortal goo. Several days later, Immortal Crane's sect announced to the goo immortal world that Fang Zhang succeeded in his immortal ascension. He was once harmed by the vicious demon Fang Yuan. He was saved luckily and would now become one of the main forces of dealing with the demon Fang Yuan. Comment: due to Heavenly Court's intentional propagation, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's reputation was hit. His situation of being deserted by family and kin was highlighted, while Heavenly Court promoted its own magnanimity. Several days later. Spirit Affinity Fairy, goodbye. Above the clouds, Fan Shilu smiled as he spoke to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Thanks for hosting. She heard that Fang Zhang succeeded in his tribulation, so she came to visit him. Unfortunately, Fang Zhang was not meeting anyone. He was hidden by Immortal Crane sect. Fan Shilu did not dare to be rude to Zhao Lianyun. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she had rank 6 cultivation level, she controlled rank 9 love goo. One Fan Shilu assured, "I will definitely pass your gift to Fang Zhang personally." Zhao Lianyun nodded as she thanked him and flew away. Fang Zhang blessed land. His space path and time path resources were higher than normal. This was a high-grade blessed land. The terrain of the blessed land was mostly flat, but across some distance, there would be several tall erected mountains. Fang Zhang's focus was currently fully on a valley. This valley was covered in weird rugged rocks. It was completely blood red. Upon entering it, one would notice that the valley was filled with blood flower trees. There were tens of thousands of such trees. They were different from ordinary trees. They bore fruits before flowers. The fruits were the size of a baby's fist, round and smooth. The flowering only took an instant, as the fruit shell would explode into a huge flower that was white and red. The flower was white at the base, while the core of the flower resembled splattered blood. Each of these blood flowers had different colors and shapes. In Central Continent, there was once a time where goo masters cultivated these blood flower trees on large scales. Each time they bloomed, the scene would be grand. There were even huge ceremonies just to lure these goo masters to see them. But later, Bloodpath was created and caused great problems to the world. Blood flower trees were a basic goo material in Bloodpath. They were banned from being planted. Fang Zhang's blood flower trees were all provided by Immortal Crane sect, or more accurately, by Fan Shilu as a proxy. This was the trick of the righteous path. Fang Zhang was already used to it, feeling no surprise. In the current 5 regions, Bloodpath was outlawed by the righteous path, but ironically, the ones who truly researched Bloodpath were these righteous path forces. These blood flower trees are all mortal goo materials, but as long as their numbers go up, I can use them in huge quantities. They will be equivalent to immortal materials. This is Bloodpath's most unique advantage. These blood flower trees that I have are also a source of immortal materials in a way. But now, I already have rank 6 Bloodpath Immortal Goo Cold Blood and Blood Revenge. They need Mortal Bloodpath Goo to supplement them and form immortal killer moves. Fang Zhang understood that his focus now was to refine Bloodpath Mortal Goo and practice the Bloodpath Immortal Killer move that Fan Shilu imparted him. Because he had just ascended, the immortal aperture was very different from his original aperture. He needed time to adapt to it. After looking for a while, Fang Zhang retracted his attention to the real world. The joy and feeling of achievement from looking at his immortal aperture slowly faded. They were replaced by a feeling of pressure in his mind. Fang Yuan? Back in the real world, Fang Zhang could not help but think of his brother. These last days, he had not only undergone his immortal ascension, he had also obtained information about Fang Yuan from Fan Shilu. The information was much more detailed than what circulated in the outside world. It was from Heavenly Court. Fang Zhang learned about Fang Yuan's situation. As for the fact that Fang Yuan did not die, he had known that when he was saved and returned to Central Continent. But strangely, when he learned the truth, he did not feel any rage from being deceived. In contrast, the more he learned, the more sadness he felt in his heart. It turns out I have never truly understood you, Fang Yuan. Otherworldly demon, spring-autumn cicada, rank 8 cultivation level. 1. The more he knew, the more minuscule he felt, the more he could feel Fang Yuan's terrifying strength. Thinking that he had to face such a person in the future, he felt a bit of depression and also a hint of despair. He faced the despair deep in his heart. He did not deny it or try to avoid it. Humans often said that a youth knows no fear. When one is young, they fear nothing and have strong drive and motivation. But after a person experiences a lot, they would learn about their own fears. Tigers would eat people, tiger claws would harm people. One's own strength was not as strong as they think. Imagination was wonderful, but only after facing reality would one feel pain, understanding the world and themselves during this painful process. When I was a rank 5 Gu master, I was engaged in the Harryman War in Langya Blessed Land. I lived a difficult life wandering about. But now as a Gu immortal, I am stuck between Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court, becoming a pawn. Even though my strength has grown greatly, my freedom has dwindled. I am facing greater danger now. I can die if any mishaps occur. Thinking of this, Fang Zhang smiled bitterly to himself. Even now, he did not know what value he had for Heavenly Court to put so much focus on him. Soon he thought of Zhao Lianyun. When he ascended, he received some congratulatory gifts. This was the custom of the 5 regions. Whenever a Gu master becomes an immortal, their friends and family, or even the forces they were friendly with, would send them gifts. Fang Zheng's gifts mostly came from Immortal Crane Sect. Zhao Lianyun's one was quite memorable as a result. From Immortal Crane Sect's information, Fang Zhang gained a deep understanding of Zhao Lianyun. You are also an otherworldly demon, although not completely. You looked for me so proactively. I assume you want to join up and deal with Fang Yuan? Zhao Lianyun's gifts included a letter that expressed her goodwill, but she did not say much. Fang Zhang could tell what she wanted from her subtle words. Zhao Lianyun gave him one of the cultivation methods for growing a blood-type plant resource. It suited Fang Zhang. She even described her own cultivation experiences. Fang Zhang was very mindful of a certain paragraph. In Gu Immortal Cultivation, combat is the path of domination, while Immortal Aperture Management is the path of supremacy. The two are complementary and necessary. Without enough battle strength and dominance, no matter how well the Immortal Aperture is developed, one will only get bullied. They will hand over their hard-earned spoils to others. But if one has great battle strength and lacking Immortal Aperture Foundation, they will be like a blazing flame, only able to stay lit for some time. When they run out of firewood, they would only end up as smoke. Fang Zhang nodded to himself, thinking, other than this, her descriptions of the calamities and tribulations are also very useful. I can see that this Zhao Lianyun is very sincere. It is a pity that Immortal Crane Sect is not allowing us to meet. What a pity indeed. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying so, Fang Zheng's gaze froze. In his early years, he was accompanied by his master Lord Sky Crane. Inside Langya Blessed Land, he was together with Fang Yuan's fake will. But now, in Central Continent, he was alone. Unknowingly, Fang Zhang had gotten used to accompaniment. Without you, I am not used to it. Fang Zhang shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable sense of loneliness permeated in his heart. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei smiled in joy. Fang Zhang has become a Gu immortal, but he needs to raise his cultivation level to become a useful counter against Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei knew about Zhao Lianyun's intention. After all, even though Ma Hongyun died, his soul was still kept by Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei frowned. The true problem is still Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the river of time's encirclement, he had vanished, no longer appearing in public. Fairy Ziwei would prefer that he went around scavenging for resources. At least in that case, he would leave behind many traces and she would deduce many useful things, and even find a way to break his wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Ziwei's view, Fang Yuan was very strong in battle strength, but the more terrifying thing was his management skills. Every time he stayed secluded for a while, he would experience a huge rise in strength. His speed of progress was simply very shocking. This was the result of his skillful management. Because he had such a sturdy foundation, it could support his terrifying growth in battle strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is slowly losing his control. We are getting more and more information that is of high importance. In the River of Time, the Time Path Immortal Goo House has been repaired. We have 4 in total now. The earlier Time Path formation needs to be modified further. At the same time, we cannot let Fang Yuan live comfortably. I should contact Wu Yong. Some days later, intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed forward with his palm. The strong force of the killer move went into the Immortal Aperture's entrance and permeated Lu Lan blessed land. He Lu Lan's tribulation was destroyed instantly. He Lu Lan's eyes twitched slightly, but her expression was unchanging. She stood in her Immortal Aperture as she thanked Fang Yuan, who was outside. No need to thank me. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Lan blessed land. It was quite poor. It could not be compared with the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Even though He Lu Lan had high aptitude, she had never truly developed her Immortal Aperture properly. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could give He Lu Lan cultivation resources. She had to rely on him for this. It was a form of control over her. In fact, Ing Wuxia by Ningbing and the rest were all in similar situations. 1 inch quickly leave. My wisdom path methods can only block them for some time. Moreover, each time, the tribulations will greatly influence my methods. Fang Yuan urged. Okay. He Lu Lan nodded. She did not dare to be careless. Quickly storing her Immortal Aperture and entering the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan used fixed Immortal travel to leave immediately. Wu Yong and the rest who came at full speed failed to catch him. Damn it! He escaped again. This lingering aura. Someone underwent tribulation again. The southern border Goo Immortals had ugly expressions. Some were furious, some were solemn, while some were fearful. This is the 4th one. Evidently, Fang Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation levels. If this continues, the situation will not be good. Comment Wu Yong had a grim expression. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. He can escape rapidly. We can only set up many beacon towers and work together in Treasure Yellow Heaven to restrict his businesses and reduce his profits. Eventually, this will become our advantage. Jade light flickered in Chi Si Grotto Heaven as Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. We are safe for now. They are starting to target my businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan snickered. He did feel pressure, but because he had recently devoured the 5 Xiong's Public Grotto Heaven and Chi Si Grotto Heaven, he gained a vast amount of resources. Even if his businesses were suppressed, there was no issue. But this was obviously Heavenly Court and Southern Border working together. If he allowed them to continue, Fang Yuan would not be able to endure it. He had obtained a lot of resources from the Southern Border Gu Immortal captives, but precisely because they knew about these resources, they could target these businesses efficiently. I need to think of a plan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with consideration. Eastern Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Waves crashed onto the rocks by the island shore, bursting into white bubbles upon impact. Wicked winds howled. The sky was dark. This uninhibited island was not eye-catching in the huge Eastern Sea, but it actually hid 4 Gu Immortals. Ren Xiaoping, you are too much. Miao Mingshen shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes. He was injured, expressing intense anger and hatred in his eyes. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea, having rank 7 cultivation level and cultivating space path. He had a method to increase the size of immortal apertures. He did that as a way of living, expanding the immortal apertures of many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. He was quite popular. Miao Mingshen was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In terms of appearance, he looked ordinary. Only his flat and wide nose left a heavy impression on others. In terms of appearance, he was unassuming. But he was an ambitious person, being very good at building relationships. He had a lot of charisma. 3 Eastern Sea Lone Immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gue Chi Yi all looked to Miao Ming Shun as their leader. The four were a group of Gu immortals with common interests. But now, Gue Chi Yi was unconscious. His body was covered in a poisonous purple color. He was in great danger. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, who were standing beside Miao Mingxin, were in bad states too. They had evidently gotten injured from a serious battle. Lord Miao Mingxin, what do we do? Gue Chi Yi was hit by the ice-poisoned starfish. We do not have the way to heal him. Immortal Hua Dai was very worried. Not long ago, the four of them had fallen for Ren Xiaoping's plot. Ren Xiaoping had rank 7 peak cultivation level and was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He wanted to assassinate Miao Mingxin using the ice-poisoned starfish. But at the crucial moment, Gue Chi Yi blocked this fatal attack for Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin reacted and quickly brought the unconscious Gue Chi Yi, as well as Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, out of the trap through a fierce battle. Feng Jiang's expression was cold as ice. The ice-poisoned starfish might have a troublesome poison, but I've heard that Su Chun and Fairy Jiu you can heal it. Su Chun was a member of the Superforce Su clan. He specialized in healing and was famous in Eastern Sea. He was quite a kind person. Meanwhile, Fairy Jiu Yu was a lone cultivator. She was cold and aloof. The price was high if they wanted to get her help. Miao Mingxin shook his head. I am not going to turn to these two. Su Chun is from Su clan, while Fairy Jiu Yu has some relationship with Ren Xiaoping. Others might not know, but I am certain of this. I am highly suspicious that Fairy Jiu Yu might be a trap set by that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping. Ah? Then, Immortal Hua Dai did not know what to say. Miao Mingxin smiled forcefully. Have you forgotten? Ice-poisoned starfish's poison can be removed with underworld yellow water. Feng Jiang stared with wide eyes. Underworld yellow water is a rank 8 immortal material. Even in Eastern Sea it is very rare. Lord, you have it? Miao Mingxin shook his head. Of course not. I am going to use the extreme time pole to exchange for it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai understood at once. Extreme time pole was a rank 8 time path immortal material. Miao Mingxin had obtained it long ago. He could not bear to sell it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai knew this. Immortal Hua Dai's expression changed. She said with pity. Extreme time pole is an extremely rare rank 8 time path immortal material. Why don't we use other rank 8 immortal materials to exchange for the underworld yellow water? Miao Mingxin shook his head again. Rank 8 immortal materials are usually exclusively traded with each other. If I use other things to request for the underworld yellow water, others will not want to exchange it for my immortal material, and even if someone wants my rank 8 immortal material, they might not have underworld yellow water. But now, you all know that Heavenly Court and Southern Border are trying to stop Feng Yuan from doing his business. They are also gathering Time Path immortal materials and buying them out. Time Path immortal materials are now very high in demand. The price is rising sharply. Heavenly Court has a deep foundation. They definitely have underworld yellow water. I will definitely get it if I offer the extreme time pole. Lord. Feng Jiang was hesitant. He remembered that Miao Mingxin had almost died when he obtained this extreme time pole. He paid a huge price. Miao Mingxin laughed loudly, patting Feng Jiang's shoulder. How can I let him die in front of me? So what if I have to give up the extreme time pole? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were very moved. They did not follow the wrong leader after all. As expected, the situation went as Miao Mingxin predicted. Once his extreme time pole appeared, Heavenly Court took notice and the two sides soon traded. Miao Mingxin obtained a huge amount of underworld yellow water. He used the underworld yellow water to cleanse Gue Chiye's body. He used just the right amount. After all, this water was also corrosive on an undefended Gu immortal body. After meticulously cleansing him, the ice-poisoned starfish's poison was fully neutralized. Not long ago, Gue Chiye woke up and opened his eyes. After learning that Miao Mingxin had paid such a huge price to save him, he felt extremely moved. However, he was not an expressive person. He kept his gratitude inside him and said to Miao Mingxin, Lord, that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping suddenly attacked us. He must be after the blue dragon whale. One Miao Mingxin sighed. I think so too. Ren Xiaoping had always wanted to work together and enter the Blue Dragon Whale to excavate the hidden paradise Earth true inheritance. But his price is simply not sincere. This time he actually attacked us. I was truly caught unguarded. What idea do you have, tell me? Gui Qi nodded. Lord, you know the Blue Dragon Whale's location. This secret has already been exposed. It is too hard to guard this secret anymore. We should invite people to explore the Blue Dragon Whale instead. When we gain the inheritance inside and increase our strength, we can deal with that Ren Xiaoping. Otherwise, with our strength now, we cannot defeat that guy. He also has a bunch of lone immortals helping him. As a crafty person, once he senses something amiss, he might spread the news and lure more people to us. Miao Mingshun's gaze flickered. Instead of waiting for that to happen and letting Ren Xiaoping gather his people, we should seek reinforcements now. This idea is good, it is our only choice. It is a pity if I had rank 8 cultivation level, we would be able to explore it ourselves. Gui Qi added, Lord, we need to choose our reinforcements carefully. Miao Mingshun nodded. He looked at the 3 immortals, asking, Of course I know. What recommendations do you have? The 3 immortals gave their suggestions. Miao Mingshun nodded at times while shaking his head occasionally. He chose a few of them that were suitable, and eliminated some more from among them for safety. The most important thing was dependability. But this way they had few people. Even if they worked together, they could not break the first hurdle. They would not be able to enter the Blue Dragon Whale's inner world. At this time, Immortal Hua Dai voiced, I have a suggestion. Does Lord remember this person called Chuing? Chuing. Miao Mingshun's eyes shined. Brilliant. This person has rank 7 cultivation level and cultivates transformation path. He even has grudges with Ren Xiaoping. But he is truly too secretive. I have not found any more information on him since then. Saying this, he showed hesitation again. Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Within 5 xiang's public grotto heaven, Fang Yuan received Miao Mingshun's letter, inviting him to join the exploration of the Blue Dragon Whale. A light of pondering flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Miao Mingshun had actually clashed with Ren Xiaoping. He decided to explore the Blue Dragon Whale ahead of time. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In the memories of the 500 years of his previous life, this was too early. Maybe it was because of the increasing influence of my rebirth. Miao Mingshun and Ren Xiaoping's conflict turned out earlier than expected. Maybe the 500 years of memories were tampered with to begin with. After all, Heaven's will was lurking inside Spring-Autumn Cicada. It could act very easily if it wanted to. There is another possibility. Heavenly Court plotted and deduced my relationship with Miao Mingshun. So they used this chance to deal with me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed his mind and closed his eyes, starting his deduction. A while later, he opened his eyes, gaining his conclusion. With all the clues that I have, there is little possibility that Heavenly Court planned this against me. It seems I have to go Eastern Sea now. Right now, in the 5 regions, Northern Plains and Central Continent had Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. They were extremely dangerous for Fang Yuan. For the remaining 3 regions, Fang Yuan was most familiar with Southern Border. Especially since he had stayed in Wu Clan for some time, and had captured many Southern Border Gu immortals, he knew a lot of information about their super forces. There was another reason. Shadow Sect's headquarters were set in Southern Border. They had the most operations in Southern Border, with many natural immortal formations set up in secret. These were all hidden and unexposed. With many of the above reasons, Fang Yuan chose to stay in Southern Border. Even when He Lulan and the rest underwent tribulation, they were in Southern Border. Even though the 5 regions had different heaven and earth chi, forcefully undergoing tribulation outside the home region would harm the immortal aperture, but Fang Yuan did not want them to develop their apertures well anyway. He took care of their cultivation resources. It gave him great control over them. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the many immortal Gu from Qi-Si Grotto Heaven. They were usable to him now. The resources in Qi-Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 xiang's public Grotto Heaven were also starting to be absorbed. The remaining rank 9 killer move heaven form was very stubborn. It resisted Fang Yuan's refinement. But he was still making progress. In time, he would definitely be able to use it. Fong Yuan was troubled now because his businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven were obstructed by Heavenly Court and Southern Border's righteous path. They succeeded in becoming an obstacle for his economic profits. Fong Yuan thought of many ways to compete with them, but the results were not good. Be it Central Continent's Heavenly Court or Southern Border's righteous path, they were rich and had deep foundations. Fong Yuan's capital could not match them. The easiest way to solve this problem was to engage in a monopoly business like Guts Goo. But that required countless Guts Goo. Fong Yuan lacked souls. Even though Danghun Mountain was repaired, the production could not be raised. His plan in Green Ghost Desert had fallen through. If he had succeeded right now against Southern Border and Central Continent, he would not have any problems. Ching Cho had gone missing, while the rest of the Western Desert superforces were now finding trouble with Fong Clan. They had a hard time raising their statuses. Fong Yuan had thought of using Fong Clan, but he had reservations about this, because his Swanbu gene identity was already exposed by Heavenly Court. His decision to plan for Green Ghost Desert was correct in hindsight. It was a pity that the situation turned out quite different from his expected results. This way, Fong Yuan's income started to dwindle. And worse was that Central Continent's Heavenly Court was buying all the Time Path Immortal materials they could find. As long as there were Time Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Court would basically pay them whatever they wanted. During this time in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Time Path Immortal materials were extremely popular. This was problematic for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's income had already fallen. He wanted to refine Time Path Immortal Goo to raise his battle strength in the River of Time. But now, Heavenly Court was oppressively stopping him. Heavenly Court had been created since the remote antiquity era. After countless years of accumulation, how could Fong Yuan contest them? Fong Yuan's improvement in Time Path was very marginal. While Heavenly Court obtained a lot of Time Path Immortal materials, they might even be able to refine a fifth Immortal Goo house. In this situation, Fong Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance were dwindling. I need a lot of Time Path Immortal materials to refine Time Path Immortal Goo. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was an Earth Path Venerable. The Paradise Earth True Inheritance inside the Blue Dragon Whale might not have many Time Path Immortal materials. But even so, I must go. This was an uncertainty. Nobody could say what he would gain. Even if there were no Time Path Immortal materials, the Paradise Earth True Inheritance was definitely going to have some good things. Southern Border's Rank 8 Goo Immortal Lu Wei-in is the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth. If I can obtain this Paradise Earth True Inheritance, I might gain a way to deal with him. The more important thing is that, according to my memories, the Blue Dragon Whale seems to contain the Rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret. In my previous life, Miao Mingxin explored many times and did not obtain Paradise Earth's True Inheritance, but he still gained a lot. Because there were many participating Goo Immortals, rumors of Immortal Goo Regret spread out. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used Immortal Goo Regret as the core to create an immortal killer move famous throughout history: Regret and Repent. Using this move, he caused many demonic path Goo Immortals to change sides and realize their mistakes. They turned from evil to kind. This move had incredible achievements. Immortal Goo Regret was naturally a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Wisdom Path had 3 elements of thoughts, wills, and emotions. Immortal Goo Regret was part of the Emotion branch because future Goo Immortals created a small path known as Emotion Path. Immortal Goo Regret was also part of Emotion Path. In the long history of humanity, Immortal Goo Regret had appeared many times, sometimes rank 6 or rank 7, held in the hands of Goo Immortals of the 5 regions. When it went into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's hands, it seemed to have been refined to rank 8 for the first time. Afterwards, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also obtained rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret. Fong Yuan had investigated deeply into Immortal Goo Regret, because he wanted to recreate Regret Pool. Speaking of which, other than tributaries of the River of Time, Immortal Goo Regret was the core of Immortal Goo House Regret Pool. But unfortunately, back then in Eastern Sea, the Regret Pool left behind was half complete. It did not have Immortal Goo Regret. If this Paradise Earth True Inheritance has rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret, with this Goo, I will be able to replicate a portion of Regret Pool's power. It will help in refining Goo. This was what moved Fong Yuan the most. In fact, Regret Pool was part of Fong Yuan's plans. He had extorted southern border's righteous path and painstakingly created the incomplete Immortal Goo House. He had some anticipation towards this. Unfortunately, the incomplete Immortal Goo House was destroyed in the River of Time. Fang Yuan could not retrieve any of the goo worms. Several days passed in an instant. Eastern Sea. Miao Mingshun looked around. He was surrounded by 8 goo immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was among them. Everyone, Miao Mingshun said solemnly. I have already explained the details of this expedition. I gave you all some time to consider. This is my first trip too. The risks are unknown, we might possibly die. If anyone wants to give up now, you can leave. I will definitely not stop anyone. I understand from the bottom of my heart. Sea winds roared by everyone's ears. Miao Mingxin looked around again. Nobody moved. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was too valuable. Even though there were few Earth-path goo immortals in Eastern Sea, with only one Earth-path goo immortal among everyone here, nobody wanted to give up. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Furthermore, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the kindest venerable in history. He had never harmed a single person's life. His immortal inheritances were also known to be safe. If anyone gave up this chance, they would be a fool. All right, since everyone wants to join, let's make the alliance agreement. Miao Mingxin was very excited. For this trip, he had made ample preparations. Zhang Luozi, please go ahead. Miao Mingxin cupped his fists as he spoke. Zhang Luozi stepped forward. He wore a white robe and had a skinny face. He had convex cheekbones and his eye bags were deep. Bright light shined in his eyes. He cultivated information path and was rank 7. Miao Mingxin had talked to him long ago. He immediately said now, this is the alliance agreement that we are going to set. Everyone take a look. Zhang Luozi said that as many goo immortals shook, looking slightly surprised. It turned out that the alliance agreement's information appeared in their minds at the same time. Zhang Luozi's action was a show of strength, affirming his superior status among the group. This Paradise Earth True Inheritance expedition had just started, but the goo immortals were already starting to compete between one another in the dark. Miao Mingshun's expression did not change, but his eyes were carefully observing. Zhang Luozi's action was part of his arrangements. He wanted to collect more valuable information. Zhang Luozi's information path attainment was impressive even to Miao Mingxin. With Zhang Luozi's move, Miao Mingxin observed everyone and gained quite some insight. We have 8 people other than myself, Gue Qiyi, Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai. There are also Zhang Luozi, Tu Tu Tua, Tong Hua and Chuing. Other than Zhang Luozi and Miao Mingxin, Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua were also expressionless. The rest had some sort of change in their expression at least. Miao Mingxin trusted Gue Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai the most, but in this trip, he did not inform them about this, so their reactions were genuine. Miao Mingxin had lots of interaction with Zhang Luozi, Tu Tu Tua, and Tong Hua. He knew about their background. They were all rank 7 experts that were rare in Eastern Sea. In Eastern Sea, there was the highest number of lone immortals who are superior to those of other regions, because Eastern Sea was the most affluent in resources. Miao Mingshun's concern was Chu Ying. He had met this secluded cultivator several times. He left a deep impression on Miao Mingxin. The truth was, Miao Mingxin did not want to invite Chu Ying. But because Chu Ying and Ren Xiaoping had a conflict long ago, because he saved the lives of Feng Jiang and Hua Dai, and most importantly, because he seemed to have an abundant amount of lifespan goo, all these reasons made Miao Mingxin inclined to invite Chu Ying for this trip. He was the only one who knew the location of the blue dragon whale. Therefore, all of the people he invited owed him a favor. Miao Mingxin wanted to cooperate more deeply with Fang Yuan. Forget the rest, just the amount of lifespan goo that Fang Yuan had was extremely alluring to Miao Mingxin. Zhang Luozi's action made Chu Ying's expression change too. As for Tu Tu Tua and Tong Hua, it was unsure whether they were unaffected or pretending to put up a front. Miao Mingxin looked at everyone as he laughed heartily. Zhang Luozi, you have good methods. Tu Tu Tua snorted while Tong Hua gave Zhang Luozi a cold stare. Fang Yuan looked at Zhang Luozi with a surprised expression, but he was laughing coldly inside. Zhang Luozi's gaze swept past Chu Ying, before meeting with Tu Tu Tua and Tong Hua's gazes. He laughed heartily as he tossed out some information path mortal goo. The information path mortal goo recorded the fine details of the alliance agreement. After inspecting them, the immortals nodded their heads in agreement, while also suggesting some changes. Of course, these changes were small and negligible. Miao Mingshen took charge as the leader, and after coming to an agreement, they signed it using Zheng Luozi's methods. Once the alliance agreement was made, everyone laughed as the atmosphere became less tense. "It is time, let's go." Miao Mingshen moved at lightning speed as the immortals followed him. Miao Mingshen flew in the sky for a while before diving into the sea. "We can't hide in the sky. It is easy to find us." If Ren Xiaoping learns of this expedition, he would not wait aimlessly. "If we enter the sea, that means we are going to use the undercurrent," Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. As expected, after a while, Miao Mingshen led everyone to the bottom of the sea. They saw a huge python-like undercurrent crossing the trenches in the sea. Miao Mingshen's speed gradually slowed down until he arrived before the undercurrent. Miao Mingshen looked at Zheng Luozi. "Before entering the undercurrent, for our safety and to ensure we will not be separated, Zheng Luozi, I would like you to use that immortal killer move to mark us and allow us to sense each other's location." This was another way to control them. But Miao Mingshen did not say it before the alliance agreement. He had said it before entering the undercurrent. Nobody could rebuke his sensible words. "Miao Mingshen, are you sure?" Zheng Luozi pretended to hesitate. Miao Mingshen smiled. "We have already made the agreement. We need to work together sincerely. How can we not trust each other when exploring paradise, Earth's true inheritance?" he said in a serious tone. Tu Tu Tua, Tonghua, and the rest nodded in agreement without objection. Zheng Luozi looked around. "Then everyone, don't be nervous or defensive. My move has no offensive capability." Fang Yuan mentally rolled his eyes as he said, "Go ahead and do it. Let me go first." Feng Jiang stepped forward at once. Zheng Luozi first used the immortal killer move on Feng Jiang before the rest took turns. After a while, all of the immortals were affected by the information path killer move. They could sense each other's locations. "It is fine now, please follow me. The undercurrents are extremely fast. If you are slow by a step, you will be thrown far behind," Miao Mingshen said as he entered the undercurrent. Fang Yuan and the rest followed after him rapidly. Eastern Sea's deep-sea undercurrents did not have fixed paths. They were always changing and had various lengths. It was a display of the great power of nature. Moving along the undercurrent, the immortals were faster than some movement immortal killer moves, and most importantly, they saved a lot of energy only having to put up defenses. If there were water path goo immortals who had methods to move rapidly in the undercurrents, they could even defend themselves while fighting enemies here. Fang Yuan was towards the rear of the group. He found that this group's formation was quite specific. For example, Immortal Hua Dai was right beside him, talking to him constantly. Fang Yuan entertained her on the surface while secretly inspecting his information path Dao marks. After a while, Fang Yuan relaxed. These information path Dao marks were not hard to get rid of. Fang Yuan had lots of methods. He even had immortal killer moves like self-cleansing to resist these information path restrictions. But now was not the time. "Everyone, we are about to go out, follow me." Ahead, Miao Mingshen suddenly spoke. After several breaths, he left the undercurrent. The rest followed. Nobody was left behind. After leaving, Fang Yuan found that he was in an ordinary nameless sea area. In the following journey, the immortals used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would travel under the sea as well, being extremely low profile. Even if they met desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they avoided them. If they saw any resources, they would ignore them. After several days of traveling, the group became more cohesive. Miao Mingshen was very skillful in human interaction. He solidified his position as the leader. He was smiling when he suddenly froze, saying, "We are near." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan felt a little suspicious. He had used several investigative killer moves, but could not sense anything. He could not see what method Miao Mingshen had used or why he was so confident. The blue dragon whale's existence was known to everyone, but its exact location was a mystery. Miao Mingshen must have a unique method to know its location. Fong Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level with immense battle strength. It was possible to kill Miao Mingxin and search his soul. But there were risks involved. Gu Immortals had all sorts of mysterious methods. If he possessed some strange abilities, there might be mishaps occurring. Thus, Fong Yuan continued to lurk. It would not be too late if he attacked after getting into the blue dragon whale. As they got closer, the Immortals started to sense the peculiarity. The seawater became more turbulent ahead. If earlier was a drizzle, it was a storm now. The obstruction was far greater. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers. They could not help themselves in this huge storm. Fong Yuan and the rest had to fight while moving, slaughtering a bunch of desolate beasts before they carved out a bloody path to move on. At this time, everyone's strength was displayed. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai had the lowest battle strength. They were soon the ones who needed protection. Miao Mingxin was leading the group as the vanguard, facing the greatest pressure. Behind him were Tong Hua and Zheng Luozi. Tu Tu Tuo was an Earth Path Gu Immortal. His battle strength was greatly restricted in this place. Next was Fong Yuan. He had already turned into a tiny seahorse that was palm-sized. He moved like lightning speed. His strength was only mid-tier in the group. It was nothing impressive. The journey ahead was getting tougher. From the groups of beasts, figures of immemorial desolate beasts started to appear. The Immortals could no longer move forward so casually. The strongest Miao Mingxin was merely rank 7. Following Miao Mingxin, they flew out of the sea, arriving in the sky. Rumble. Intense tornadoes surged in the sky. Lightning flashed continuously as thunder rumbled. Dark clouds extended to the horizons. Waves surged from the sea. They were thousands of feet tall. The situation was just as dangerous as underwater. Countless flying birds and eagles fought intensely amidst the thunder and lightning. Blue charm lightning shadows flickered in the dark clouds. They were hunted down by immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. Seeing the tail of the Thunder Phoenix flash by, Miao Mingxin and the rest breathed in deeply in shock. "Quick, follow me." Miao Mingxin transmitted. His body was covered in sweat. He flew forward rapidly. The Gu Immortals all had their hidden methods. But this situation was too chaotic. The safest solution was to get away from this place as quickly as possible. The Thunder Phoenix screeched as it discovered Fong Yuan and the rest, diving down. The seawater erupted as an immemorial octopus large as a mountain moved its countless tentacles, treating Miao Mingxin and the rest as prey for food. "Damn it! Damn it!" Miao Mingxin's expression was distorted. He almost broke his teeth from gritting too hard. Even before meeting the blue dragon whale, they were already in a desperate situation. The aura of death was close. "Split up and run." After hesitating for a while, Miao Mingxin screamed. The Gu Immortals quickly split up and ran. Crack! The Thunder Phoenix was extremely fast, arriving before Fong Yuan in the blink of an eye. Chu-ing! Immortal Huadai was dragged along by Gue Chi-yi. Upon seeing this, she screamed in fear. "Save me!" Fong Yuan shouted with a look of despair on his face. Next, the Thunder Phoenix arrived in a flash, burning him to a crisp by lightning as he died on the spot. Chu-ing! Seeing this, the remaining 7 Immortals were shocked. They escaped in an even greater panic. Boom! A grindstone-sized lightning ball crashed onto Miao Mingxin's back and exploded intensely. G.U.H. Miao Mingxin's body shook as he spit out blood. His pale face was even weaker now. He tried to concentrate and use an immortal killer move, vanishing from his spot and appearing several thousand steps away. But even there, lightning weaved and beasts roared. The situation was truly at its worst. To think that I would die here. Miao Mingxin was filled with despair. Wasn't Paradise Earth's true inheritance meant to be mild? Why was it so dangerous here? These questions were no longer the point. Miao Mingxin's immortal aperture had run out of immortal essence. Even though he had his immortal goo left, his escape earlier was the final struggle he could muster. The roaring of beasts almost burst his eardrums. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix attacked him again. Around him, none of the other 7 Gu Immortals were left. He had lasted the longest, the rest died one by one earlier. If I had known this, I would not have explored Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Dying before even meeting the blue dragon whale. Ren Xiaoping is going to die laughing after hearing this. Miao Mingshun was filled with regret, but he also felt very helpless. In life, who could predict everything that was going to happen, even if it was a dead end ahead? Even for the great wisdom path star constellation Immortal Venerable, could she predict everything? 1 inch come at me. Miao Mingshun sighed, straightening his back as he faced the Thunder Phoenix's sharp claws. With an intense pain, his vision fell into darkness. Did I die? Miao Mingshun was quite dazed. At this time, a voice resounded. Lord Miao Mingshun, wake up, quickly wake up. Miao Mingshun opened his eyes. He saw Immortal Hua Dai's concerned look. She was standing beside him. Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Tutu Tua, even the one who died first, Chuing, were all around. They were all smiling. You guys, what happened? Miao Mingshun's eyes suddenly flashed. Wait, is this a test? You are right, we came to that conclusion too. Tutu Tua laughed loudly, replying. To think that the first test came before we entered the blue dragon whale, this was simply too dangerous. Miao Mingshun shook his head, feeling some lingering fear as he inspected his injuries. But he became stunned immediately. It turned out that his injuries were all gone. His goo worms were all intact. Even his immortal essence had been restored to its original state. This? Miao Mingshun raised his head. Was it all an illusion? Precisely. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly amazing. We did not notice it at all. We only realized after dying. Thinking about it, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create Reincarnation battlefield. This test was definitely not hard to put up. In history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created such killer moves to deal with the rank 8 expert combat demon. Reincarnation battlefield was the peak of this series. After so many years, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects has nurtured countless goo immortal experts using it. Miao Mingshun sighed to himself as his mind got clearer. I think this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's warning. After experiencing death, we can give up many obsessions. Lord is right. The feeling of death is truly hard to forget. Feng Jiang sighed. At the same time, this is a test of our battle strength. Miao Mingshun, I have to admit that you are amazing. We saw your performance in the illusion. You lasted the longest among us. Tonghua smiled. Miao Mingshun was joyful but also worried. Joyful that his great strength had increased his authority in this group, but worried because most of his methods were all exposed. After all, he was facing death. Why would he reserve his trump cards? Miao Mingshun suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. His gaze flashed. Chuing, to think that I worried and felt aggrieved about you so deeply. Yet you were the one who saved the most energy. His words had deep meaning. Fang Yuan sighed as he showed a bitter look of shame. The truth is, I felt horrible when death approached. I was simply too unlucky. Why did the immemorial Thunder Phoenix target me? When I woke up, I was dazed for a long time before gaining clarity. With attitude goo, he had sincere and truthful-looking acting. Miao Mingshun stared at Fang Yuan intensely, but seeing his expression, his suspicions faded away. Then where are we? Miao Mingshun looked around, seeing that they were on a nameless island. The island was surrounded by vast blue seawater, extending to the horizons. There were schools of fish in the sea. Waves were moving slowly as winds blew. White seagulls were making sounds. Some were flying in the sky while others were flying slightly above the sea level. We were about to ask you. We arrived here after waking up. We do not know where to go. Tonghua said. Miao Mingshun nodded. Everyone, wait a moment. Next, he shut his eyes using a mysterious immortal killer move. This was his unique way of locating the blue dragon whale. But just on the surface, nobody could decipher his method. After shutting his eyes, Miao Mingshun opened it again very quickly, showing shock and joy in his eyes. Everyone, as I expected. This is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshun said some shocking things. What? The immortals were all very surprised. They more or less knew something about this Paradise Earth true inheritance. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable subdued the blue dragon whale and awakened its immortal aperture. He had left behind a paradise Earth true inheritance in this grotto heaven. 5 years later, many Gu immortals tried to find the blue dragon whale but could not find anything. The Gu immortals were still prepared to see the true appearance of the blue dragon whale, but to think that they would arrive directly inside its immortal aperture. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements. They are truly something we cannot comprehend fully. This means entering this place has no difficulty. Then why has nobody entered this place before us? Was the blue dragon whale too hard to find? Then what are we going to do now? Tong Hua asked. The immortals all focused their attention on Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin was quite satisfied with this situation. They had all arrived at the destination without separating. They still wanted to stick together. He did not waste his effort in consolidating his authority as the leader of the group. To speak the truth, I am not sure too, but since we are in the grotto heaven now, we have already succeeded in the first step. Next, we should find the hidden paradise Earth true inheritance. This is an unknown place that has existed for many years. We do not know what lives here. To be safe, we should travel in a group. Even if anything happens, we can take care of each other. Miao Mingxin's words were acknowledged by everyone. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. I have a simple idea. Since we entered this place via Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangement, this small island must not be simple. We should search around this island first. Nobody explored this place yet? Miao Mingxin asked. The immortals shook their heads. Some looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Even though I am the first person who got here and learned of the illusion, I was afraid of the lurking danger here. I have been guarding our current location since then. All right, let's split up and look around this small island. Miao Mingxin immediately gave them some missions. This island was small, with so many people around. They soon found clues. Quickly come to the center of the island. There is a rank 8 immortal Gu house here. A moment later, 8 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house had a peculiar design. From the outside, it looked like an obelisk made of gold. The surface of the obelisk had many inscriptions. Feng Jiang took a few glances and shouted. So this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Hua Dai, who was beside him, frowned. It is really troublesome to inherit this true inheritance. The obelisk stated that this rank 8 immortal Gu house was a merit board. It was effective in the entire grotto heaven world. If outside Gu immortals wanted to gain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, they would need to do the missions on this obelisk and gain merits after completing them. The more merits they had, the more valuable things they could exchange for. If one did not accept this, they could only wait on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the grotto heaven world. According to the inscription, we can only stay here for 300 days. Tong Hua said with a regretful tone. 300 days in terms of the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven's time. What missions can we do in 300 days? Zhang Luozi's eyes flashed with bright light. There were only 10 missions on this obelisk. Each one was different. It meant that these Gu immortals were going to engage in competition later. The others were not stupid. They quickly realized this problem. The atmosphere became heavier all of a sudden. Miao Mingxin acutely sensed the change in the atmosphere as he spoke. Everyone, even though the inscription says that this is our first time here, we cannot be so sure. In my opinion, we should test if we can leave this island. I hope you can all research on this immortal Gu house. If you have a way of moving it, we can take it for ourselves. That would be wonderful. The immortals were deeply moved. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. If they could break it and take parts of it, they would have great gains. Miao Mingxin continued. When we looked around, we found a lot of cultivation resources on this island. They are in huge quantities. We should decide on how to split these resources. What do you think? The immortals would only benefit from this. Why would they disagree? Everyone cheered in acknowledgement. The island was small, but it contained a lot of cultivation resources. With this size and amount of resources, they were clearly intentionally arranged. Fang Yuan and the other Gu immortals looked around and scavenged for resources before redistributing them. Fang Yuan, as Chuing was a transformation path Gu immortal, he obtained a lot of transformation path immortal materials. But because transformation path projected all paths, these immortal materials were of various types and paths. For example, soul beast cores were soul path immortal materials, but if a transformation path goo immortal has a way to transform into soul beasts, then this soul core was also a type of resource for the transformation path goo immortal. Fong Yuan used transformation path as the concealment to pick a lot of time path immortal materials. Zhang Luozi seemingly asked casually, "Friend Chuing has a time path transformation? Why didn't you use it when we were in the illusion?" Fong Yuan laughed. "I am just being greedy. I am sure everyone knows about the demon Fong Yuan. These time path immortal materials can be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven for many good things. But if I compete with everyone here, it will harm our relationship after all." Ha ha ha. "That is a good idea, Chuing. Why didn't I think of it?" Tuo laughed. Zhang Luozi's eyes flashed with bright light. He stopped talking. After the scare from the illusion, these goo immortals finally had a change of mood. These gains were quite valuable after all. Especially when Miao Mingxin was not corrupt, he split the gains equally. The atmosphere of the group was quite lively. Half a day later, the immortals gathered before the rank 8 immortal goo house merit obelisk. According to the information on the merit obelisk, these resources were all arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It was to ensure that the goo immortals who did not want to accept the missions would still gain some rewards. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was truly a kind person. Tong Hua was in awe. Gue Yi pondered. "All of us have acted already. We have tried to, but this island cannot be broken through forcefully. And this merit obelisk, we cannot unravel it with our abilities." Feng Jiang added. The immortals were silent. How could Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements be so easily broken? Especially when all these goo immortals barring Fong Yuan were rank 7. Even though some were elites against a venerable, they were nothing. Miao Mingxin, "I wonder what insight you have?" Tong Hua asked. Miao Mingxin shook his head. "I know nothing about Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I am like all of you. In my opinion, since we cannot forcefully unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, we only have two options. One is to ignore the obelisk's missions and stay here for 300 days. Once the time is up, we will likely be sent out. The second way is to follow and complete the missions on the obelisk." The immortals looked at each other. Undeniably, the resources on the island were all distributed already. Who would want to stay here for 300 days? The immortals had already gained something. Their interest in Paradise Earth's true inheritance grew as well. In their opinion, the cultivation resources on the island were just the appetizers. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was the true treasure here. But to accept missions, we will need to be acknowledged by the merit obelisk. The process is like a super clan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo, but more restrictive in nature. If this is a trap, risk and reward are often interlinked. We came to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Weren't we taking a risk? I am going to accept the mission. Since this is an arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there must be no problem. The true inheritance is right in front of us. If we stop now, we will regret it for life. After some discussion, none of the 8 goo immortals wanted to give up. According to the inscription, the 8 immortals went up and placed their palms on the merit obelisk. With a bright flash of light, the 8 immortals' names were all displayed on the obelisk. The blank area earlier turned into a list. Fong Yuan's name was there too, but Chuing was written instead. This made Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had inspected this merit obelisk already. It mainly comprised earth path and sound path. He could not deduce it. Of course, there was a chance of destroying it with Fong Yuan's battle strength. But the risks were too high. He was better off disguising himself and exploring with the others. The goo immortal world was filled with countless methods. This merit obelisk was a rank 8 immortal goo house made by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had a high possibility of exposing his true name. Thankfully, that did not happen. Otherwise, Fong Yuan would have to kill everyone around if he got exposed. His identity was too important. These people might have some peculiar methods. Even if they did not, it would be bad if Heavenly Court was lured over. Before I understand the situation, I should not attack them. This is Paradise Earth's true inheritance after all. He emphasized on forgiving people for their mistakes. He was kind and magnanimous. If I kill people randomly, something bad might happen. The 8 immortals were listed on the merit obelisk. They started to look at the missions. There were only 10 missions written. Each mission had a vague description. The Gu immortal needed to explore it themselves. For example, the first mission, exterminate the surrounding water monsters around Sea Eagle City. Water monsters were similar to soul beasts. They were both Tao beasts that had various forms. Most of them would dissipate after dying, leaving behind water cores or soul cores. These were immortal materials filled with abundant water path and soul path Tao marks. But what level were these water monsters? Were they ancient level water monsters or desolate beast level water monsters? There was no information. Sea Eagle City? What was that? Where was it? There was no information. There was still some clues regarding exterminating water monsters here, but the remaining missions were weirder. For example, creating a water well in Fishround Island, or gathering medicinal herbs for 3 Tattoo Tribe, maintaining a spirit spring, protecting the merchant caravan, fixing the formation, and others. The 8 immortals looked at the merit obelisk. After thinking for a while, Zhang Luozi sighed. My information path methods are useless against this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Whatever mission we choose is based on luck. Let me try first. I will choose the first water monster extermination mission. The others were silent, even though Zhang Luozi said that the missions had differences. Using logical deduction, the harder the mission, the greater the merits. Water monsters were at least desolate beasts. The mission of eliminating them was naturally difficult. The merit reward should be quite high. As for maintaining a spirit spring, protecting the merchant caravan, and others, they were mortal-level missions. The difficulty was lower than exterminating water monsters. Zhang Luozi's choice was clearly to snatch the best mission. The atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. Zhang Luozi remained silent, but he was a little nervous in his heart. Miao Mingshan nodded as he agreed and said, "Go ahead. I will be the last one." Everyone looked at him with a different gaze the moment he said that. Miao Mingshan waved his hand, saying, "No need to overthink it. I just feel that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created such an arrangement with deeper intentions. How could he not think of balance? These simple missions might not be as easy as they seem." Everyone nodded upon hearing Miao Mingshan's words. Tonghua spoke, "I choose the second mission." Tu Tua made his choice too. Their decision was the same as Zhang Luozi. They evidently chose the harder missions. After Tu Tua chose the mission, there was still one seemingly hard one. The rest of the missions were all very ordinary. There were still 3 rank 7s left. They were Miao Mingshan, Fang Yuan, and Gue Qiyi. Next, go ahead and choose. Chuing. Miao Mingshan took a look and smiled. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were beside him. They did not speak. Wait! Gue Qiyi suddenly interjected. Everyone, Lord Miao Mingshan, to speak the truth, I wanted this mission from the start. The immortals' expressions all turned weird. Miao Mingshan looked at Gue Qiyi, showing a gaze of shock and criticism. But Gue Qiyi ignored him. He looked at Fang Yuan eerily. Picking on the weakest person? Fang Yuan chuckled in his heart, saying, Gue Qiyi, since you like it, this means that the mission has an affinity with you. I will not snatch it from you. I will choose the 7th mission. Everyone turned to look. This 7th mission was to collect earth trench black oil from the deep sea. It was something that only mortals would do. Miao Mingshan quickly added, Chuing. No need to refuse it. I am truly in admiration of Brother Miao for having such a companion. You deserve it. If not for you, how could I have gotten in here? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. One Gue Qiyi looked at Fang Yuan with a kinder gaze now. Indeed, he forcefully chose the mission not for himself, but for Miao Mingshan. Like what Fang Yuan had said, everyone could come here due to Miao Mingshan. He deserved it with his contribution. Miao Mingshan refused, but Fang Yuan persisted. Miao Mingshan was helpless as he accepted it. A moment later, everyone made their choice. The merit obelisk shot out a pillar of light. The Gu immortals were all transported away once they stepped inside. Fang Yuan's field of vision changed. When he blinked, he was on an unknown island. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, but that merit obelisk transported me with no effort. It seems to be the core of this entire grotto heaven. It is truly profound, as expected of Paradise Earth. Regarding these missions, he had a similar conjecture to Miao Mingxin. He gave up that mission earlier not because he was courteous, but because he was probing Miao Mingxin. After Fang Yuan left, only Gue Yi and Miao Mingxin were left. "Oh you," Miao Mingxin sighed. Gue Yi cupped his fists. "Please forgive me, Lord. What wrong did you do? It is just that you underestimated Chu Ying. He was the first person to die in the illusion, so you think he is weak." Miao Mingxin shook his head. "Lord thinks Chu Ying is hiding his strength?" Miao Mingxin shook his head. "I did not detect anything. The possibility of that is small. But in this unknown environment, we should unite instead of having internal conflicts." "Yes, I understand." With Fang Yuan's investigative methods, this island was completely transparent in his eyes. He found that this island that the merit obelisk transported him to was very common and ordinary. There were few resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with some people living there. There was a fishing village, a spirit spring existed as well, of course. Gu masters existed here too, but in such a poor and desolate place, a rank 4 Gu master was the utmost limit. Fang Yuan had accepted the mission to collect earth trench black oil from the deep sea. After he investigated, he soon found that there were traces of black oil oozing out near the fringe of the island. Other Gu immortals might go into the sea to collect the black oil already, but Fang Yuan did not do that. The moment he saw the merit obelisk, he started to think about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intentions. He concealed himself as he entered the fishing village. It did not have many people living in it. There were only 5 or 6 Gu masters. The highest cultivation was a rank 3 Gu master. It could not compare to Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, Guyu clan had about 10 of such villages under it. Fang Yuan directly approached the sole rank 3 Gu master in the village. This was an old man with white hair and deep wrinkles. From what others said, he was the village head. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. Having high authority and being old, he naturally knew a lot of things. Soul search. Fang Yuan used his immortal method. The old village head's secrets were all exposed. Instantly, Fang Yuan gained a lot of information that was rather precise. As he expected, this village was very ordinary. There were many of such villages around the island. This fishing village doesn't seem to have any trap. Fang Yuan realized this and left the village secretly. The old village head only felt dazed for a moment. Even though it was a bit weird, he went on with his business soon after. Fang Yuan's soul search method was simply too incredible for mortal Gu masters to realize. Fang Yuan left the island and flew to the surrounding islands. But Fang Yuan experienced what happened on the Merit Obelisk Island earlier again. Even though he could see a small island in the horizon, no matter how he flew, the distance did not shorten. After using all his methods, Fang Yuan still returned helplessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated sound path in his early years before converting to Earth path later. This method of controlling distance is his signature move. There were many battles in history that showed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable standing on the spot as his enemies attacked. No matter what they did, their attacks could not reach him, even though the distance was short. Other than that, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has an extremely alluring method. That was to create paradise. Paradise. This was also the reason for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's title. Nobody knew how a paradise was created, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind many paradises in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A paradise's most distinct trait was the lack of calamities and tribulations. This dragon whale grotto heaven was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable into a paradise. From the old village head soul, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information that confirmed this. If there were calamities and tribulations, even if the old man could not feel it, there would be information in the village's historical records. But there was none. Since he could not go to the other islands, he changed directions and entered the water. As he got deeper, the water pressure intensified. This water pressure was a problem for Gu masters trying to excavate oil, but for rank 8 Gu immortals like Fang Yuan, it was an insignificant problem. For Gu masters, the sea was very deep, but for Gu immortals, the water surrounding the island was still very shallow. Fang Yuan soon found that a large area of darkness appeared in his vision. It was like a huge seaweed that endlessly extended in all directions. This earth trench under the water was very spectacular. The ordinary island was at the fringe of this earth trench. From the information he got from the old village head, the surrounding islands were also connected to the extensions of this earth trench. Earth trenches produced black oil. Regardless of ordinary earth trenches or deep-sea earth trenches, black oil was an immortal material belonging to footpath. The quality was very high and production was abundant. It was easy to excavate. This was a trait of footpath, having high production with cheap costs. It was very economically friendly. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the blessed land. In the outside world, or to other goo immortals, it was a very useful goo refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. One of the main business of Zombie Alliance was black oil. This was similar to Fang Yuan's guts goo, but the scale of black oil sold was much larger than guts goo. There are about 3 million kilograms of black oil here. I can take them all within half a day if I go all out. But I cannot leave the island after a certain distance. Even though black oil can move, it is much slower than water. After I take all the black oil here, it will take too long and be too inefficient to wait for the black oil from the other parts of the earth trench to flow here. Black oil was very easy to collect, but that was for goo immortals. For mortal goo masters, it was quite difficult. There was a special category of oil-collecting goo masters. They specialized in exploring earth trenches to collect black oil. These people were professionals in this business. Oil-collecting goo masters had their own set of goo worms specially used to collect a certain amount of black oil. Even though their battle strength was not high because they were excavating immortal materials, they had abundant wealth and status. They were quite popular. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had once been an oil-collecting goo master in Eastern Sea. That was his fortuitous encounter. He almost became the son-in-law of a certain oil-collecting goo master. The collection method was also imparted to Fang Yuan by this old goo master. People lived according to their environment. The goo masters on the small island survived mainly by collecting black oil. The old goo master that Fang Yuan soul-searched was the most impressive oil-collecting goo master in the village. Even though he was old, he would still enter the water and collect them each year. Seeing the black oil here, Fang Yuan could not help but recall some of his previous life's memories. He was once an oil-collecting goo master. He entered the sea to collect black oil, but it was a dangerous job. He was treading on thin ice. The first problem was oxygen. Secondly, he could not go too deeply. The pressure would kill him. And the sea was not peaceful. There were many fierce beasts underneath. And finally, he needed specialized methods for the black oil. How could mortals not use special methods when collecting immortal materials? Especially if they did not collect the black oil well. It would pollute their bodies. The goo master would be covered in black oil grease. It was hard to remove and carried a disgusting stench. As time passes, it would even corrode the goo master's own mortal body. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had been polluted by this black oil. The old goo master who taught him the method purposely did that so that he would be forced to marry his daughter. He was furious back then and felt like he was plotted against. But thinking about it now, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The teacher had no son or inheritor. He had to do that or he could not impart his family's unique methods to an outsider goo master. He had no choice but to use that tactic. What was wrong with playing safe? It was normal. But back then, Fang Yuan was placed into despair. He had no alternatives. Without specialized methods, he could not clear the black oil pollution. Even if Fang Yuan knew the method, he needed the goo worms to do that. These reasons made him relent. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of his mindset back then. He was very anxious and in pain. He was greatly attracted to the profits of excavating black oil. He secretly swore that he would change the situation. For example, there were waterpath goo worms that could allow him to dive agilely. He could also design some goo worms to resist the water pressure. Currently, he could totally refine a bunch of immortal goo and create a huge quantity of useful mortal goo instantly. But he no longer needed them. Life often threw you into situations like this. At present, you lack some very crucial things, but when you obtain them, you no longer need them. That was why getting things when you needed them the most was called a fortuitous encounter. You had to treasure them if it happened. Back then when I extracted black oil, I almost died. But fortune and calamity come together. I actually met Mo Air when about to die. From that perspective, the old Gu master did something good after all. Fong Yuan showed a complex and deep smile on his face. The white figure appeared in his mind once again. Her expression was both vague and clear at the same time. Her name was Xiehan Mo. Fong Yuan had never forgotten this name, because she was the person he loved the most in his previous life. Several days later, waves ebbed and flowed, crashing into the rocks and creating huge splashes. Putting it crudely, the unnamed island was poor and had treacherous waters. Firstly, the island was small, and secondly, there was earth trench black oil here. Because of the black oil, the resources of other cultivation paths were suppressed. Nothing else could exist here. The greed of humanity was limitless. The concept of human path revolved around reducing deficits and increasing surpluses. The strong grew stronger. Meanwhile, heaven path took away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasized on the balance of all myriad beings. Precisely due to an immortal material like black oil, the unnamed island had almost no other resources. The size of the fishing village had been like this for centuries. Development was slow, and they could only nurture single digits of Gu masters. They were truly few. Right now, at the center of the fishing village, in the village head's house, Fong Yuan was currently fighting against a rank 2 Gu master. Boom, boom, boom. After some clashes, water splashed around. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu master was drenched. He sprawled on the ground weakly. Fong Yuan was using Chu Ying's appearance as he stood on the spot. His arms were behind his back as he smiled lightly. From the start to the finish of this battle, Fong Yuan was standing on the spot, having not moved at all. The rank 2 Gu master stood up weakly as he cupped his fists. Master Chu has incredible methods. I am in great awe. Thank you for the guidance, Master Chu. He was truly in awe. A few days ago, Fong Yuan disguised as a rank 4 Gu master and entered the fishing village openly. He started to interact with the Gu masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a commotion. There were usually no outsiders in the fishing village, especially not a solitary visitor. Fong Yuan's identity was a traveling Gu master. He managed to make his presence in the fishing village. Undeniably, his appearance completely disrupted the original peaceful life of the villagers. Even a mortal without any cultivation would know that a strong Gu master had entered their village. Traveling Gu master. Such Gu masters traveled the world. They had no home. They were usually alone, but some moved in groups of 2 or 3 as well. Traveling Gu masters normally had great strength and few weaknesses. It was common sense. The world outside was not safe. Traveling Gu masters were able to travel around. They naturally had sufficient strength to do so. This was not just in terms of battle strength. They also needed to take care of their accommodation, food, movement, and feeding of Gu worms. Without enough strength, one could not become a traveling Gu master. Thus, when Fong Yuan appeared, the Gu masters in the fishing village became very alert. Fong Yuan's rank 4 Gu master aura was extremely threatening to them. The first time they met, Fong Yuan claimed that he needed to feed Gu. He asked for Gu materials from the old village head. The old village head was the sole rank 3 Gu master in the fishing village. Fong Yuan had searched his soul. He did not dare to reject the request. He had to agree. After the spar, the middle-aged rank 2 Gu master approached the village head. Shutting the door and readying their Gu worms in defense, the two started to talk. The middle-aged Gu master did not speak. He had a bitter and worrying expression. The old village head smiled. Now you know how strong Master Chu is? The middle-aged Gu master nodded. Master Chu has unfathomable strength. Even if we join forces, we will not be his match. For saying so, he looked at the village head with an indignant expression. But why should we give him Gu materials? His Gu worms are hungry. That is his problem. Why must we solve it for him? Most importantly, our inventory was stocked up over the last few generations. He used up almost everything in just a few days. The old village head was silent for a moment before saying with deep meaning. Traveling Gu masters have a certain rule. They usually exchange for Gu materials to feed their Gu worms when they arrive in a new place. These Gu masters are very strong, so local forces would usually not reject them. they would cooperate and improve their relationship. We should treat it as a chance encounter. The middle-aged Goo Master frowned. The anger in his voice became more prominent. Lord Village Head, you said it yourself, they exchange. But this Master Chu directly took the materials. He did not exchange anything for them. So what do you think? What can we do? The old village head looked at the middle-aged Goo Master. The middle-aged Goo Master was stumped. After a few breaths, his anger dissipated. His back became bent as his face was full of bitterness, pain, and helplessness. It is about time. At the other end, Fang Yuan smiled. The conversation between the middle-aged Goo Master and the old village head was under Fang Yuan's supervision. In fact, he knew everything inside this fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea and wanted to take some black oil. But afterwards, he had a flash of inspiration. He changed his idea. Fang Yuan realized, collecting black oil is nothing. The true key is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I should test this situation. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his method. He disguised as a traveling Goo Master to enter the village. The next day, the old village head saw that Fang Yuan had visited him. He was filled with bitterness but still showed a smile on the surface. He bent his back as he said, Master Chu, do you need more Goo materials? Fang Yuan smiled. Old sir, thank you for the hospitality. I am about to leave. The old village head was dazed. Great joy surged in his heart, but he controlled himself. He showed a shocked and sad expression, urging, Master Chu, you are leaving so soon? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We would like to offer you more of our hospitality. Fang Yuan shook his head, joking. Old sir, I have imposed on you for the last few days. If I stay any longer, they might not spar with me anymore, but risk their lives to fight me next. The old village head was shocked as he smiled bitterly. So you know about it. Fang Yuan spoke calmly. I have traveled for many years. How can I not understand your mindset? I do not like to bully the weak, so before I leave, I will leave some things to you. The old village head was joyful but also a little suspicious. He waved his hand. Master Chu, no need for that, you are too kind. Call all of the Goo Masters here. Fang Yuan stopped smiling, he spoke plainly. A moment later, all of the Goo Masters in the village had arrived in the old village head's house, except the middle-aged Goo Master who sparred the previous day. Unfortunately, he went to the deep sea to collect black oil. He is going to miss out today. The old village head explained. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply as he smiled. Village head, you've worried too much. Everyone, look at this goo worm. Fang Yuan opened his hand, showing a rank 2 mortal goo. This goo worm was white and blue. It resembled a seashell and was large as a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan continued. This is water shell goo. It can form a layer of water as a shell on the Goo Master's body to resist the sea's water pressure. Using just this goo worm, you can go 6 li deep into the sea. The Goo Masters in the house went into a commotion. Rank 2 goo worm that can go 6 li down into the sea? Water shell goo. Why have I never heard of it? Fang Yuan smiled. Try it. After trying it for a while, the Goo Masters were overjoyed. They found that this goo worm had another advantage. It used very little primeval essence. This is a really rare and precious rank 2 goo, someone said with a trembling voice. It is a pity there is only one. This person immediately got fierce stares from the village head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, everyone will get it. Saying so, he took out more water shell goo. Everyone had their own one. Almost 10 water shell goo were handed out. Only one remained in Fang Yuan's hands. He passed it to the old village head. Give this to him. The old village head was very moved. He apologized in a choked-up voice. I was wrong, Master Chu is truly magnanimous. Fang Yuan gathered the Goo Masters in the village. The old village head was afraid that Fang Yuan was trying to wipe them out. What should he do? That was not impossible at all. People were hard to understand, especially when this was a stranger. Thus, the old village head placed the middle-aged Goo Master, his future successor, in a secret location. He was afraid of Fang Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's act of giving the water shell goo made the old village head extremely happy and also ashamed. But Fong Yuan had just started. "This is water shell goo's recipe. I will give it to you." Fong Yuan gave out 10 goo recipes to the goo masters present. They were all stunned. Giving goo worms and giving recipes were two different concepts entirely. "Master Chu, how can we take it?" The old village head received the recipe with trembling hands. "No worries. Take a look at the content." Fong Yuan waved his hand. Everyone took a look as someone shouted, "Oh heavens! The core goo material of this water shell goo is the spiral seashell on the shore of our island's beach. The goo materials of this recipe can all be found on our island." Immediately after, someone shouted. Fong Yuan nodded. "I have some insight in goo refinement. These last days, after sparring with several goo masters, I understood your lifestyle and cultivation method. While inspecting this island, I tried to look for useful materials. I created this goo recipe for your village. You must accept it." As he said that, Fong Yuan saw that the old village head had knelt down on the ground in an instant. The old village head kowtowed as he said, "I was too blind to see Mount Tai. I did not know that Master Chu was such a genius in goo refinement. I am too ashamed. I actually misunderstood Master Chu's kindness." Before the old village head finished, Fong Yuan helped him to stand up as he smiled and said, "Old sir, don't say that. I am someone who believes that a droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The goo materials I got from you were very helpful for my problem. Our encounter is a type of fortune. We need to treasure it. 2-inch, but I have just created this water shell goo. I am not sure of its exact value in reality. Why don't you select a few people to enter the sea with me? We can collect some black oil and test out its actual effect." "We will do as you say." Vague water ripples were moving before the eyes. In extreme tranquility, a group of goo masters dived into the sea. The light above them became dimmer. The surrounding seawater was emitting greater pressure on them. Someone started to use water shell goo. The water shell goo that Fong Yuan invented was simply amazing. Almost the instant it was activated, the fishing village's goo masters felt their pressure reducing. Their bodies felt relaxed, as if they had discarded a ton of dead weight. The goo masters all showed joyful expressions, even though they had already tested water shell goo in their village earlier. But at this time, someone suddenly made an alert signal. A large number of weaving sea spiders were approaching them. These sea spiders moved very quickly underwater. They would split up when they encountered prey, shooting out their spider webs that would entangle the prey before they attacked. Seeing this group of sea spiders, the fishing village's goo masters turned pale. Even the rank 3 village head was full of fear. He could not calm down. The sea spider group was huge, and they were most skilled at fighting with numbers, to defeat a stronger enemy with collective effort. Many sea creatures would often die to them due to a battle of attrition. Even rank 3 goo masters were not their match in a drawn-out fight. The deep sea had too much danger. On the surface, the sea was calm, but under the sea, undercurrents surged. Dangers lurked everywhere. "No need to worry," Fong Yuan transmitted before waving his hand at the crucial moment. At the next moment, the goo masters of the fishing village were so shocked their eyes almost popped out. A huge whirlpool formed instantly. It crashed into the sea spiders. It was like a tornado that swept away all of the sea spiders in it. "Quickly leave. I cannot sustain it for long," Fong Yuan said purposely. The fishing village's goo masters realized at once and quickly dived deeper. After they got to a safe distance, the goo masters turned back to look. The whirlpool had started to dissipate. The sea spiders were completely disoriented. They had low intelligence and moved according to instinct. Seeing that the prey vanished, they gathered again and moved away. The goo masters relaxed at long last. Their gazes towards Fong Yuan was filled with admiration and reverence. The goo masters who fought against Fong Yuan earlier finally saw how powerful this Master Chu was. And most importantly, his method was very wise. If they fought in the sea, the blood would attract more problems. Trapping but not killing, that was the work of an expert. The group continued to move with Fong Yuan as their guardian. They met with no danger. Sea spiders were just one of the lurking dangers. Oil-collecting goo masters faced hundreds of types of aquatic beasts. Sometimes, they would even get swept into special currents. helplessly moving along with them. In the following journey, some problems still occurred, but they were not disasters like the sea spiders. Diving and stopping continuously after some hard work, they finally reached the earth trench. They did not need to dive into the earth trench because there was a lot of black oil here already. There had been no goo immortals who came to excavate them. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, some gushes of black oil leaked outside. These black oil streams were like octopuses with long tentacles. They also seemed like seaweed, messy and scattered. The fishing village's goo masters quickly used their goo worms to get close to the leaking black oil. They started to collect the oil, moving around like worker bees. Fang Yuan did not act, he watched from afar. These goo worms specially used to collect black oil were the core and vital goo of these goo masters. Fang Yuan did not ask them about this in their previous interactions because it was taboo, but with his ability, he could understand everything with just a single look. His refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level was not a joke. The number one resource around this unnamed island is black oil. When I use this black oil as material to refine goo worms for them, their efficiency will increase. While he was thinking of this, suddenly, a huge group of seashell sharks approached them. These sharks opened their bloodthirsty mouths, full of shells that were used as sharp teeth. The seashell sharks were very special. They began life without teeth. Instead, when they grew up, they would choose seashells in the sea and put them in their mouths. As time passed, these seashells would take root and grow. The more years that pass, the whiter and tougher they would become. The seashell sharks would use the shells as teeth to tear prey that were stronger than seashell sharks apart. This special relationship made infant seashell sharks very weak, but when they reach adulthood, they would be overlords of the sharks. This group of sharks were attacking, be it individual or group strength, they far surpassed the sea spiders. But the fishing village goo masters were not afraid. They moved around the black oil terrain with ease and agility. From time to time, they would spray the black oil that they collected as barriers to shield themselves. Seashell sharks were huge and could not move easily in this black oil area. If the oil stuck to them, they would become slower and even struggle to move as the oil got thicker. The fishing village goo masters used the territory to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil as food. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were slowly devoured by the black oil. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. All of their flesh, bone and blood would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material that contained food path down marks. It was not safe. The earth trench filled with black oil was a dangerous area. Fang Yuan saw this as he sighed in his heart. He remembered that, in the 500 years of his previous life, he had once seen how the black oil devoured its prey for the first time. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights, of the black oil sticking onto him and slowly devouring him without any hope of salvation. Normally speaking, oil-collecting goo masters would work in groups. They were afraid that the black oil would stick to them and kill them in the process of collection. But the oil-collecting goo masters in the fishing village would not form groups. It was too easy for disputes to arise, and encountering dangerous situations might cause everyone to perish. Right now, everyone grouped together, but it was a special situation. I advise that you try to drag out the seashell sharks that are trapped. These are all usable goo materials. Fang Yuan transmitted. Master Chu, these seashell sharks are polluted by the black oil. The old village head hesitated. Don't worry, I have a way to remove the black oil. Trust me. These seashell sharks are very useful for you. Fang Yuan smiled. He had designed a goo recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main material. Without water shell goo, these goo masters would not believe him. But after Fang Yuan displayed such strength, the old village head stopped hesitating. He ordered, "You all heard him, hurry up and do it. But be careful. Don't let the black oil stick to you. It is too troublesome otherwise." Not just troublesome. The price would be huge. Black oil was an immortal material. Once it got stuck, the food path Dao marks would be carved onto the goo master's body. Just the problem of conflicting Dao marks would be fatal, and because they had mortal bodies, they could not endure the corrosion of the black oil. 1 inch, don't worry. I can remove the black oil on you even if it sticks to you. Fang Yuan spoke. His words made the goo masters overjoyed, but even with his assurance, the goo masters still acted carefully. They were afraid of touching this beloved and accursed black oil. The seashell sharks were all dragged out. Most were not dead, they still had some vitality. Falling into the black oil would not cause suffocation immediately. At this time, a small surprise occurred. Look at what I found? A trapped mermaid. A goo master dragged out a mermaid corpse. Her body was covered in black oil, her appearance could not be seen, but from her build, it seemed to be a girl. She has some life force left, the goo master who saved the mermaid said with surprise. Let me. Fang Yuan acted. The goo masters were very shocked, because they saw that the black oil moved like an obedient child, getting away from the mermaid and gathering in front of Fang Yuan as a big black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. Such methods. How much black oil can he get each time? Goo masters were in admiration and envy. Their respect towards Fang Yuan increased again. Don't worry, with me around, you will all be safe. Fang Yuan's action was just to reassure these people. But at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His sight was stuck on the mermaid's face. He went into a daze. Mo-air. At this depth, the sea was entirely pitch black. But Fang Yuan's vision was dark green. Alright, this new goo that I exchanged for is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Fang Yuan was quite happy. The deep sea was complex. One could not shine light here carelessly, or predators might be lured to oneself unknowingly. In this dark green area, there were some deep black patches. They were black oil, of course. The black oil tangled and weaved together like huge pythons. They were almost still, but the visual impact was huge. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The gills on his face moved as they took in oxygen from seawater, allowing him to breathe underwater. Calming down, he carefully approached the black oil. He stretched out his arms and stopped when he was several meters away from the black oil. Next, he activated his goo worm. A bright blue light slowly gathered in his palms. The two blue lights formed into beams of light that shined into the black oil. Droplets and lumps of black oil flowed along the blue light beams and slowly gathered into Fang Yuan's palms. Fang Yuan's palms were like two bottomless holes sucking in black oil. Time passed, but Fang Yuan continued to keep his alertness up. He not only maintained his investigative methods on the surroundings, he also paid attention to the primeval essence storage in his aperture. Because he used multiple goo worms at once, Fang Yuan's primeval essence expenditure was not low. After a while, he reached a critical level. It is time to stop and return to the sea surface. Sigh, my aptitude is too low. If I had a great aptitude, I would be able to last much longer. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he stopped using his goo worms, preparing to leave. But in the process of leaving, an accident happened. Suddenly, a huge force emerged in the peaceful sea, sending Fang Yuan flying. Oh no, an impact current. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He wanted to use goo worms to escape. These impact currents seemed like normal seawater, but when life forms entered them, they would emit a strong pushing force. Bam, bam, bam. In the process of escaping, Fang Yuan met with several impact currents. His bones were fractured and blood oozed out of his nose and mouth. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide opened and bloodshot. He tried to find a way to escape this predicament. But he was not in the best condition. He had used a lot of his primeval essence. At the same time, the scale of these impact currents was huge and Fang Yuan lacked the method to deal with them. He could only dodge using his luck. Soon, Fang Yuan expended all his primeval essence. An impact current from behind pushed him into the black oil. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan could not escape. He watched as the black oil stuck to him, before it spread and devoured him. His primeval essence was used up, but thankfully the gills were made from transformation path goo worms. They could last for some time. But this was truly his last few moments. This is the final moment of my life, Sai. I wanted to accumulate more black oil to gather wealth and exchange for a way to get rid of my black oil corrosion from the market. But now, I do not need to worry about this problem anymore. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He fell into deep despair. Eventually, the black oil completely covered him. His body was enveloped by the black oil. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Fong Yuan was completely peaceful in his heart. Or rather, more accurately, he was indifferent. Towards his death, he was indifferent about it. All right, so be it if I die. After coming to this world, after so many years, I have been wandering from place to place. I am just too tired, too tired. Who can truly avoid death? I might as well rest now. Fong Yuan shut his eyes. After some unknown period of time, he slowly regained his senses. In a daze, he heard someone who was around him speak. Saintess, why did you save this mortal goo master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintess, this is clearly an oil-collecting goo master. This sea area belongs to us mermen. He is a thief that steals our black oil. He is too shameless. We can let him die on his own. At this time, a kind and refreshing voice resounded. Since we met, how can we leave him in the lurch? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is still a living being. Humans bully us, but a lone goo master like him is innocent. He is here to steal black oil, but how much can a person take? He took such risks to steal black oil. It shows how ostracized and troubled he is. Why should we be stingy in helping him? Saintess, you are just too kind. Is that fine? He is not anyone important. He is too lowly. There is no use in saving him. Fong Yuan tried his best and slowly managed to open his eyes. His field of vision was still blur. He saw 3 vague figures. White, blue, and red. Human body, fish tails. From the blur figures, he could tell that they were 3 mermen. Merman was a type of variant human. They could breathe underwater naturally and live. Mermen were attached to rivers and water bodies. They were most skilled at water path. Be they male or female, they were very beautiful and good-looking. Thank you. I will repay this kindness. May I know your names? Fong Yuan spoke with difficulty. His hoarse voice became smoother as he talked. But this was his current limit. His body was too weak. He could not muster any strength. These words were all that he could say. Humph, we do not need your repayment. If not for Saintess, we would not save a dirty human like you. You do not need to know our names, but Saintess is named Siehan Mo. You should remember it. Etch this into your memory forever. You were incredibly lucky to have been saved by Saintess. All right, you two, enough. The white figure sighed in a gentle voice. She said to Fong Yuan, even though you feel weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You were corroded by black oil earlier. I cannot heal this injury in one try, but I have left you a goo worm. You can heal yourself with it. Saying so, the white figure brought her 2 attendants and left, getting out of Fong Yuan's vision. Fong Yuan wanted to speak, but he had exhausted his strength. He could not speak. The extreme fatigue and weakness had his vision turn black again. This was what happened in the 500 years of his previous life. Fong Yuan's gaze became clear. He returned from his recollection. At this time, he had already led the fishing village's goo masters back to the island. This was one of the old village heads' houses. It was not dark. At dusk, the lingering rays of light entered the room through the windows. Outside the window, seagulls were flying around the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid who was saved was a young woman. She was still unconscious now. After Fong Yuan saved her, her pale face had started to become rosy again. She had thick eyelashes that casted shadows on her face. Looking at this mermaid girl, Fong Yuan was absent-minded for a bit. Looking at her carefully, she did not look like Siehan Mo from Fong Yuan's memories. Their appearances were very different, even though both of them were equally beautiful. They are only similar in disposition and the biggest difference between this mermaid girl and Siehan Mo was the color of their scales. Mermen had human bodies and fish tails. Their scales were of varying colors. Blue and red were common, while white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermen and mermaids could become saints and saintesses, while black-scaled were treated as cursed and inauspicious. They would be killed the moment they were born. Their parents were often the killers. Siehan Mo was a white-scaled mermaid. She was the saintess of the merman tribe. And this mermaid girl had blue scales. It was very common among mermen. Master Chu, At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged Gu master arrived at the door. Fang Yuan nodded lightly as they came in. After collecting black oil from the deep sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged Gu master, they looked at Fang Yuan with utmost respect. On one hand, Fang Yuan had unfathomable strength, and on the other hand, Fang Yuan gave them immense benefits. Water shell Gu was so useful, they had all experienced it on this trip. And most importantly, Fang Yuan promised after returning that he was going to create a Gu worm for them. This Gu worm would be very useful to them. Master Chu, food has been prepared. Should you? The old village head smiled. I will take care of her, don't worry, master. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you, the middle-aged Gu master added. Fang Yuan looked at the mermaid girl as he shook his head. He walked out of the house. No need to see me. When she wakes up, get her to leave. Even though this is the territory of humans, and her action is akin to stealing, in my opinion, she has a hard life. Give me some face and let her off. Master Chu, don't worry. We will not find trouble with her. Yeah, all these years, there had been many mermen who came here to steal black oil. We have always tried to turn a blind eye to it. After all, we cannot finish extracting all the black oil under the sea. It is fine to share some. The old village head chuckled. Fang Yuan nodded. He had already gotten whatever information he needed from the old village head and this young mermaid girl through soul search. There was something interesting. In the outside world, merfolk had lower status than humans. Both sides had huge conflicts and often fought. But here, merfolk and humans had better relationships, they interacted a lot and were at peace. There were even instances of marriage between them. It seems that this grotto heaven is the paradise of humans and also merfolk. Inside the small house there was a huge turbulence. Dark red lights moved like waves, surging around Fang Yuan. He was refining Gu. His 10 fingers were outstretched. His 2 hands were holding onto an eerie ball. This ball was basin-sized, it was flowing on the surface. This was the essence of the black oil that Fang Yuan extracted. The Gu refinement was already at the late stage, now was a crucial moment. Fang Yuan willed as a crack opened in his immortal aperture's entrance. He took out a piece of shiny golden scale. The scale flew into the black oil ball, causing a small explosion. In Fang Yuan's vision, he saw that the instant the black oil ball exploded, it expanded rapidly. At the same time, the golden light shined in the black oil ball, before condensing into a small dot. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers vibrated. The black oil ball floated into the air and started to revolve around itself. During the process, the golden light continued to flicker. A stench started to spread. These were the impurities that Fang Yuan expelled. The stench was about to permeate out of the house when the immortal formation's light flickered. It was like a pot lid that was blue in color. It trapped the stench and prevented it from going out. This stench was an immortal material containing food path. It was more terrifying than the black oil. If mortals came into contact with it, they would die. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement was already immortal level, because it involved 2 immortal materials. One was the black oil, the other was the golden scale. It was pulled from a desolate beast golden dragonfish. After a series of deductions, Fang Yuan found that the golden dragonfish and the black oil had a high level of compatibility. One scale was not enough, of course. Fang Yuan continued to toss in more golden scales. The black oil ball slowly turned into a black gold color. A lot of incomplete Gu worm silhouettes were seen in the ball. Fang Yuan was trying to refine gather oil Gu. This was specially made for the Gu masters of the fishing village. Fang Yuan created the recipe himself. He also used the information in Shadow Sect's True Inheritance and Lang Ya's True Inheritance as reference. Fang Yuan was truly trying to help the fishing village's oil-collecting Gu masters. The reason? It was because of the Merit Obelisk's mission. What was merit? Fang Yuan had been thinking about this problem from the start. Were the missions on the Merit Obelisk so simple? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he could feel a certain objective that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was trying to achieve. Thus, helping these fishing village Gu masters was meant to complete the mission and also to ascertain the conjecture that Fang Yuan had in his mind. Fang Yuan did bad things without feeling any remorse. Similarly, he did good things without any changes in emotion. To be honest, He had already become indifferent towards good deeds and bad deeds. He did not care about kindness or evil. In this world, there were only two things, those that benefited him and those that harmed him. Right now, in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would be willing to commit good deeds to ensure that he gains the maximum benefits. Xia Lin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. I am not dead. After being in a daze momentarily, she reacted and her eyes started to shine. You are quite a lucky mermaid. If we found you any later, you would be dead. You would be corroded into black oil. The middle-aged Gu Master saw that the mermaid woke up and walked into the room. My name is Xia Lin. Did you save me? The mermaid girl struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should really thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged Gu Master smiled as he spoke. The mermaid girl inspected herself upon the reminder. She was extremely happy after that. Unbelievable! I was corroded by the black oil and was heavily injured. Even the greatest healing Gu Master in my tribe would not be able to save me. But I am completely healed now. The middle-aged Gu Master smiled arrogantly. Of course! It was Master Chu who saved you after all. Saying so, the middle-aged Gu Master thought of the scene when Fang Yuan saved her. He made all of the Gu Masters dazzled. Most of them could not regain their senses after a long while. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay this kindness? The mermaid girl pursed her lips. She showed a firm expression. Sir, please bring me to him, no matter the price. I must repay him. All right, follow me. The middle-aged Gu Master considered it for a moment before walking out of the room. The mermaid girl Xia Lin forced herself up. She used a Gu worm to create a wave that carried her as she moved behind the middle-aged Gu Master. The two went into an estate. They got past the garden and arrived in front of Fang Yuan's house. Rumble. Suddenly, a black golden light burst up into the sky from the small house. This is what happened. This phenomenon could be seen from all over the surroundings. Many of the Gu Masters in the village were alerted as they came to observe. After dinner, Master Chu said that he was going to refine Gu. He locked himself in the room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village head watched as he said, This means that Master Chu's Gu refinement has already made progress. Master Chu's Gu refinement attainment is simple too profound. Look at this scene. His Gu refinement must not be simple at all. Thanks for stating the obvious. Master Chu is extraordinary. How can he be simple? Xia Lin listened carefully. These Gu Masters' conversation made her think of a supreme Gu Master expert. He must have white hair, a kind temperament, a cool and composed nature, great strength, and immense kindness and magnanimity. As the dark gold light faded, a fragrance spread around the area. A huge hole was created at the roof of the small house. A moment later, the door of the small house was pushed open. Fang Yuan walked out. The fishing village's Gu Masters were all waiting in anticipation. The moment Fang Yuan came out, they bowed and greeted, Master Chu! The mermaid girl Xia Lin looked at Fang Yuan curiously. It turned out that Master Chu was so young. She did not expect this. She quickly knelt down. Master Chu, you saved my life. I need to repay this kindness even if I have to break all the bones in my body. 2-inch no need. It was just a simple matter. Fang Yuan gave the mermaid girl a glance. She was not Xiehan Mo after all. The deceased had already passed on. She was gone with the wind. 2 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. Oh, a new mission appeared. Fang Yuan's gaze focused on the changes of the obelisk. There were 10 missions originally, now there were still 10, but most of the content had changed. On another side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had changed too. I am third. Fang Yuan soon found his ranking. He was a little joyful, his guesses were already affirmed. Looking at this from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit was helping others. It was the action of good deeds. Fang Yuan saw his ranking and compared it with the others, he was sure. If he did this alone and collected the black oil personally, he would not place third. Of course, helping these Gu Masters without putting in work was not possible too. Thus, after refining Gather Oil Gu, He distributed them and went into the sea, collecting most of the black oil, leaving only a small amount for the fishing village's goo masters. At the base of the merit obelisk, there were some scattered information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As he expected, these were left behind by Miao Mingxin and others. They had recorded their findings. Some found that humans and mermen lived together in peace with equal statuses. Some chose difficult missions, even though they killed the desolate beast. Many humans were implicated and lost their lives. When they returned, they found that they were at the bottom of the ranking. Some understood that the meaning of the merit board was to do good deeds and help people, but they had only guessed it. The conjecture was not confirmed. These Gu immortals were chosen by Miao Mingxin personally. They were not idiots. Miao Mingxin's discovery made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the first group who came in here. There were Gu immortals who entered before. The most valuable information came from Feng Jiang. He found that there was a forbidden area in this paradise. It was a sea area that people called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. In legend, after Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable turned this grotto heaven into a paradise. He suppressed a supreme demon in this sea area. He set up a super immortal formation to make him regret and repent. Thus, this supreme demon's cries of regret could be heard in the sea area all the time. Fang Yuan saw this information. The name of a Gu worm appeared in his mind. Regret Gu. Fang Yuan dropped an information path mortal Gu casually in front of rank 8 immortal Gu house merit obelisk. Inside this Gu worm, Fang Yuan truthfully mentioned his experience of collecting black oil on the small island, as well as his experiment towards the merit board. If Gu immortals arrived after him, they would see this intel as well. There was no need to hide anything. Firstly, they had their own guesses already, and secondly, it was easy to verify. Fang Yuan might as well reveal this before they had experimented. Or rather, in plain words, this secret is not a secret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set up this true inheritance intentionally. He wants people to carry out acts of kindness. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. At this point, Fang Yuan was already fully convinced that this was Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals leave behind their respective inheritances. This was the greatest cultural trait of this world. Every inheritance contained the person's markings, their style, or their important unfulfilled wishes. For example, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was to take revenge on Guyu clan. Even in death, he wanted revenge. Thus, he left the video behind of the Guyu clan leader's defeat. He dug the underground cave and lured Fang Yuan to destroy the Guyu clan's spirit spring. Or like 88 Truyong building, this was the luck path true inheritance left by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The goal was to help the entire Huangjin bloodline to maintain their rule of the region. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's act of helping his descendants. And Heifan's true inheritance. Heifan originally intended to pass everything to his granddaughter. But with twists of fate, his wishes were not fulfilled. And Shadowsek's true inheritance, if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not failed and was not captured by Heavenly Court, this true inheritance would not exist. But against his wishes, he was captured and Fang Yuan remained as his lingering hope in this desperate situation. To increase his strength, Spectral Soul formed Shadowsek's true inheritance. Every inheritance was different. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was different from the rest. It was filled with serenity, kindness, warmth, and light. If one day I fail and die, having no hope left at all, I will leave my inheritance behind as well. Fang Yuan thought. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived, struggled, and fought in this world for so long, he had already assimilated into it. 3. If he created a Fang Yuan true inheritance, he would encourage his inheritor to pursue eternal life as well. 3. Time passed quickly. 70 to 80 days went by. During this period, Fang Yuan did many missions. His name started to move up the rankings on the merit board. Swish, swish, swish. Ebb and flow. The moist sea breeze landed on his face. Fang Yuan had arrived at the sea market. He took a mission. It was to punish an unscrupulous merchant in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in Eastern Sea. They varied in sizes, being small, middle, large, and super sea markets. If one classified them according to time, there would be temporary and permanent sea markets. The sea market was the place where cultivation resources were gathered and exchanged. In this paradise, there were sea markets as well. This was a permanent sea market. Even though it was not open all year round, most of the time during the year it was open. The core of the sea market was an island. This island would be submerged for a period each year. That was the time the sea market closed. When the island emerges, the sea market would open. Outside the island, there were many gu houses in the shape of boats. Their decks would be linked together to form this peripheral sea market. Standing on the deck, Fang Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human gu masters and also mermen. There were many mermen, almost half of the population. This was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the dominant race. The other variant humans were all suppressed and had no living space. They had to live while keeping a low profile. Come. Take a look. This is a superb crystal coral. There are 3 gu house riverboats left. Quickly buy them before they are sold out. Purchasing grand soil. I will buy as many as you can sell. Shouting, clamoring, and bargaining noises were everywhere. They entered Fang Yuan's ears as he felt a sense of liveliness around him. Large numbers of gu masters were displaying goods on the deck and creating their stalls. Very few mortals were in charge of the businesses. Fang Yuan went past gu house after gu house, going towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. The mission was to punish an unscrupulous merchant, and he was on the island. Of course, the mission was just a secondary objective. His true goal was to obtain intel. This sea market was the closest to demon suppression regret crying sea. Because there was a large number of gu masters and forces here, Fang Yuan had a high chance of getting useful information about regret gu here. Even though Fang Yuan had arrived here for a long time, he did not manage to enter demon suppression regret crying sea even once. Inside this paradise, gu immortals did not have much freedom of mobility. Like the first mission, he could only move around the island. There was a limit to the distance he could go. Every mission had this same restriction. To return to the merit obelisk, all the gu immortal had to do was to recite return 3 times in their mind. From this, Fang Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's powerful methods. Even with Fang Yuan's deep foundations and rank 8 cultivation level, he could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had not stopped researching about this merit obelisk and the paradise. Other than that, gu immortals were also restricted in communication. Firstly, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven or the outside world. Secondly, they could not talk to each other. Precisely so, they had to use the crude method of leaving information path mortal gu in front of the merit obelisk. This should be the place. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. He was at a gambling den. The door had 3 words written on it, Golden Jade House. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It was a place of highest authority in this sea market. Ordinary gu masters could not enter. This place had strict security. But how could mortal methods stop Fang Yuan? I should attempt the rock gambling too. Fang Yuan smiled to himself. One punishing the unscrupulous merchant did not mean killing them. Fang Yuan was a merchant once. He had managed his own gambling den. He knew what the perfect way to make a gambling den merchant suffer was. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stepped in. Memories surfaced in his mind once again. Ha ha ha, who will gamble with me? Even the Saintess is afraid. Would you people dare? A muscular merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human gu masters and mermen. Most of the mermen were looking at him angrily. They could only grit their teeth. This Luda is too despicable. He dares to provoke Saintess openly in the sea market. He does not have the guts. He is merely backed by Frost Tide Tribe's leader. This cannot go on. It will sully Saintess' reputation. What do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards looked at each other in worry. So what? Xiehanemo smiled. Let him be arrogant. No matter how much reputation I lose, he cannot shake my foundation. Since he is doing this to provoke me now, it means they are already panicking. We do not need to bother with this. We can win if we continue with our original plan. Hearing this, the red-scaled and blue-scaled guards felt a sense of realization. Saintess is right. This Luda is just a dancing clown. But I feel really bad for letting Saintess suffer such a humiliation. Can't any of our mermen stand up to face this Luda? Xiahan Emo smiled. Luda is a rank 4 expert. He has reputation built over a decade in this sea market. I understand why no mermen are standing up for us. We need to understand their circumstances. As she said that, a voice reverberated in the area. I will gamble with you. Who was it? Who dared to challenge Luda's authority? Everyone turned to look. A human goo master walked out of the crowd. Xiahanamo was stunned as the 2 guards said, It's the human goo master we saved. The merman goo master Luda was very surprised. He frowned as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying in a grim tone, Human goo master, these are the affairs of mermen? You really want to interfere? To speak the truth, your saintess saved my life before. I need to repay this debt. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He spoke to Luda without fear. This lad? We did not waste our effort in saving him. The 2 guards nodded. Xiahanamo sighed. Let's go out. He is an outsider. We cannot let him sacrifice himself for nothing. The 2 guards were surprised. They quickly stopped her. Saintess, you analyzed the situation earlier. We cannot show up. Once we do, we will fall into their trap. In the den, Luda had a sinister expression as he laughed from anger. Good. Human goo master, since you want to die, don't blame me. I have already explained the rules of the gamble. Let's go. I will let you choose first. We will see who finds better goo worms. You can choose first. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with mysterious light as he smiled calmly. The first round was quick. Fang Yuan won. The second round took a lot longer, but Fang Yuan still won. Human goo master, I underestimated you. Tell me your name. You are qualified to take up space in my memory. Luda had a solemn expression. He looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. I am Guyu Fang Yuan, remember that. I owned gambling dens in the past. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his voice. The final round. Go ahead. Luda chose a rock silently. Next, he shattered all of the rocks in the den. You are breaking the rules. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Luda laughed. Rules? I said that both sides cannot attack each other. But that does not include these rocks. I can confirm that this rock contains a goo worm. While you are empty-handed, no matter what goo worm I have, you are bound to lose. Lad, you dared to interfere with just rank 3 cultivation level, and especially in the sea market that I have managed for a decade. Hee, you can suicide. I won't have to dirty my hands. Fang Yuan raised his fists, ready to fight a battle to the death. Hold up. Everyone moved aside to open up a pathway as Xiahan Mo walked into the den with a cold expression. Pushing aside his memories, Fang Yuan walked into Golden Jade House. This gambling den was quite high-end. There were tens of huge rocks in the hall. Behind the hall were many rooms with an assortment of rock-dissecting goo worms for the customers to enjoy using. Of course, experienced rock-dissecting goo masters were also ready on site. Whether these rocks contained goo worms, Fang Yuan could easily find out. He was a goo immortal. Immortal investigative methods could find mortal goo with ease. Similarly, even if the goo worm inside was extremely weakened, he could heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget that Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme. He could obtain basically all the mortal goo that were currently here with great ease. Of course, there existed such things as immortal rocks as well, or rather, immortal materials. After immortal goo seal themselves and hibernate, the corresponding Dao marks immortal material would form on their surface. Most immortal investigative methods would be ineffective against them. Fang Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when suddenly, he heard some commotion behind the hall. You are dishonest, Mermaid Xiaolin shouted with anger and shock. I'm dishonest? How so? This is clearly recorded in the information path goo worm. Even though you returned a sum, a large portion has not been repaid. Standing before the mermaid was a merman. He was large like a bear. There was a scar on his face, giving him a sinister aura. You. Xiaolin pointed at the merman with red eyes. You guys are shameless. You changed the agreement details. Our contract was 10% interest, but you raised it to 60%. The scarred merman's face became solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a vicious gaze. Young lady, you cannot spread fake news like that. Are you trying to ruin our reputation? This is detrimental to our business? Who would come to our shop after this? Can you bear the cost of our losses? Screw you. Even if I die, I will expose this shop's evil deeds. The scarred merman changed his tone as he said eerily, Die? You are too naive sometimes. Being alive is worse than dying. Light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This was a familiar voice. He was reminded of the mermaid girl from a few months ago. Why was she here? Xia Lin's tears fell from her face. Several months ago, her only family member, her grandfather, died. Merman Sea funerals were very expensive. In order to bury her grandfather, she had to borrow primeval stones. To repay the debt, she had to take a risk and collect black oil, almost dying in the earth trench as a result. Fortunately, she met Fang Yuan and was saved miraculously. Xia Lin also obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Her efficiency in collecting oil increased. She quickly gathered a huge amount of primeval stones from selling oil. She brought these primeval stones to Golden Jade House to repay the debt, but this shop was too shameless. They actually changed her agreement terms. Xia Lin had the urge to die. Her only family was gone. She was all alone in this world. She was ostracized by her tribe since a young age. All these circumstances made her feel lost and dejected. The world had turned gray. She could not find any joy in living. What is so scary about death? I'll die and end it all. Thinking of this, Xia Lin took action with a yell. Swoosh! An explosion was heard as a torrent was shot out. The scarred merman did not expect that in this situation, a rank 2 Gu master would dare to attack him, a rank 3 in his territory, the Golden Jade House. The scarred merman was caught unprepared. He was washed away by the torrent, crashing into the wall as many decorations shattered. The commotion was huge. The Gu masters who were quietly choosing and dissecting rocks all came to watch. A large number of eyes turned to look at Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? Hee, what else could it be? This Golden Jade House must have tricked the innocent again. Quiet. This Golden Jade House's owner is the tyrant around here. I heard that Golden Jade House often acts as loan sharks and exploits low-ranked Gu masters. Let's not attract trouble. This is the problem of mermen. We humans have nothing to do with it. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have such guts to attack me. I will make you wish you were dead. He walked towards Xia Lin. She was pale with fright, suppressed by his aura, but she gritted her teeth and did not step back. The distance between the two shortened. When the scarred merman was about to attack, he heard a voice. Wait! The scarred merman's actions stopped. He changed his expression of anger and ruthlessness as he lowered his head towards the person. Shopkeeper, what brings you here? This was Golden Jade House's owner, a big-bellied yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned. He shouted at the scarred merman. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop? Shopkeeper, she... Before the scarred merman finished his words, he was interrupted. How many times have I told you? We need to act peacefully. Peace brings fortune. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The scarred merman did not dare to retort. He nodded like an obedient child. A chill emerged in Xia Lin's heart. She had gone through lots of difficulty. Being brought up by her grandfather, she had experienced the bright and dark sides of life. Someone who can make this scarred merman so respectful must be more terrifying. Xia Lin knew this clearly. She looked at this yellow-scaled merman. Her alertness was raised to its limit. The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xia Lin for some time before speaking. Little lady, don't worry. I am an understanding person. With me around, I will ensure that nobody attacks you. But I want you to be reasonable as well. Your debt is in black and white. Do you want to deny it? Hearing this, Xia Lin felt enraged. You guys were shameless. You changed the terms on your own, from 10% to 60% interest. I do not owe you anything. I already repaid my debt. The yellow-scaled merman smiled even brighter now. Little lady, to think that your acting skills are so profound at such a young age. But it is no use. No matter how convincing you are, without evidence you cannot prove anything. We have the agreement here. It is clearly stated. Everyone can tell who is in the wrong. You. Xia Lin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman, unable to say anything from anger. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he waved his hand. Forget it. You are a young girl. I will not bully you. Others might say that my Golden Jade house is bullying customers. How about this? Repay half the debt and I will let you go without any other problems. I am already very sincere. If you return it now, you will only pay 30% interest. Isn't that market rate? Tell me which moneylender isn't operating at this price? You said that we had a 10% interest? Who would believe you? Try and find it outside. Which shop would give that price? Xiaolin's chest was bobbing up and down. Her eyes were reddened. The market was 30%. That was precisely why she borrowed from Golden Jade House. But to think that it was a trap, she had gotten scammed. Seeing that Xiaolin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path mortal goo. This is our loan agreement. If you return the money, I will return you this goo now. Xiaolin was stunned before sneering. I do not have enough primeval stones. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped. Don't worry. You can use goo worms instead. I know you have a gather oil goo. You can use it to repay your debt. Xiaolin heard this and realized at once. So that is your true goal? You want my gather oil goo? Humph. This is a rank 5 goo. Are you insane? Even if I die, you won't get this goo. The surrounding goo masters went into a commotion upon hearing this. Gather oil goo? Did I hear wrongly? That rumored rank 5 goo that is the hot topic recently? I heard it has incredible efficiency in gathering black oil. Not just incredible, it is superb. Even though gather oil goo is rank 5, it does not expend primeval essence but the goo master's bone marrow. Even rank 1 goo masters can use it. I heard that some people overused the gather oil goo and killed themselves. Sigh, those people have no restraint. If they use bone path goo worms with it, gather oil goo is very safe. Clap, clap, clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart girl. I am sure you know the logic that fortune attract wolves. How can a rank 2 goo master like you own a rank 5 goo? Take it out. Even if I let you off, others will still come after you. Hand it over and live a stable life? Isn't that better? No. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a scumbag like you. Xia Lin resisted with determination. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. It was difficult to take someone else's goo worm. She only needed one thought to self-detonate the goo. By then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would be ruined. The best situation was for Xia Lin to hand it over. Otherwise, he could use theft path methods. But theft path goo masters did not exist in this paradise. And even if there were theft path goo masters, stealing a rank 5 goo was too hard. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered. He had already planned this and expected the situation. He could not force Xia Lin too harshly now, thus he took a step back. How about this? I will give you a chance, but you must do the same. We can gamble. Gamble? We will gamble rocks and see who excavates goo, and if we both do, which one is better. We will decide the winner from 2 out of 3 victories. Xia Lin smiled coldly. You are unscrupulous and went back on your words. How can I trust you after you changed the terms earlier? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it. He suddenly waved his hand as an information path mortal goo flew to Xia Lin. Xia Lin received it with deep shock. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans, they had their racial religion, they believed in the sea god. Making an oath using the sea god's name was a huge matter. It proved that he was very sincere. Almost every merman's faith was in the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said again in a sincere way, What are you hesitating for? Rock gambling depends on skill but also luck. I gave you a chance, don't go overboard. I will tell you the truth. This is your only way out today, you should seize the chance. The yellow-scaled merman used both the stick and the carrot. Xia Lin was greatly flustered. While she hesitated, a voice suddenly said in her mind, Don't be afraid, gamble with him. I am here, Master Chu. Instantly, Xia Lin almost screamed from joy. Fong Yuan added, "But you must change the gambling terms because this is too mild. If you trust me, we will make this a huge gamble." "I trust you, Master Chu," Xiaolin responded without any hesitation. Her life was saved by Fong Yuan. If he wanted to harm her, there was no need to save her. "My life was saved by Master Chu. If he wants to harm me, so be it. I will just return this life to him." Thinking like this, Xiaolin responded in her mind, "Master Chu, tell me what to do. I will follow your instructions." Rock gambling was truly a matter of luck. Nobody could deny it, be they Gu Master or Gu Immortal. But the yellow-scaled merman was very confident in himself, because he was prepared. All these years, he had gambled with the rocks in his own golden jade house. He had observed, analyzed, and chosen some rocks with great precision. He was very confident in this gamble. These rocks naturally did not contain valuable things, otherwise, he would have taken them himself. He would not leave them in the shop. He had to maintain his business. Most of these rocks would have goo worms. Even though they were not valuable, they were a form of excitement for the customers. This was like fish bait. They would want to continue gambling and investing. The yellow-scaled merman knew the locations of where these rocks were placed. Sometimes, he even showed off his rock gambling skills in front of customers, opening goo worms and showing that he was a great expert in this rock gambling activity. Now, the yellow-scaled merman was using these rocks to gamble against Xiaolin. He was very confident in himself. But in the first round, he tasted defeat. Xiaolin opened a rank 3 goo worm. It was superior to his. This was a good start. The surrounding goo masters were shocked. The yellow-scaled merman was also suspicious and uncertain. Was this mermaid girl a hidden expert? He had suggested a 2 out of 3 format earlier, but Xiaolin requested to change it to 5 contests. The bet was higher now. He staked the entire golden jade house. At the same time, if she lost once, she would have to hand over the gather oil goo. But now, Xiaolin won. Not only did she keep gather oil goo, she even won 20% of golden jade house. What a joke! I lost? The yellow-scaled merman could not believe it. He stared at the mermaid girl, his suspicions fading slowly. The yellow-scaled merman was very experienced. He could tell that Xiaolin was a newbie. Her expression of joy after getting a goo worm was not fake. She was genuine. Furthermore, Xiaolin did not know how to dissect rocks. She had asked the rock-dissecting goo master in Golden Jade House to open her rock. Damn it! She had some dog shit luck. 2-inch. Thankfully, we changed the rules from 3 rounds to 5 rounds. I have a lot of chances left. I am not in a passive spot. Thinking of this, the yellow-scaled merman looked at the rock-dissecting goo master behind Xiaolin with a subtle gaze. The rock-dissecting goo master nodded mildly. The yellow-scaled merman smiled to himself secretly. In this situation, no matter what rock Xiaolin got, even if there was a goo, it would be destroyed. How could she possibly win against him? The second round. I will choose first, Xiaolin said. Go ahead. The yellow-scaled merman smiled and replied. Xiaolin walked around for a while and was dazzled. I will choose this. Suddenly, she stopped as she pointed at a weird rock. This rock was very strange. It had multiple holes and was distorted in shape. It was not very compact and felt like a pile of sand. Normally speaking, such a sandy rock would not have any goo worm. Seeing Xiaolin's choice, the yellow-scaled merman laughed. He pretended to walk around, touching and knocking the rocks. After a while, he chose a huge rock and said, "This is my choice." The rock dissection started. The yellow-scaled merman did it himself while Xiaolin asked the rock-dissecting goo master. This was an open gamble. They dissected the rocks in the hall. More and more spectators came. They talked among themselves as the newcomers learned of this gamble and gained interest. They chose to stay and watch. For goo masters, this was a huge gamble. One was the entire Golden Jade House. It had a lot of funds after years of operation. The other was a superb rank 5 gather oil goo. The bet was almost equal on both sides. Gather oil goo was just too amazing. It generated immense profits by collecting black oil. The yellow-scaled merman chose a huge rock. He needed some time to dissect it. For Xiaolin, it was very rapid. The sandy rock was just too rough and coarse. Xiaolin's rock-dissecting goo master was very casual in his actions. He had no pressure. If he destroyed the goo worm in the process, the yellow-scaled merman would be very happy after all. But at this time, Xiaolin said, "Use the gray soil method." The rock-dissecting goo master stopped his action. He said, "Are you sure? This method has limited effect on sandy rocks." "Yes," Xiaolin responded. The rock-dissecting goo master shook his head. "Little lady, I am not lying. I will not lie since I am the one dissecting this. Why don't you ask around? Everyone knows that the gray soil method has little effect on sandy rocks. I do not need that. Just do as you are told. This is in the agreement." Xiaolin insisted. All right. The rock-dissecting goo master nodded. Once he used the gray soil method, the sandy rocks dissection became painfully slow. The rock-dissecting goo master was very annoyed. Earlier it was like he was using a knife to cut tofu, but now he was stabbing it with a needle while expending even more primeval essence. Use the flame smoking method. A moment later, Xiaolin added. The surrounding goo masters gasped. They wanted to stop her. The rock-dissecting goo master said as well, "The flame smoking method will penetrate the rock. If there is a goo inside, it will die before it is excavated. Just do as you are told." Xiaolin said expressionlessly. The surrounding goo master sighed. Someone said, "Is this girl really gambling? She cannot even be considered a newbie. She is just toying around." But Xiaolin had a firm expression that was somewhat relaxed. The rock-dissecting goo master shook his head. "Since you want that, let's do it. Everyone can tell that I am not sabotaging you. This is your request. Use the dripping method, blue mark method, planting chi method." Next, Xiaolin gave several precise instructions. The sandy rock was already fist-sized, but no goo worms came out yet. The rock-dissecting goo master had an ugly expression. He felt that Xiaolin was purposely toying with him. She said those names that she knew randomly. "All right, give it to me. I will dissect it myself," Xiaolin added. "What?" The rock-dissecting goo master was stunned but quickly reacted as he let out a breath of air, passing the rock to Xiaolin. Xiaolin bit her tongue and spat out blood at the rock, before using gather oil goo to apply suction force on the rock. Crack. The rock cracked. A rank 3 goo worm was exposed. There was a goo? What goo is this? I have never seen it before. It is asleep, by the looks of it. It is complete and uninjured. The surrounding goo masters went into a commotion. The rock-dissecting goo master was stunned completely. He looked at Xiaolin with a dumbfounded expression, thinking suspiciously, "Is this girl really tricking us all?" The yellow-scaled merman also stopped his dissection with a dark expression. Even if he opened it, his rock only had a rank 2 goo, but the other party had a living rank 3 goo. There was a goo. Master Chu was not wrong after all. Xiaolin was overjoyed. Among the crowd, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. There was no goo in this sandy rock. There was only a goo material. Fang Yuan instructed Xiaolin to indirectly manipulate this rock-dissecting goo master and refine the goo material. Eventually, when Xiaolin dripped her blood and used gather oil goo, the final step was completed. Normally, newly refined goo worms would be active, but Fang Yuan used a unique goo refinement method that made the goo worm hibernate. This allowed him to trick everybody that was around. Nobody saw through this or found any flaws. Quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, it was not a joke. Everyone was not calm. They looked with Xiaolin with a different gaze now. "Who sent you here?" The yellow-scaled merman shouted. His composure was gone. He realized something wrong. Thoughts surged in his mind. He had offended many people over these years. He felt that Xiaolin was a bait. He had fallen into a trap. This rank 5 goo was used to trap him. It was truly a huge gamble. Calm down. I cannot take any more risks." The other party came prepared. The yellow-scaled merman wiped off his cold sweat as he focused his gaze. He had a trump card. There was a special batch of rocks in this golden jade house. These rocks were not natural. The yellow-scaled merman had created them artificially. He first made living or dead goo worms look like they were in a hibernating state. He then added rock fragments around them and eventually created artificial rocks. Rocks that contained goo worms often had some observable traits, making them different from ordinary rocks. These kinds of rocks were not easy to find. Sometimes, in order to resolve the lack of supply of gambling rocks, the yellow-scaled merman would create fake rocks himself. Of course, not all of these rocks would contain goo worms. Some only had these observable traits. The third round, defeat. The fourth round, defeat again. The goo masters watching this gasped. Nobody had expected this to happen. Everyone looked at Xia Lin with wariness and solemnness. The yellow-scaled merman turned pale. He gritted his teeth. Ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He was like a jackal forced to the end of a cliff. The final round. I cannot afford to lose. I need to use my strongest trump card. The yellow-scaled merman's trump card was naturally overpowering. He hid the carcass of a rank 5 goo in a fake rock. According to the gambling rules, only a living rank 5 goo could beat him. Both sides chose their rocks and dissected them. Snap. Fong Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers, using a time path immortal killer move 1. The entire golden jade house and even the island became still. Anything and everything became motionless. Fong Yuan walked out of the crowd, coming in front of the yellow-scaled merman who was focusing on the flame and dissecting his rock carefully. Fong Yuan squeezed the rock lightly. He saw the carcass of a rank 5 goo. Next, he placed this carcass into Xia Lin's rock and returned to the crowd. At the next moment, time resumed. The result of the fifth round made the yellow-scaled merman dazed on the spot. His eyes were about to pop out. If he was not witnessing this personally, he would not believe it. He remembered clearly that this was the goo worm carcass that he had put in the fake rock. But why? Why? Why was this goo worm carcass not in his hands but in his opponent's hands? The yellow-scaled merman could not understand. Is this all an illusion? He was going crazy. His pale face surged with redness. He suddenly pointed at Xia Lin as he screamed in a shrill voice, "You cheated!" The mermaid girl Xia Lin heard this and became enraged. She was also kept in the dark. Not knowing of Fong Yuan's methods, she shouted, "You lost fair and square? Are you going to deny that in front of everyone?" The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xia Lin and the surrounding goo masters. His gaze became hollow as he muttered, "No, this is not real. Everything is fake. This is an illusion." He stumbled back and wanted to run away from this cruel reality. Looking at his pitiful demeanor, the surrounding goo masters had complex expressions. They looked at Xia Lin with trepidation and wariness. The yellow-scaled merman was almost mentally broken by Fong Yuan. Xia Lin pursued, "Let's transact. You did not win a single round. This golden jade house is mine." The yellow-scaled merman shuddered like he was shocked with lightning. He screamed in response, "No, this is mine. This is my foundation. I will not give it to anyone. Don't even think about it. You can have it over my dead body. Sir, we can force them to go down with us." The scarred merman came up and said with a sinister expression. The yellow-scaled merman shook again. He wanted to do that, but hearing these words he realized something. No matter who it is, this mermaid girl is just a pawn. The other party could manipulate this situation remotely, setting up a trap against me that I could not deal with. How can I face someone of such a magnitude? If I fight now, wouldn't I be courting death? The yellow-scaled merman did not want to give up his golden jade house. But compared to his life, the latter was more important. The yellow-scaled merman looked around him. Instincts told him that the enemy was among this crowd. He felt suspicious of everyone, but he could not confirm their identity. "I admit my loss, I lose." Suddenly, he stopped his methods as he sprawled on the ground like a dying fish, shouting loudly. He prostrated on the ground, admitting, "No matter who you are, I admit my defeat. Is that enough? You can do anything with me, but before that, may you please enlighten me. When did I offend you?" Everyone went into a clamor. The yellow-scaled merman's actions were unexpected. Some people snorted in disdain. Some felt that he was able to put down his pride and was quite a formidable person. An unscrupulous merchant that had been in power for decades was naturally not so simple. Xia Lin was also dazed. At the same time, she felt deep admiration towards Master Chu. She understood clearly that this was all due to Master Chu. Without his guidance, Xia Lin would be in even deeper trouble than the yellow-scaled merman. but looking at the prostrating yellow-scaled merman, Xia Lin felt joyful and also relieved. It is time. Fang Yuan smiled, guiding Xia Lin. Xia Lin spoke to the yellow-scaled merman. Do you know why you lost? Seeing her speak, the crowd went silent. The yellow-scaled merman raised his head, looking at Xia Lin. I do not know. Please enlighten me. Because someone wanted you to lose. Xia Lin stated an obvious fact. The yellow-scaled merman's heart jumped. He lowered his head. I understand. I understand. Xia Lin added. Do you want this golden jade house back? What? The yellow-scaled merman was stunned. What did she mean? Of course he wanted it back, but he did not know about the other party. What did they mean by that? Were they toying with him or had ulterior motives? Xia Lin continued. I have a condition before I return it to you. The yellow-scaled merman started to kowtow. Revered lady, please tell me. Xia Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman as she said slowly. The reason why you ended up like this was because of just desserts. You committed too many sins. From now on, you have to commit acts of kindness, do good deeds and turn over a new leaf. I will let you off and return this golden jade house. But remember, if you return to your old ways, we will take not just this golden jade house next time. Once she said that, all the Gu masters showed perplexed expressions. After so much talk, Xia Lin and her backer actually had such intentions? They were promoting kindness? This was not a common thing. The yellow-scaled merman was also surprised, but he did not dare to show anything on the surface. He quickly thanked her profusely. I will change. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Revered lady, you are the benefactor of my life. You changed my ways. You are like a saintess guiding people towards kindness and away from evil. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Thank you, saintess, for giving me this chance. From now on, I will be a good person and dedicate my life to doing good deeds. The yellow-scaled merman lowered his head and apologized sincerely. He was like a pitiful child. Xia Lin's face flushed. I am not the saintess. I have no qualification to be one. Don't spout nonsense. Remember your promise, we will be watching you. If we find out or anyone reports you in the future, you will regret it. Saying so, Xia Lin turned around and left. The surrounding Gu masters left a path for her. Xia Lin had just left the golden jade house when she suddenly vanished without a trace. At the next moment, she appeared at the edge of the island through Fang Yuan's teleportation. It's safe here, you can go back now. Fang Yuan did not show up, he only transmitted his voice. Master Chu, you saved me again. How can I repay you? Xia Lin called out in her mind. Master Chu? Master Chu. We will meet again if we are fated to. Fang Yuan said as he smiled, memories emerging in his mind again. On the beach, Fang Yuan chased after Xiehan Mo and the rest who were leaving. Please wait. Xiehan Mo and the rest stopped walking, while the two guards stared at Fang Yuan in annoyance. Lad, stop following us. If you want to repay the debt of gratitude, you should get away from us. Do you know that Saintess could have stayed hidden this time? But to save you, she showed up. Now, we failed to find any evidence and even made the other party alert. I know. Fang Yuan was panting. You know nothing. The blue-scaled guard rolled his eyes. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his head and looking at Xiehan Mo and the guards. I was too rash. But after that, I understand now. You are the Merman Imperial Court's current generation Saintess. You came here to find evidence of Frost Tide Tribe's corruption. I can help you in this matter. Because I operated gambling dens before, I know about their workings. The main avenue for this Frost Tide Tribe's money laundering has to be that gambling den earlier. Please give me a chance, Saintess. Let me repay the debt of saving my life. Both guards hesitated. They looked at Xiehan Mo. Xiehan Mo's thick eyelashes drooped down, before she opened her eyes and looked at Fang Yuan with a crystal-clear gaze. After 3 breaths of time, she nodded. Then I will thank you in advance, human Gu Master. What is your name? My name is Gu Yu Fang Yuan. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Time passed quickly. More than 20 days passed again. Before the Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan looked at the rankings with his arms behind his back. His position had fallen to 5th already. Initially, he was at the front, but changes started to occur. Immortals realized that as long as they looked into this merit obelisk, they would be able to find many options. These options had price tags. One could use their accumulated merits to exchange for them. Immortal materials, immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and even immortal goo house, they were all available. With the merits that Miao Mingxin and the rest had, they could only exchange for the stuff at the bottom of the list. Those expensive options were like carrots dangling above the donkey. They made these goo immortals very proactive. Competition was getting more intense. Fang Yuan's focus was not that. His only goal was regret goo. Regret goo was very important to Fang Yuan. Even though the items in the merit obelisk were very valuable, they were merely icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Regret goo could help Fang Yuan gain a qualitative change. But among these rewards, there was neither regret goo nor the exchange of merit obelisk itself. This meant that the rewards listed were not fully comprehensive. Regret goo was not part of the rewards, but that did not mean that regret goo was not inside this paradise. Fang Yuan did not waste his time. He looked for clues and chose specific missions. After using wisdom path methods to deduce, many of his suspicions were lifted. Eventually, his focus was completely on demon suppression regret crying sea. There were many rumors regarding this sea area. Through Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high possibility of regret goo being in there. However, even though Fang Yuan knew the location, he could not get close. The mission of punishing the unscrupulous merchant 20 days ago was the closest Fang Yuan had ever gotten to demon suppression regret crying sea. But he had tried. After just 30 li away from the island, he could not move closer. How can I get into demon suppression regret crying sea? This was a problem that gave Fang Yuan a headache. Paradise Earth's arrangements were too powerful. Fang Yuan could not act freely. His space path attainment was also not impressive. He had tried to use fixed immortal travel earlier, but it could not activate, even with an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan thought of. This meant that once Fang Yuan left the paradise, fixed immortal travel would not allow him to re-enter again. As for these people, Fang Yuan looked at the names of the goo immortals on the merit board. He squinted. He wanted to keep these people around. On one hand, killing the goo immortals in this paradise was risky. On the other hand, these goo immortals were now earning merits and getting rewards. They were like livestock getting fattened. Fang Yuan could slaughter them when everyone went out. It would give him much greater benefits. Thus, not only did Fang Yuan not harm them, he even helped them with more detailed information. Miao Mingxin and the rest were competing more intensely. Especially since mission rewards were observable and limited, everyone could exchange for them. Once someone got something, others could not. Thus, even though they did not try to kill each other, they schemed and purposely gave out false information in increasing frequency. In this situation, the honest and truthful Chu Ying was like an outlier. He became very prominent. Even though Miao Mingxin and the rest did not say anything, they became increasingly friendlier towards Fang Yuan. A change occurred 3 days later. A new mission appeared on the merit obelisk. Head to the sacred city of the mermen, attend the sea god ceremony, and defend the city from the assault of sea beasts. Once this mission appeared, Fang Yuan selected it. The chance I have been waiting for is finally here. Fang Yuan was very excited. The sea god ceremony was unique to the mermen. In this ceremony, males and females would gather and form new families. They would also elect the new saintess. The saintess had an incredibly high status in merman society. And Fang Yuan had already gotten crucial information. In this paradise, the saintess had an incredible role. Every time a new saintess was elected, their main mission would be to enter demon suppression regret crying sea, using their singing to soothe the killing intent of the demon and stabilize the sea area. This merit obelisk's missions are meant to benefit the humans and mermen, bringing prosperity to the people and punishing evil while promoting kindness. After the saintess is elected, she would have to enter demon suppression regret crying sea. By then, a relevant mission might appear. But no matter what, I need to accept this mission and meet the saintess in advance. After so long, the sea god ceremony is finally here. Xiaolin pushed open the window of her in room. The noise of the crowd outside could be heard. Her room was on the second floor. Xiaolin looked down and saw people moving in the streets while closely packed together. All sorts of flags were waving, there were temporary shops selling goo, snacks, and even gambling dens. All of the businesses were doing well. Xiaolin's mood was quickly affected. She became quite happy. Splat. Suddenly, with a soft sound, a pearl landed on Xiaolin's window frame. Xiaolin was dazed before she flushed rapidly. Pearls had a special significance in the sea god ceremony. It meant a proposal. If someone tossed Xiaolin a pearl, it meant that they liked her and wanted to marry her. Who is it? Xiaolin did not dare to pick up the pearl because that action had deep meaning behind it. She looked down and saw that dozens of men were looking in her direction, tossing the pearls in their hands. Sui. Sui. I love you. Accept my love, Sui. The men tossed their pearls while shouting. Hey miss, someone called out to Xiaolin. Xiaolin turned her gaze towards a young man on the street. He was a merman in tattered clothes. He was clearly poor. The merman youngster flushed as he said, Miss, I tossed that pearl to you. I had too little strength. I can't throw it high enough. Can you please toss it back to me? Xiaolin instantly understood. This youngster wanted to toss his pearl to Sui but had too little strength. It ended up going to Xiaolin instead. Lady Sui is truly a famous beauty. Her charm is too great. Be it young boys or mature men, they are all in love with her. Xiaolin breathed out slowly. Next, waves splashed as the pearl was lifted from the ground, going into the youngster's hands. Thank you, thank you. The youngster was overjoyed. He tossed the pearl with all his strength. The pearl got higher and higher. It was in the right direction now, but Sui frowned as she closed her window. The youngster's pearl landed on the window and fell down. Over a dozen pearls suffered the same fate. But these pearls were different. They were huge and shiny. They were not common. On the street, the men did not disperse after this. They got even more excited. More and more people came to Suyi's area and wanted to see her beautiful face. Some still had hope and wanted to toss their pearls. After all, what if they got lucky? A bunch of commoners with nothing better to do. Sui frowned. A pink cloud cushioned her tail as she floated downstairs. She had incredible beauty and arrogance on her face, but the most attractive part were her snow-white scales. Merman scales varied in different colors. White scales were extremely rare. It was considered the purest color and was extremely idolized in the merman society. 2 mermaid nannies followed after her as they muttered, These fellows should look at themselves in the mirror. They want to be Lady Suyi's husband? Simply laughable. Our Lady Sui is a contestant for the saintess position. She would not accept any man's pearl. The merman saintess was pure and flawless. Once she obtains the position, she would not be able to marry for life. She had to keep her virginity. One Xiaolin walked out of her room, lowering her head. Sister Sui, little sister Xiaolin. Sui showed a faint smile, hiding the arrogance deeply as she spoke. How was your rest? Have you thought it through? Thank you for the hospitality. Right now, all the inns are fully booked. Without you, I would not have had a place to rest. Xiaolin immediately thanked. A mermaid nanny smiled. It was fate that you met with our missy. In this vast sea, the meeting of 2 mermen is not easy. You two are fated to meet. I will say this bluntly, ordinary mermaids would die to be acquainted with our missy. Sui was not just a white-scaled mermaid. She had a high status, and was the doted daughter of a strong tribe leader. Nanny Rong, what are you saying? I met with Xiaolin because we liked each other. Xiaolin, don't have any worries. Go ahead if you have any busy matters. If you follow me to the sea god ceremony, the risks are high. Sui walked towards Xiaolin as she held her hand, saying sincerely. Xiaolin was moved. Sister Sui, you have helped me too much. Since you want to become the saintess, I will definitely support you. But I am afraid that I am too weak. There are only 4 follower quotas after all. Suyi's eyes shined brightly. She held Xiaolin's hands as she said excitedly, Xiaolin, thank you. With your help, I will have a higher chance of becoming the saintess. Xiaolin had low cultivation level. She was only rank 2, but she had a rank 5 goo worm. Gather oil goo, a top-tier rank 5 goo. Of course, this goo worm had no offensive might, But Sui had already found out about the details of the Saintess test. The gather oil goo would be very helpful in one of the rounds. Fang Yuan walked in the merman's sacred city. He did not disguise himself. He was in Chu Ying's appearance. But his aura was completely concealed. He was like a mortal. On the street, people moved about fluidly. Those who brushed past Fang Yuan would never imagine that a rank 8 Gu immortal was walking so closely beside them. On the two sides of the street, there were shops and houses arranged in an orderly scale-like manner. The houses of mermen had their unique style. Most had seashell or conch designs. Most were huge seashells and conchs, or modified shells of giant crabs and turtles. There were also few Gu houses that were a symbol of wealth and authority. They had great defensive properties. Other than personal estates, Gu houses used as shops were also booming with business. As he walked, the people walking in front of Fang Yuan started to move away. They were cheering loudly. Walking closer to take a look, Fang Yuan saw that a mermaid was receiving a jade pearl from a male Gu master with teary eyes. This pearl was quite rare. It was like glowing jade and had the shape of an eyeball. This was not something valuable in the eyes of experts. As for Fang Yuan, it was a mortal material that he had no use for. But it was owned by the rank 2 male Gu master. It was not easy for him to obtain this rank 4 Gu material jade eye pearl. The mermaid might have noticed his feelings. She received the jade eye pearl in public as it signified her acceptance of his love. Next, the mermaid placed the pearl into her mouth. Everyone started to cheer and shout. The couple started to blush and turn red. This action was not so simple. It meant she had accepted the young Gu master's proposal. This paradise does not discriminate between races. Merman and human can freely fall in love and have children without obstruction. But in the 5 regions, it was forbidden for merman and human to get together. Not only would they be discouraged, their children would also be ostracized by both sides or even killed. Fang Yuan had an eerie gaze. The sea god ceremony was around the corner. The entire sacred city was oozing with a joyful and festive atmosphere. This couple was not the first that Fang Yuan saw. They might be very simple and insignificant figures in the sacred city, but being ordinary did not mean one could not be blissful. This beautiful moment would become a cherished memory etched in their minds. The memories of the 500 years of his previous life started to surface again. A group of mermen were looking at Xiahan Mo, Fang Yuan, and the rest with an imposing aura. I am Investigator Wu De. There have been many reports by different clansmen that our current generation Saintess Xiahan Mo has an affair with the human Gu master Gu Yu Fang Yuan. I am here to investigate it. The leader was a jade-scaled merman who spoke in an icy tone. What? I dare you to say that again. The 2 guards behind Xiahan Mo were furious. They wanted to attack in anger. Xiahan Mo had a calm expression, while Fang Yuan had a dark expression as he clenched his fists. He helped Xiahan Mo investigate the gambling den. They found a lot of corruption evidence. The Saintess mission had a qualitative breakthrough. But the other party was not going to wait for the end. They schemed and spread vicious rumors, saying that the Saintess was impure and had an affair with a human Gu master. These rumors had no evidence and were merely made up. Xiahan Mo and Fang Yuan did not care about them. But to think that the investigator from the Merman Sacred Court would actually come, mobilizing the investigator without any evidence. I am afraid that Frost Tide tribe leader was not the only corrupted person. There is a higher-up involved here. Fang Yuan transmitted to Xiahan Mo. Xiahan Mo frowned with slight hesitation. She spoke. I am the Saintess. You are a mere investigator. Do you have the Elder Assembly's token? The jade-scaled merman smiled, taking out an information path Gu worm. Xiahan Mo was calm. Just this. The jade-scaled merman smiled again. This cannot allow me to investigate the Saintess. But Fang Yuan is different. He is a human Gu master. Forget about the token. I can investigate him even without one. Even though Fang Yuan was a human and humans were the rulers of the 5 regions, Eastern Sea's Merman Sacred Court was a super force. Fang Yuan had no background himself. The jade-scaled merman was not lying. Too vicious. I cannot believe that Frost Tide tribe's leader is such a person. He is afraid. He knows how amazing Fang Yuan is. He is afraid that we will find out more evidence as time passes. The 2 guards stood in front of Fang Yuan. After this period of time, they had already acknowledged Fang Yuan. Wait, if both sides clash, that will be what the enemy wants to see. We will not be able to explain ourselves. I will go with them. We have a lot of progress in the gambling den. Even without me, you can still win if you continue on that trail. Fang Yuan transmitted. No way. Fang Yuan, you are too naive. If you end up in their hands, you will live a fate worse than death. The two guards shook their heads. Fang Yuan smiled. What is there to fear? I will die at worst. You saved my life before, in that case I will repay it now. Do not look down on their schemes. This was targeted at me on the surface, but the true goal is Saintess. Once her reputation is hit and rumors spread, her status might be affected. Sacrificing me is a small issue, but we must defend Saintess' position. Without this, how can you investigate and punish those corrupted people? The two guards hesitated. Xiahan Mo was still composed. She said to the jade-scaled merman, "Go back. I will not hand him to you." The jade-scaled merman was slightly stunned before he laughed. "Saintess, you want to defend this human goo master? Even at the cost of conflicting with us investigators?" Xiahan Mo nodded. "Go back." The jade-scaled merman looked at Fang Yuan before turning to Xiahan Mo. He showed a smile as if his scheme succeeded. "Good. We are not Saintess match, we can only return in defeat." Ha ha ha. Saying so, he waved his hand and left with the merman. "Saintess, why did you do that?" Fang Yuan was anxious. "Like this you?" For the first time, Xiahan Mo interrupted him. "Fang Yuan, you are a good person. You are not afraid of death. Other than courage, the biggest reason is that life is boring, right? You seem to be disappointed in this world and in your own life. There is deep fatigue hidden in your eyes. But undeniably, you are a good person," Xiahan Mo said softly. Fang Yuan. Xiahan Mo continued. "And I am also a good person. How can a good person sacrifice another good person?" Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little dazed. This was the first time he had seen such lively expressions from Xiahan Mo. She was quite cute and cheeky. Then, what about the rumors? Indeed, that damned investigator is going to make up stories when he returns. The two guards were very worried. Xiahan Mo's expression went back to normal. She said aloofly, "Then let them." Several days later, the sea god ceremony started. The male mermen wore their shell armors. They carried long spears, javelins, and blades. According to traditions, these shells and weapons were made by them personally using locally sourced materials. The female mermen, the mermaids, wore seaweed strips of various colors on them. Pink seaweed strips were used by young unmarried girls. Widows wore black seaweed strips, while noble ladies wore gold, silver, and crystal-colored ones. Ordinary mermaids wore brown, dark blue, and gray seaweed strips. This was the traditional costume of the mermen. It was quite unique. Long, long ago, before mermen learned how to use goo worms, they lived a primitive lifestyle. Males hunted while females foraged. At the center of Sacred City, people gathered, singing and dancing. A large number of merman warriors were waving their spears. Their armors clashed and created loud sounds. The mermaids' seaweed strips were like rainbow ribbons fluttering in the water. They waved in sync with the singing, experiencing no tiredness. This moment was reserved for the mermen. All the human goo masters were watching outside. The singing and dancing lasted for hours. Mermen, male and female alike, continued to walk out of the area with shattered armors or fatigued bodies. Gradually, several mermaid girls emerged. They were the contestants for this year's Saintess competition. But what surprised Fang Yuan was that out of the 9 competitors, not all of them had white scales. It seemed like in this paradise, it was not only white-scaled mermaids who could vie for the Saintess position. Mermaids with different scale colors could also compete. And among everyone, Mermaid Sui was the most dazzling one. During the sea god ceremony, Sacred City was flooded with people. The surrounding spectators were clamoring loudly. Fang Yuan was in this crowd. He observed the prospective saintesses with an eerie gaze. His plan was to choose one of them and assist her in becoming the saintess. They are assisting her to become the saintess? That's right. Frost-Tide tribe leader invested a lot into this to help Lady Qiu Shuang. Xiahan Mo's two blue-scaled and red-scaled guards looked at each other after hearing this, feeling each other's worry. In the hall, Fang Yuan sat at one side. He gritted his teeth as his expression turned unsightly. Earlier, Xiahan Mo rejected the investigator and protected Fang Yuan. This escalated the rumors. Eventually, the Merman Sacred Court decided to hold the Sea God ceremony again to decide on the Saintess once more. This is a scheme. They made use of your kindness and knew you would not abandon me. Thus, this situation arose. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, feeling like he had implicated Xiahan Mo. Xiahan Mo glanced at him, smiling. Fang Yuan, no need to feel responsible. If we abandoned you earlier, they would spread rumors that I am old and callous. It would still affect my reputation. Saintess, no need to console me at this point. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The effect and severity of both cases are vastly different. We have already worked together for so long. How would I not know? Xiahan Mo smiled. All right, forget about this. It does not help the situation. Fang Yuan and both guards quickly adjusted their mindsets as their expressions changed. Xiahan Mo added, the Saintess position is not easy to hold on to. The moment I started to investigate the corruption, someone tried to drag me down. This means that the issue of corruption among the Sacred Court's elders has gotten very severe. Don't be too pessimistic. Even though a new Sea God ceremony is held, I have not lost my qualifications, right? It is not so easy to nurture a new Saintess. Places with people will have competition for benefits. This saying was appropriate for the mermen as well. Mermen also had schemes and conflict of interests. The Saintess had high status. If the forces in the merman tribe can nurture their own Saintess for the following period of time, they would have some political advantage and would be able to gain more benefits. Normally speaking, mermaid girls who could compete for the Saintess position had deep backgrounds or were backed by one or two large forces. In the underwater sacred city, the singing gradually stopped, as intense sounds of drumming could be heard. In the square, only a few mermaid girls were left. They danced without showing fatigue. They were extremely determined to become the Saintess. Fang Yuan stood outside the square. Looking in, these 7 mermaid girls were all beautiful. Some were enchanting, some were youthful, some were cute, and some were elegant. There was a huge spirit spring at the center of the square. It was called the Sea God Spring. Water sprayed upwards and carried an elderly mermaid granny. She was the Grand Elder of this merman tribe. The Grand Elder looked at the 7 mermaid girls as she nodded, saying, the first round of the Saintess test, golden needle in black oil. Saying so, more than 10 strength path Gu masters carried huge vats into the square. Thud, thud, thud. After placing down the vats with loud sounds, each of the mermaid girls had one in front of them. The vats were larger than their bodies by several times. They could only see the inside after floating upwards. The vats were filled with thick black oil. The first test was to find a tiny golden needle in the designated time. I request for my follower to take my stage. The white-scaled mermaid Su-Yi looked at the huge water vat as she said calmly, approved. The Grand Elder looked at Su-Yi deeply. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Xia Lin encouraged herself continuously as she walked into the square while feeling uneasy. What's going on? The great Lady Su-Yi has a rank 2 Gu master as her follower. Calm down. Su-Yi's decision means that this mermaid is more than she seems. Everyone talked among themselves. It's her. Fang Yuan saw Xia Lin and his brows rose. He did not expect this girl to become the follower of the most favored Saintess candidate. Gather oil Gu. Xia Lin floated to the water vat and used this rank 5 Gu worm. Instantly, the black oil in the vat started to move. It was drawn out by Xia Lin and gathered in her hands. The crowd went into a commotion. The aura of a rank 5 Gu. She is clearly a rank 2 Gu master, but she can use rank 5 Gu? Did I see wrongly? I understand. This must be the rank 5 gather oil Gu that has been the hot topic recently. So this mermaid has such a quality Gu worm. No wonder Su-Yi allowed her to become her follower. Gather oil Gu's effect was no joke. After a while, the vat became empty. Only a golden needle was left sparkling at the bottom of the vat. The crowd was roused. Countless heated gazes landed on Xiaolin. Xiaolin was even more nervous now. She flushed red and showed a cute expression of not knowing what to do. Sui looked at her and smiled, thinking, I was right to recruit her into my group. In the first test, Sui relied on Xiaolin's stellar performance to gain a huge boost in reputation. Fang Yuan's eyes were dark like the abyss. Looking at the crowd leaving, he thought, 6 out of 7 passed the first test. They came prepared for this. Evidently, the test content was leaked prior to this. Pale green flames burned in front of Xiahan Mo, forming a path of flames. Qiu Shuang, who was also a white-scaled mermaid, walked in calmly, standing at the other end of the flame road as she looked at Xiahan Mo mockingly. Former Saintess, your turn. Damn it! This eerie fire burns the soul. Special goo worms are needed to resist it. We were already amply prepared. But to think that this first test would be so specific. And the worst thing is, Qiu Shuang came prepared with the proper goo worms. She can resist the eerie fire. Is this luck? Humph. She clearly knows the test content. This is Frost Tide Tribe's scheme. They are colluding and cheating openly. Both guards were very angry. Let me. Fang Yuan walked towards the frowning Xiahan Mo. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan with crystal-clear eyes. Trust me. I am confident in this. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light, looking at Xiahan Mo directly. The two looked at each other for a moment, before Xiahan Mo turned away. Be careful. This eerie fire is not simple. If you cannot endure it, you can just step down. Xiahan Mo said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, turning around and taking huge strides into the eerie fire. Pain. An intense pain originating from his soul assaulted Fang Yuan's entire body in an instant. Fang Yuan shuddered as he walked with great difficulty. He gritted his teeth until they bled. His eyes were wide opened. They were also tearing apart. His soul was burned by the flame as it melted. Thankfully, he had 2 lifetimes accumulation, and was an otherworldly demon. The eerie fire was less effective on him than on others. He would not give up midway because he knew that by taking Xiahan Mo's place, if he failed, Xiahan Mo would fail too. When he finally walked through the eerie fire road, everyone went wild. Countless shocked gazes gathered on him. Many mermen were moved. Fang Yuan tried to smile, but at the next moment he fainted. But right when he was about to land on the ground, Xiahan Mo arrived and held him in her arms. Don't worry, I will not waste your effort. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan deeply before turning to look at Qiu Shuang. For the first time, her gentle eyes revealed a cold and sharp light. Thanks to Fang Yuan's desperate attempt, Xiahan Mo passed the difficult trap set specially for her. The second, third, and fourth test. She performed perfectly. The other competitors soon fell short. Eventually, only Mermaid Qiu Shuang was left. It seems that Lady Xiahan Mo will very likely retain her position as Saintess. Outside the square, Fang Yuan was still pale as he sat down weakly, expressing joy on his face. It was all thanks to you, Fang Yuan. Without your performance in the first round, we would not have gotten this far. Ha ha ha, you got past the flame road. It was shocking to everyone. A few days later, you woke up. Do you know that news of your survival shocked countless mermen in the sacred city? Both guards laughed loudly. Fang Yuan stopped his joyful expression as she said, Be careful. The situation is in our favor. The other party will not stand by. Fang Yuan had expected Frost Tide Tribe leader to act, but he did not expect that it would be so vicious. In the house, the red-scaled guard knelt on the ground. His face was red. Saintess, please let me battle. I need to clear up the accusation and humiliation that they have dealt to me. How could I possibly bully a widow? Xiahan Mo sighed. Get up. I know you well, but this is clearly the enemy's plot. If you charge out like this, their schemes will succeed. The blue-scaled guard was worried. This is not an ordinary widow. She is Bu Su Lian, the wife of the former third elder of the sacred court. They are simply too vicious. The investigator will come soon to arrest him for trial. In that case, he would not be able to join the test. Our strength will fall greatly. Fang Yuan added. This wife of the former third elder of the sacred court was willing to sacrifice her reputation to accuse him. She must have a close relationship with Frost Tide tribe leader. This corruption is extremely severe, otherwise, she would not have to act personally. Since they set this trap, they must be amply prepared. If we try to clear up the situation, we would fall into their scheme. We can only play along with this and find a way out. How do we do that? Very simple, I will take the blame. Fang Yuan said plainly. Both guards stared with wide-opened eyes as they started at Fang Yuan. No way. Xiahan Mo rejected this instantly. Even though Xiahan Mo understood that if Fang Yuan took the blame, the situation would be resolved, she still rejected him without hesitation. But this way, Xiahan Mo and the rest would be in a passive spot. The turning point happened 3 days later. Xiahan Mo received some information. Xiahan Mo looked at the information as she became stunned before sighing. Qiu Shuang is no longer pure. She gave the intel to her guards and Fang Yuan to see. After looking at it, their expressions changed. Qiu Shuang was the Saintess candidate that Frost Tide tribe leader supported. She was extremely popular during this sea god ceremony. She was the most likely person to take the position of Saintess from Xiahan Mo. But to think that she had lost her virginity. Only mermaids who were virgins could compete for the Saintess position. This was the first condition. The red-scaled guard was extremely happy. Great. To think that this Qiu Shuang is not a virgin. With this information, they are history. The blue-scaled guard was very calm. The sea god ceremony is the most important ceremony of our tribe. It has always been inspected strictly. How did Qiu Shuang get through the inspection? Unless our tribe's corruption has already extended to the priest, then the situation is too severe. Fang Yuan frowned. We need to remember something. If we announce this now, everyone might think that we are trying to protect Red Scale and this is just our accusation. How reliable is the information? If this is part of their plan, we would be in trouble. One Xiahan Mo shook her head. This is definitely reliable. Qiu Shuang is supported by Frost Tide tribe's leader. We are supported by the Grand Elder. This was given to me by her. Even though we do not have evidence, I believe that as long as we inspect Qiu Shuang's background, we would be able to find out if she is a virgin by asking another priest. Fang Yuan understood now that Xiahan Mo was able to become the Saintess because she was supported by the Grand Elder of the Merman Sacred Court. Among all the higher-ups, Grand Elder was the fairest and most lenient one. She had great authority. But because she was too lenient, everyone became corrupted. Her support towards Xiahan Mo was also an attempt to correct her mistakes. Everything that followed went as Xiahan Mo predicted. After Qiu Shuang was reported, she was investigated upon and her story was exposed. She had really lost her virginity. This information was too shocking. The Merman Sacred Court could not keep it secret. As news spread, the entire sacred city was in a commotion. Countless Gu masters gasped. This is likely the biggest scandal in our Merman Sacred Court for the last 1,000 years. Qiu Shuang was truly disrespectful. Such a desecration towards the sea god. She has to be punished. Killing her will not soothe our rage. Anger was not just in the commoners. The higher-ups of the Merman Sacred Court were furious too. The punishment towards Qiu Shuang was rapidly decided. A few days later, Qiu Shuang's head fell off her head and onto the ground. She died. Bam! A high-quality cup was smashed onto the ground by Frost Tide tribe's leader. It broke into pieces. Xiahan Mo, you were too much. Frost Tide tribe's leader growled, his eyes were bloodshot. I told you long ago to control yourself when drinking. After Qiu Shuang's matter, as the person who supported her, the higher-ups will no longer give you their attention. In the room, there was a mermaid noble lady. She drank tea slowly. She showed no fear towards the angry Frost Tide tribe leader. Frost Tide tribe leader gritted his teeth. He said to the mermaid noble lady, Bu Su Lian, I do not need your reminder. Our allies will not turn on us after just this small issue. If Xiahan Mo retains her Saintess position, they will also suffer and die. So even if they hate me, even if they do not want to see me, they will have to force themselves to work with me. Bu Su Lian said plainly, You are right, but now that Qiu Shuang is dead, How will you defeat Xiahanemo? Our best pawn has already been destroyed. No, no. Frost-Tide tribe leader laughed sinisterly. You can rest assured. I still have methods left. Oh? I am listening. Bu Su Lian sat up straight. Frost-Tide tribe leader kept it a secret. You will know in a few days. A few days later, on the square of Sacred City, Mermaid Donglei said under everyone's watchful eyes, I am willing to take Qiu Shuang's place and continue with the sea god ceremony. Who is Donglei? She was one of Qiu Shuang's followers. To think that Frost-Tide tribe's leader had this pawn prepared. According to our tribe rules, sisters can take each other's place. Donglei can totally replace Qiu Shuang and attend the sea god ceremony to contest for the saintess position. Everyone discussed. The origin of the sea god ceremony was a legendary story among the mermen. In the story, the first batch of mermen lived in Eastern Sea. They created a small fishing village. One day, a huge sea beast attacked the island. It created a tsunami around the island. The fishing village was almost about to be destroyed. To save the villagers in the fishing village, Mermaid Ah Ching knelt at the cliff and prayed to the sea god. The sea god heard her prayer and said, Oh Ah Ching, I love to hear beautiful singing. If you can sing 3 satisfactory songs for me, I will chase the sea beast away and calm the sea, defending the fishing village. Ah Ching was overjoyed. She quickly agreed. She started to sing the first song by the cliff. It was enchanting. After she finished, the sea god savored the melody as he calmed the sea. Ah Ching sang the second song. Her beautiful voice mesmerized the sea god. Seaweed danced to her singing. Prawns and fish gathered by her side as they listened. Ah Ching wanted to sing the third song, but at that point, she no longer had any strength. After singing for 2 days and 2 nights, she was too tired. After returning home, she called her sister Aya and told her everything before dying from exhaustion. Aya was very upset, but she listened to her sister Ah Ching's wish. She came to the cliff and said to the sea god, "O sea god, I will take my sister's place and sing the third song for you." Sea god said, "Go ahead." Aya started to sing. Her voice was filled with agony and misery, but also firm determination. After she finished, the sea god was pleased and the sea beast left. The fishing village was safe once again. When choosing the saintess, mermen would set up many tests during the sea god ceremony. These tests had varying contents, but the final round would always be the same, since the start of the ceremony's history. That was a singing competition among mermaids. They would get on the stage and sing on the specially made altar-like goo house. Everyone would get to sing 3 times. From the results, they would choose the soul saintess. All the tests before this were just elimination rounds. If during the sea god ceremony, all of the contestants got eliminated, then the saintess position would remain empty. The sea at night was turbulent with vicious waves. Wild winds were howling. From the black depths of the sea, a chain made of pearls of light started to shine. Next, intense drumming and zither music could be heard reverberating in the waves. The tens of merman warriors wore ancient armor made from seashells. They held up a huge white shell shield. Behind them, mermen danced and sang, surrounding Xiehan Mo and Dong Lei. Behind them, countless mermen were watching this final test with high spirits. The seashell floated to the surface of the sea. Waves landed on the huge shell and caused waves to splash. Surrounding the seashell, merman warriors did their best to stabilize it. The huge shell slowly opened up. This was a natural stage. The seashell had a great origin. It was left behind by the desolate beast giant music shell. There was a vast number of sound path Dao marks on the seashell. Even if a mortal stood inside, their voice would be spread far and wide. Dong Lei was the first to ascend the shell. Countless mermen floated to the surface of the sea, watching in anticipation. At a corner, in a boat-like goo house, Bu Su Lian watched as she said to Frost-Tide tribe's leader, "Are you so confident in Dong Lei? The first person to perform has a natural disadvantage." Frost-Tide tribe's leader smiled. "Just watch. I cannot explain it in words." Bu Su Lian looked at Frost-Tide tribe's leader deeply before turning towards the giant music shell. Dong Lei started to sing. Her voice was clear and elegant. It was quite mesmerizing. All of the mermen started to indulge in this beautiful song. At once, due to the giant music shell's effect, in the radius of 1,000 li, Dong Lei's beautiful singing could be heard. Even the torrential tides were suppressed. Mermen were born with a throat that could sing better than other species. They could produce incredibly beautiful singing. One, according to human standards, each merman was a natural-born singer. This was because each merman's body had abundant waterpath Tao marks. And in their throats, there was a particular cartilage that was filled with sound path Tao marks. There was a point in history where humans slaughtered mermen to take away the sound path cartilage in their throats. It was an excellent sound path goo material. And the mermaids competing to become saintess had even better singing than most mermen. Those who live near the sea would often hear similar rumors about sailors who would get mesmerized by the singing of mermaids. They would forget time, forget their direction. They would not notice even if their ship hit a reef. This was not an exaggeration. It was the truth. Dong Lei's singing was superb. Most of the people were listening in enjoyment. Only Fong Yuan and the rest became furious. Their expressions were ugly and they frowned tightly. Even Xiehan Mo, who was usually calm, had a change of expression. Sadness and shock was expressed in her eyes. What is going on? Why is Dong Lei singing the song that we prepared? The red-scaled and blue-scaled guards were furious with wide-opened eyes. Fong Yuan's expression was grim. He gritted his teeth. Isn't this obvious? There is a spy among us. He informed the enemy of our song. Both guards looked at each other before turning to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan looked at them fearlessly. Only the four of us know what songs we prepared. The traitor must be one of you. Who is it? Xiehan Mo could not be the traitor, so among Fong Yuan, Blue Scale and Red Scale, one of them had to be the traitor. Bullshit. You are the traitor. Both guards were furious with red faces as they denied it. Xiehan Mo sighed, shaking her head. There might not be a spy. They might have found out about our preparations through special information path methods. Ha ha ha. Far away, Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly in his goo house. Bu Su Lian had been observing Xiehan Mo and the rest long ago. Seeing their expressions, she understood as her eyes shined. You planted a spy near her? Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed continuously. Of course. Xiehan Mo is too young and too naive to compete with me. Do you know the huge price I paid in order to get a spy this close to her? Bu Su Lian's eyes flickered with bright light. As expected and befitting of Frost Tide Tribe's leader, the price you paid is worth it. Now that Dong Lei has sang her song, Xiehan Mo cannot use it again. She is almost helpless now that she has no song to sing. Xiehan Mo had truly fallen deeply into the plot of Frost Tide Tribe's leader. The final round of the Saintess competition was to sing 3 songs. These 3 songs needed special preparation. Soundpath goo worms were needed for them, including lots of practice. Each song needed to produce a different effect. The first song was to calm the sea waves. The second song was to attract living beings, and the third song was to repel sea beasts. Thus, even though Xiehan Mo prepared 3 songs, after Dong Lei stole the first song, her remaining 2 songs were different and could not be used in its place. What do we do? Both guards were extremely flustered and anxious. Damn it. Damn it, we got so far but still fell for a trap at this moment. It is no use, it is too late to prepare now. This must be the scheme of Frost Tide Tribe's leader. We will expose it and ruin his reputation. Red Scale screamed. Fong Yuan looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you have proof? Who would believe us? They would use this chance to counterattack and accuse you instead. What do we do then? Oh, Red-Scaled Guard was stunned. Xiehan Mo sighed deeply. In that case, forget it. Saintess. Both guards were stunned. Xiehan Mo smiled bitterly. You can still leave now, hurry. While there is still some time, leave this place. Xiehan Mo would lose the competition for the Saintess position. She would no longer be the Saintess. This way, she would face the attack of the new Saintess Dong Lei and Frost Tide Tribe's leader. She would have a terrible end. To not implicate her 3 followers, even if there was a possible spy among them, Xiehan Mo wanted to fight for some time. Saintess? Understanding Xiehan Mo's intention, Both of her guards started to choke with tears. This situation had attracted everyone's attention. What happened to Siahan Mo? Something bad seems to have happened. They are panicking. Haha. It seems that Lady Donglei's singing has sent them into despair. Siahan Mo is finished. Inside the Gu house, Bu Su Lien sighed deeply. Frost Tide Tribe's leader smiled sinisterly. Even though I can't deal with that foolish old Grand Elder, I will definitely torture that Siahan Mo after this to vent my anger and hatred. Dong Lei stepped down the stage as she raised her eyebrows. I have already calmed the sea by 5 feet. I will anticipate Sister Siahan Mo's performance next. Tu Siahan Mo looked at her deeply in the eye as she ascended the stage. She had just entered the stage when she got stunned. Why are you? She looked at Fang Yuan, who was beside her, with deep shock. Fang Yuan interrupted her. As your follower, I am of course qualified to be your accompaniment. Quickly leave, Siahan Mo swiftly said. But anxiety was all over her face for once. You want to sing the same song? Even if you sing better than Dong Lei, the rules will disqualify you. Trust me, I have a song for this. Fang Yuan interrupted Siahan Mo as he transmitted. Siahan Mo's heart wavered. Songs could not be changed easily, because they needed to be paired with Gu worms and needed lots of practice. By changing the song, the Gu worms used also needed to be modified. In this situation, Siahan Mo could no longer change her Gu worms. This meant that the new song and the original song needed to have the same rhythm and melody. It might be possible given 100 days of preparation, but in this rush situation, the chances were close to 0. The song is not the same, of course, but don't forget that I had participated in our song composition. I have a similar song here, but I need you to adapt to it on the spot. Take note of the cooperation between my song and the Gu worms. Fang Yuan transmitted. And these are the lyrics and tune. Siahan Mo was stunned before nodding. Okay. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. Then let's start. Siahan Mo breathed in deeply. She shut her eyes. This was her usual habit before singing. Everyone became quiet. They waited quietly and waited. Why is she not singing yet? Gradually, some people became impatient. Ha ha ha. How can they sing? They have no songs to sing. Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly with a face flushed red. Oh, sorry. Can anyone lend me a zither gu? Fang Yuan broke the silence. Everyone. You are the accompaniment, but in this important sea god ceremony, you did not even prepare a zither gu. Is it really okay to be so lax? I need a rank 3 zither gu. Can anyone lend me one? Fang Yuan added, looking towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder understood his words. Siahan Mo met with an accident. She had anticipated this and quickly asked someone to send a zither gu. Fang Yuan obtained the zither gu and said, This is too important. Let me refine the gu on the spot. Everyone. What? At the last round of the sea god ceremony, you want to refine gu? Are you serious? What was this human gu master thinking? He was toying with everyone. The mood of all the mermen turned bad. Frost Tide Tribe's leader quickly instructed his lackeys. A voice suddenly resounded. You are purposely stalling for time. Everyone was about to clamor when Fang Yuan shouted loudly. Are you saying that the sea god ceremony has a rule against refining gu? This is for the sake of the song. We will start after the gu is refined. Grand Elder quickly added. There are no such rules indeed. I will allow it. Quickly refine the gu and start. What does everyone think? The other elders looked at each other. Some wanted to speak while others stayed silent. Lackeys of Frost Tide Tribe's leader shouted again. The sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony. You want all of us mermen to wait for your gu refinement? Fang Yuan quickly rebuked. I am refining gu for the sea god ceremony. Are you all unable to wait a little bit for this important ceremony? Whoever has no patience can stand up now. You can leave right away. Everyone went silent. You have a sharp tongue, but when you end up in my hands, I will make sure I smash all your teeth and pull out your tongue. Frost Tide Tribe's leader snickered. On the giant shell that was floating on the sea's surface, the merman warriors were exerting themselves while stabilizing it. Some of the mermen floated to the surface, Some only had their heads above the water, but all of them were looking at Fong Yuan refine his zither gu. One Xiahan Mo was instead ignored. She stood beside Fong Yuan feeling very strange. She had attended the sea god ceremony once before and became the saintess. She had seen countless sea god ceremonies, but never had such a thing ever happened. Fong Yuan's refinement speed became faster and faster. This was because the zither gu's owner cooperated with him. After getting the zither gu, Fong Yuan stood up and went behind Xiahan Mo, saying confidently, "All right, the real show starts now." Finally, the merman let out breaths of air, feeling resentful. "Go ahead and sing. I want to see what song you can come up with." Frost Tide Tribe's leader snickered. Below the stage, the Grand Elder and both guards had worried expressions. Xiahan Mo shut her eyes. At this moment, the zither started playing. Fong Yuan had activated the zither gu. It let out a long and deep melody. The tune was extremely beautiful to listen to. Xiahan Mo shut her eyes. She started to sing one. "The white moonlight is somewhere in my heart. It is so bright, yet so icy cold. Everyone has their own sadness, wanting to conceal it, but it just became more obvious." Everyone was silent. Only the sound of waves could be heard. Her beautiful voice intoxicated everyone. They could not stop savoring it. "The white moonlight lightens the horizons of the world. It's in my heart, but not by my side. I could not wipe the tears off your face back then. The road is too long. I could not seek forgiveness." The tune was sorrowful but simple and elegant. It progressed smoothly with each verse. A feeling of intense sadness and agony filled everyone's hearts. Xiahan Mo had a pure and penetrating voice. She was gentle and warm, just like the pale white moonlight that seemed cold and also a little warm on the inside. The giant shell started to emit a white light. The waves did not seem to want to disturb her beautiful singing. They became weaker. "The white moonlight lightens the horizons of the world. The fuller it is, the more loneliness I feel. Unable to wipe the tears in my recollection. The road is too long. How can I make amendments to you?" Xiahan Mo was also engrossed in it. Her gaze shifted towards Fong Yuan, who was standing there activating the zither gu with his full concentration. She thought to herself, "Is there sorrow in your heart as well?" Countless mermen shed tears. The pain of love and affection. These tears were hidden deep in their hearts. Was there true fulfillment in this world? Loneliness always existed. "The white moonlight is somewhere in my heart. It is so bright, yet so icy cold. Everyone has their own sadness, wanting to conceal it, but it just keeps growing." As the song ended, the crowd remained silent. In the Gu House, Frost Tide Tribe's leader was stiff like a statue. Shock expressed all over his face. The sea was calm and the dark clouds scattered. Pure moonlight shone down on the giant seashell, enveloping Xiahan Mo and Fong Yuan. The two turned around slightly, looking at each other. As the music ended, the mermen started to converse among themselves. "What song is this? This is the first time I have heard it. It is simply too amazing. Did you all notice? The song was superb, but Xiahan Mo was not skillful. Her gu worm manipulation had lots of errors. Many mermen talked about it with strange expressions. The true reason was that Fong Yuan and Xiahan Mo did not practice this earlier. If they had even one practice, they would not make such mistakes. But even so, reaching such a level of cooperation in their first attempt, Xiahan Mo's personal attainment was truly profound. Right now, the sea is calm and the weather has changed. The dark clouds scattered and the moonlight reappeared. Regardless of Xiahan Mo's mistakes, the results are evident. This should be a draw. In fact, Xiahan Mo should have a slight lead. It will depend on the next two songs. The mermen were getting more excited about the rest of the sea god ceremony. The Grand Elder could notice many things. She let out a breath of air as the worry in her heart lifted. "What is going on?" In the Gu House, Frost Tide Tribe's leader screamed. "It seems that although your scheme succeeded, an accident occurred." Hu Su Lien squinted her eyes, focusing her gaze on Fong Yuan. She sighed in amazement. "This man is not so simple. No wonder Xiahan Mo took interest in him. I am a song expert. This is likely his own creation." This shows that this human has very high attainment in sound path. 2. Frost Tide Tribe's leader expressed his suspicions. There are countless songs in this world. How can you be sure that this was his creation? Bu Su Lien smiled lightly, looking at Frost Tide Tribe's leader with an expression of disdain in her eyes. You don't understand. Frost Tide Tribe's leader's face became even darker. Bu Su Lien, can you speak clearly? Bu Su Lien chuckled coldly, ignoring Frost Tide Tribe's leader as she looked towards Fang Yuan with glistening eyes. Others would fear Frost Tide Tribe's leader's political power, but Bu Su Lien was an exception. This was not only because she was the spouse of a former tribe elder, but also because of her own talent and schemes. But Bu Su Lien guessed wrongly in the end. Fang Yuan was not the creator. This song was originally from Earth. This song is unique and unheard of. It has to be a new creation by you. To think that you would have such high attainment in sound path. Fang Yuan. Xiehan Mo walked down the stage and transmitted to Fang Yuan, showing appreciation and praise in her tone. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am flattered you saw for yourself. I even had to borrow a zither gu. I do not have such a high sound path attainment. No need to be humble. Being able to create such a song means that your sound path attainment is beyond ordinary. You might have a future if you change to cultivating sound path. Xiehan Mo looked at Fang Yuan with a sincere and bright gaze. Fang Yuan had already anticipated this. He did not want to explain it because that was not important and he could not explain it clearly either. The important thing now are the next 2 songs, if I am not wrong. Fang Yuan hesitated. They walked down the stage as Dong Lei went up. Fang Yuan and Xiehan Mo might have had an impressive performance, but she was not flustered. She remained calm and composed. She started to sing. Her moving voice attracted lots of fish groups to her. As expected. Fang Yuan snickered. Xiehan Mo's gaze also became increasingly cold. Both guards looked at each other with bright red faces. This bitch stole our song again. Don't worry. I have a song prepared. Fang Yuan smiled with deep confidence. After Dong Lei went down the stage, the 2 of them went up again. Fang Yuan played the music one while Xiehan Mo sang and danced. When did the bright moon first appear? One raises a cup and asks the blue sky. One does not know in the celestial palace what year it is this evening. Once the song started, the atmosphere changed. All of the mermen shut their eyes in enjoyment. I wish to ride the wind and return there, yet I fear the jade towers. In a high dwelling, one cannot bear the cold. Starting to dance with one's own shadow. How can it compare to life in the mortal world? The moon revolves around the red pavilion. Hanging upon the silk windows, the light shines upon the sleepless. Xiehan Mo thought about the time she was saintess. Even though she had high authority, she was all alone. She became filled with deep emotions at this moment. I wish to return by riding the winds, but the position of saintess is like the jade tower that locks me in. The cold atmosphere is chilling. I cannot sleep. Who is here to dance with me? I should not have resentment. But why is the moon always full at times of separation? People feel sorrow and joy upon partings and reunions. The moon can be dark or bright, full or crescent. These problems have existed since ancient times. Yet one hopes for longevity, 1,000 miles apart, seeing the moon's beauty together. As the song ended, the world went silent. Fish, prawns, turtles, crabs, all of the aquatic animals floated on the surface of the sea, scattered all over the place. Birds were fluttering in the sky. Many were birds that flew in the day. They were drawn over from their slumber by this beautiful song. Beautiful lyrics and an enchanting tune. It pierced deep into everyone's hearts. The mermen could not help themselves but listen. Xiehan Mo looked at Fang Yuan. She thought, was this a song he made for me? She could feel resonance in the lyrics. She felt consolation and warmth from it. She was pure like the icy jade, but was maligned by outsiders. Right now, all of the sadness and annoyance in her heart had faded. None of the rumors from before could affect her heart anymore. He is someone who knows me. At once, Xiehan Mo felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She was truly moved. The results were clear. Fang Yuan and Xiehan Mo won by a margin again. Dong Lei's face turned pale below the stage. She understood that if not for Xiehan Mo and Fang Yuan's imperfect cooperation that led to certain mistakes, she would not even be able to sing the third song. This person is a huge threat. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the window of the goo house. You finally realized? Bu Su Lian said plainly. Mockery was in her words. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader snorted. He did not want to argue with Bu Su Lian. He needed to resolve this problem now because at this rate, after the third song, Xiehan Mo was bound to win. Fang Yuan, is it? To think he is such a problem. I need to get rid of him. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was determined to do this, but felt a huge headache. In normal times, he had countless methods against Fang Yuan. But now during the Sea God ceremony, under everyone's watchful eyes, he could do close to nothing. What do I do? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader thought about it rapidly. His forehead was covered in sweat. After a long period of consideration, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader finally acted. Fang Yuan, I am Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. He directly transmitted to Fang Yuan. This was the most useful choice of action. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but he did not reply. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader chuckled. You can just listen to me. I know you are a smart guy, but you are too young. You have aspirations that are too unrealistic and naive. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he replied. I am not naive. This is my ideal. You won't understand. That's why I said you are foolish, lad. Don't think that you two are basking in fame now by standing there. You are just pawns. Look at the flag fluttering in the wind. Its foundation is the pole. Think about it, what are you relying on? The Grand Elder? Just go ask around, what kind of person is she? She had the political power to suppress our faction, but she chose to let you people be the vanguard. When Xiehan Mo investigated the corruption case, did she help you? She might have given you some clues or whatnot. But trust me, it was really not much of an effort. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was quite eloquent, he added. Or rather, even if you win and defend the title of Saintess, so what? Do you think I will die? No, Frost-Tide Tribe is the largest faction in the Sacred Court. If I die, the entire Sacred Court will be in turmoil or even break apart. The Grand Elder does not have the guts or determination to do that. She only wants to keep me in check and prevent me from acting out of line. So in the end, no matter what you find out, I will still continue to live as Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. At worst, I will sacrifice a few scapegoats and stop my overbearing actions. In the Sea God ceremony, almost every Saintess candidate is backed by their own force. Do you think this is simply a competition for the Saintess position? No, this is a game. This is a way for the higher-ups to distribute resources for the next few decades without internal conflict. The force that has a Saintess will get a bigger share of the pie. Those who don't will receive less. Fang Yuan, you might hate or detest these games that we play in the dark, but you must understand that in this sea, darkness is the true ruler. The so-called light merely shines at the surface of the sea. Ordinary people might enjoy or indulge in its dazzling beauty, thinking that light is the truth of the sea, but they are just too naive. Fang Yuan was silent. Inside the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, the Merman's sacred city, the atmosphere in the inn was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower will be taking part. That person is famous in the seas. With him around, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had grim expressions. White-scaled merman Sui sat at the center as she held a cup in her hand. She was in a daze while looking at the tea inside. Missy, you cannot hesitate anymore. That's right, the Sea God ceremony has already gone on for so long. Only us and Zhao Lu are left. The rest have been eliminated. After the next round is the final test. Once we get past this hurdle, we will be able to vie for the Saintess position. The two nannies urged anxiously. Sui sighed. But what can we do now? The nannies quickly came forward to Suyi's side. Missy, didn't our tribe find a strong expert that can fight against the enemy? That's right, as long as we get him to fight, even if we cannot win, we will not get eliminated at least. Suyi's gaze was lingering on the cup. She said in a long sigh, I understand your suggestion, but did you forget something? I can only have 4 followers in this competition. These spots are all used up now. Even if the tribe invites an expert, we cannot use him. The two nannies looked at each other with bright gazes. So that's it. Missy had such plans already, but she could not say it personally. They understood the reason now. Among them, one nanny said in a soft voice, "Missy, this matter can be easy or difficult depending on us. We just need to abandon one follower." "That's right," the other nanny added. "According to the sea god ceremony's rules, we cannot abandon followers easily, but if they are corrupted or have committed crimes, for the purity of the sea god ceremony and the saintess, we can expel them with proper reason. With that freed follower position, we can then invite the expert into our group, right?" Suyi's expression changed as she rejected. "This is not appropriate. The sea god ceremony is such a huge event. If a scandal occurs, that person's reputation would be tarnished for life. They would never be able to clear their name. All of my followers have helped me greatly. How can I repay gratitude with enmity? Oh, Missy, a great person would not mind small sacrifices. So what if we have to give up someone? I would suggest we target that Xiaolin. She has no background and is a mermaid that nobody will care about. Who knows what luck she had to be able to obtain that gather oil goo." Seeing Su Yi's displeasure, Nanny Rong added, "Of course, we are not framing her. We are trying to move her with logic. Xiaolin looks like an understanding young lady after all. Missy, leave this to me, I will negotiate with her. It is okay if we pay a small price. Compared to the saintess position, it is evident which is more important." "This?" Su Yi hesitated. The other nanny quickly added, "Missy, we are not forcing or harming Xiaolin. We are seeking her cooperation in any case, so what if she loses some reputation? Xiaolin is a poor girl. She needs some materialistic gains more. It is very likely that after hearing our suggestion, she might become very happy and would want to deal with us. She is merely trading reputation for huge benefits. Leave, let me consider it first." Sui frowned as she asked them to leave. The two nannies looked at each other before leaving. Days later, rumors regarding Xiaolin spread throughout the city. "That's her, the shameless mermaid who betrayed her benefactor Su Yi just to gain the favor of the rich and noble. No wonder Lady Su Yi was always at a disadvantage. She had a traitor after all. I want nothing more than to tear the tendons and skin out of this scoundrel. She is truly shameless. I can't believe she is still coming to find Su Yi at this time." Xiaolin bit her lips, walking up the inn stairs under everyone's accusations. "Stand there." Halfway through, Mermaid Nanny Rong blocked Xiaolin with a cold expression. "I was framed. I want to see Sister Su Yi." Xiaolin raised her head, looking at Nanny Rong with an anxious expression. Nanny Rong laughed coldly. "Xiaolin, you still want to act?" Missy was very upset after hearing the news. "You still want to see her now during a crucial moment of the sea god ceremony? You are truly vicious. You want to annoy our Missy and cause her to make mistakes in the competition later. That's not it, Nanny Rong, listen to me." "Listen to what? What is there to say? You are a shameless scum, we were blind to accept you into our group." Scram! Nanny Rong lost her patience. She screamed in a shrill voice, being very overbearing. "You don't believe me, but I believe in Sister Su Yi. If I don't get to see her, I will not leave." Xiaolin's eyes were red. A light of stubbornness flickered in them. "You are forcing me to chase you away?" Nanny Rong said sinisterly. "Stop." At this time, Su Yi appeared, walking down the stairs. "Sister Su Yi." Xiaolin was overjoyed. She wanted to move forward, but Nanny Rong's arms blocked her path. "Xiaolin," Su Yi said to Xiaolin with a complex tone. "Sister Su Yi, you need to believe me. I did not betray you." Xiaolin shouted. "Do you need us to investigate it?" At this moment, a group of mermen charged into the inn. They drew all the attention away. This group of mermen walked towards Xiaolin as they said, "Xiaolin, right? I am the sacred city's investigator. Someone reported you for corruption. You betrayed Su Yi and tried to ruin the sacred sea god ceremony. You tried to manipulate the saintess competition. We are now arresting you. Follow us and tell us everything that you did." "No, I am innocent." Xiaolin turned pale from fright. She shouted loudly in retaliation. We will investigate whether you are innocent or not. The investigator was very cold. No, I will not leave with you. I was framed. Someone framed me. Xiaolin was frightful. She continued to shake her head. You don't want to leave with us? Humph, you don't have a choice. Come, arrest her. The investigator ordered as the Mermangu masters behind him acted. Wait. At this moment Su Yi spoke. Sister Su Yi. Xiaolin's eyes shined with a light of hope. But Su Yi shook her head. Sister Xiaolin, I do not believe that you betrayed me. But the investigator is here. We need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I believe that they will clear your name. Go with them. As long as the results come out, your innocence will be proven, right? Sister Su Yi. Xiaolin's eyes turned dim. Go with them. Xiaolin lowered her head, walking towards the investigator. I was framed, but I will go with you. The investigator nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Come with us. Xiaolin was quickly brought into the interrogation room. Comment, these information pathgu worms are all evidence. Take a good look. I will give you some advice. Don't think you can get out of this. The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal goo on the table. Xiaolin looked into them one by one. Soon, shock was expressed all over her face. These videos and voices are all fake. I have never said such things. That is your explanation against all this evidence? Who would believe you? The investigator chuckled. I have never said such things. Xiaolin was anxious. The investigator raised his arm, stopping Xiaolin from talking. He smiled. I know you were framed. Xiaolin was stunned. What did you say? You were framed. The investigator repeated himself. Xiaolin was stunned. She blinked before saying, in that case, why did you? Because this was Lady Su Yi's request. The investigator laughed again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord between us. Xiaolin was enraged. You are truly a naive little girl. Let me explain it to you then. You know who Lady Su Yi's father is, right? Do you know the current situation of the Sea God ceremony? Comment, the investigator spoke as Xiaolin went into deep shock upon hearing his words. After a long while, she reacted. I do not believe that this is Sister Su Yi's plot. If she wants me to step down, I can leave. If she told me herself, I would not have rejected her. The investigator looked at Xiaolin with a mocking expression, rebuking mercilessly. Is the Sea God ceremony an event where you can just leave like that? If anyone could just step down, this competition would just be a pure contest between forces. The only way to step down is by force. At the same time, that position left behind could be filled again. Xiaolin said in a daze, a situation like this? The investigator smiled. Indeed, you've grown smarter. All right, you have two choices now. The first choice is to deny this evidence and fight for your innocence. But this evidence is concrete. Nobody will believe your words. The second choice is to cooperate with us. Admit to the crime, and even though you will lose reputation, we will repay you with abundant resources. Choose now. Xiaolin smiled bitterly, lowering her head. Did she have a choice? The other party tricked her into this interrogation room. At this point, she could no longer reject them. Even if she tried to, she would still be framed and trialed as guilty. She did not have the strength to resist them. She did not have the right to reject them. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke. Xiaolin, if you keep silent any longer, I will take it that you accept our proposition. The facts are simple and clear. I believe a smart person will make a wise choice. This benefits both of us. Isn't that right? I reject the offer. Xiaolin suddenly raised her head as she spoke. Reject. The investigator frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes and his tone became much tougher. Young lady, think properly. You are young, you should not be impulsive. You need to know the weak cannot contend with the strong. Let alone that you can't even be considered weak. I know I have no one to rely on. I am just a small character, which was why you all targeted me. Isn't that so? Xiaolin looked straight at the investigator. Her tone was filled with mockery but also bitterness and helplessness. But you don't have to worry. I won't make a useless retaliation or file a complaint. I accept your false accusation. I will consider it as paying back Sister Su Yi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we no longer have any debt to each other. We will just be strangers. The investigator revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Xia Lin firmly. In the dim room, Xia Lin's eyes seemed to shine brightly. This pair of bright eyes directly shined on the investigator's heart, making him unable to match her gaze. He quickly moved his gaze. You can leave. I hope you can uphold what you said. I will. Xia Lin stood up and left with a calm expression that contained no anxiety. Several days later. Lady Xia Lin, it is not that our inn does not want to do business with you, but that the public sentiment is too fierce and many people have made reports. If we continue to let you stay here, they will, the innkeeper said with a bitter expression. Xia Lin stopped him from continuing the story. I understand your situation. I will leave then. I thank you for the understanding, Lady Xia Lin. You truly are a good person, the innkeeper said as he thanked profusely and gratefully. Xia Lin packed up her luggage and left her room, walking down the stairs. Look, it is her. This woman secretly betrayed Lady Su Yi for her own personal gains. This kind of person is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony and our sacred city. The Gu masters inside the hall saw Xia Lin and started discussing while pointing fingers at her. Xia Lin heard them but walked out of the inn with a calm and composed expression. When she arrived at the wide main street, a bustling tide of people was moving along the path. Today is the day of the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I can barely wait. Today is sure to be spectacular. Do you guys know? Su Yi had been in a disadvantageous position for so long because there was a spy by her side. Who does not know of it? It's Xia Lin. As the saying goes, no matter how vigilant one is, they cannot defend against an internal threat. Most of the people did not recognize Xia Lin. Their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they hurried towards the central square. Even if some people recognized Xia Lin, they were not absolutely certain. The sacred city was extremely crowded at this time. It was normal for there to be one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was bustling. The people were jostling through the street as joy filled everyone. Xia Lin mixed in with the crowd. Her expression was tranquil, a stark contrast with her surroundings. She had felt happy before, but now, it was like layers of heavy mist had gathered in her nostrils, making her feel difficulty in breathing. She could no longer feel happy in this sacred city or satisfy her curiosity. Maybe, I will never come here again in my life. Xia Lin raised her head slightly, looking at the tall buildings. These buildings seemed to be slanting down. The whole sacred city seemed to be pressing towards her. Xia Lin felt increasingly depressed and frustrated. She quickened her pace and left the crowd, walking into a dark alley. The alley was dim and dark. Trash was piled up in corners, spreading stench throughout the alley. Xia Lin, however, felt her breathing become much smoother as if a huge weight had been lifted out of her heart. Walking in this dark alley devoid of people, Xia Lin's raised head drooped slowly. How did I reach this state? She asked herself but obtained no answer. Her eyes reddened and she soon turned tearful. She was still a young girl, her previous strong attitude was just a facade. Hello, young lady. 3 mermen suddenly walked out of a corner of the alley. Xia Lin was dazed for a moment before turning vigilant. These 3 mermen were hooligans. Their ill intentions were clearly exposed by their gazes. More importantly, every one of them was a rank 2 Gu master. Xia Lin was also only rank 2. What do you want? Xia Lin took a step back. What do we want? The 3 mermen looked at each other, laughing deviously at the same time. Young lady, our encounter was fated. Why be in a hurry to leave? Even if you want to leave now, it is too late. At this moment, 2 rank 2 merman Gu masters walked towards Xia Lin from behind. Xia Lin's heart sank. Not only was it 5 against 1, both the front and rear paths were blocked. Although this alley was not far from the main street, these people were all Gu masters and had clearly been lying in ambush. They definitely had methods to suppress the commotion. The 5 mermen approached Xia Lin menacingly. Xia Lin was panicking. She retreated again and again till her back touched the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth. Her brows rose as she suddenly said, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Oh dear, the little girl has guts. Quite fiery. Big brother likes such girls. The 5 mermen giggled in amusement. They showed no fear, but their footsteps had slowed down. Bump. Suddenly, Xiaolin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. Her mind was filled with fright as she turned to look back with difficulty. She saw the wall melt down from which the 6th Merman Gu Master walked out. They got me. The moment before she fell unconscious, Xiaolin's heart turned cold. She is down. Ha ha ha, boss. Your method is truly amazing. Quickly clean up this place. The sea god ceremony is currently ongoing after all. The 6 mermen gathered around Xiaolin. Wake up! Wake up! A deep voice lingered in the darkness. Xiaolin slowly opened her eyes. The alley was once again reflected in her eyes. The pain behind her head reminded her. She got a fright and quickly struggled to stand up. She then saw the 6 mermen lying on the ground motionless in strange postures. A human Gu Master was standing in the middle of the 6 mermen. Xiaolin cried out with joy, "Master Chu! It's you! It's me! I have been observing the sea god ceremony from the start. I heard of your matter as well. You were tossed aside by Su Yi, right?" Fang Yuan slightly smiled. Xiaolin's tear immediately started to fall as she sobbed, "Master Chu, you? I have good judgment of people, although I have only met you a few times. You are not that kind of person." Fang Yuan continued. Xiaolin could not hold it in anymore as she covered her face and started crying, like a wronged child finally getting vindicated. Fang Yuan quietly watched her cry for some time before patting her shoulder. "Let's go." "To where?" Xiaolin was slightly dazed. "I am also slightly responsible for your current situation." Fang Yuan sighed. "If I did not give you gather oil goo, you would not have been targeted by Su Yi and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I am taking you with me. Follow me and leave." "Okay." Xiaolin nodded. She no longer had no interest in Sacred City. Fang Yuan led the way while Xiaolin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley, there was another branch of the main street. It was also crowded with the stores at the sides enjoying bustling business. At the center of the street, there was a lion dance team. Facing the crowd again, Xiaolin immediately felt some fear and disgust. But Fang Yuan had already walked ahead, so she could only follow. Snap! The moment they walked out of the alley, Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. The next scene stupefied Xiaolin. Her mouth opened so wide that it could swallow an egg. She shockingly saw the whole street coming to a standstill. This? She was unable to speak. "Just a small trick, come." Fang Yuan waved towards her before entering the crowd. Xiaolin quickened her pace, following behind closely. This was a wondrous situation that she had never experienced before. She walked right past 2 mermen who looked like they were having a close conversation and seemed to be lovers. She looked at a store where a customer seemed to be haggling price with the clerk. Spittle flew out of the clerk's mouth and was suspended in the air, almost landing on the customer's face. There was a dog which was moving past the tightly packed legs and merman tails. Its body was bent as it was moving around a blue-scaled merman. Its 3 legs were raised high while one was on the ground. Xiaolin stared widely at these people with various lives. The liveliness in them made her forget her depression and frustration. Fang Yuan was extremely agile and walked quite quickly. It was quite tiring for Xiaolin to follow him. Bump! In a moment of carelessness, she bumped into a sturdy human Gu Master. The human Gu Master swayed. His posture was still the same walking posture from before, but his feet had almost left the ground. He started tilting to the side. "Sorry." She was just about to prop up this human Gu Master when she was grabbed by Fang Yuan. 2 inch here." Fang Yuan gave her a mask. "Master Chu." "This?" Xiaolin was puzzled. Fang Yuan did not lead her away from the street, but brought her in front of that lion dance team. The mask that Fang Yuan gave her was colorful and made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fang Yuan pointed to the lion dance team. "Don't you think it lacks 2 key characters?" Xiaolin nodded. They are playing the Sea Lion Winter-Spring Opera. They are short of the male and female leading characters, a filial fisherman and a traveling mermaid princess. But I think this performance was a spontaneous idea. They are not a real opera team. It is normal for them to not have all the characters. Likely at the start, one Gu master put on the opera costume and makeup for his own entertainment. Later, along the way, more Gu masters joined in. These people were generally opera fans and loved such culture. In fact, there were all kinds of traditional opera and plays that existed in the Grotto Heaven. It was the trending entertainment of this paradise. My method can only last for a short while. Put on the mask quickly. We will move with the crowd. Fang Yuan hurried Xia Lin, not giving her the chance to refuse. Oh, okay. Xia Lin subconsciously took the mask, and when she wore it, her heart suddenly calmed down. No one would recognize her like this. The mental pressure on her had greatly reduced. But shortly afterwards, her face blushed, because she saw Fang Yuan wear a mask, and it was the mask of the filial fisherman. Doesn't this mean that Master Chu and I are the main male and female characters? Xia Lin's heart started to race wildly. Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers once again. The surroundings immediately started moving again from the motionless state. That merman couple continued to walk forward while holding hands. Amidst the haggling at the stall, the saliva spit landed on the customer's face, but he did not realize it. The small dog's 3 legs landed on the ground. It smoothly moved past the blue-scaled merman and continued to pass nimbly through the crowd of legs. Xia Lin took everything in with surprise and curiosity. This was too magical. Master Chu's methods are truly powerful. This is probably a rank 5-time path killer move. One Xia Lin guessed. Plop. That male Gu master, who Xia Lin had collided into, fell down to the ground and even affected the person behind, creating a small chaos. You are so big. Don't you know how to walk? Someone scolded. Sorry. The well-built male Gu master politely apologized. This was, after all, the sacred city of the mermen. Meanwhile, the people in this paradise were less irritable than in the 5 regions. I was walking properly. How could I trip? Strange. The male Gu master looked puzzled as he quickly stood up and moved with the crowd. Xia Lin apologized softly while gazing at the receding figure of the male Gu master. However, she felt a bit of joy like that of a prankster. Just as she was about to criticize herself, her hand was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Follow me. Fang Yuan dragged her to the lion dance team. The lion dance team was stunned at first before dancing even more joyfully. The accompanying music was immediately raised. We have all the characters now, haha. One dancer laughed heartily. You know how to dance, right? Fang Yuan smiled and moved his legs. He was playing the role of the filial fisherman. His movements were subtle and natural, having their own beauty. The surrounding people immediately cheered and hooted. Fang Yuan followed the crowd while dancing towards Xia Lin. Your turn. Fang Yuan's voice was secretly transmitted to Xia Lin's ears. Xia Lin's heart was beating loudly from nervousness. Despite her practicing this play often when she was a child, she had never performed before a large crowd. She began to dance with stiff movements. Fang Yuan laughed as he took her hands and led her. He secretly used wisdom path methods. Xia Lin immediately started feeling nimble. All kinds of dance postures of this play surfaced in her mind with extreme clarity. The two sang and danced and moved along with the crowd. The lion dance team was wearing colorful costumes and strange-looking masks. There were also some who jointly acted as an enormous golden sea lion. They attracted attention wherever they moved. And as the male and female protagonists of the team, even more eyes were focused on Fang Yuan and Xia Lin. Xia Lin was extremely tense at the start, but the more she danced, the better and more confident she felt. She was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, forgetting about the injustice she suffered as cheers, shouts, and whistling filled her ears. Even when Xia Lin made some mistakes in her movements, there was only kind laughter. The crowd continued to move. Some left the lion dance team while some joined. Unknowingly, Xia Lin started laughing brightly. An unprecedented level of happiness which she had never felt before in the sacred city filled her heart. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself from it. At the same time, She felt fear that this was not real. It truly is like I am dreaming. Xiaolin's heart was filled with emotions, her gaze never leaving Fang Yuan. Time to leave. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's movements changed. He dragged Xiaolin away from the opera team and walked to the side of the street. Xiaolin was caught unprepared and got pulled directly into Fang Yuan's embrace. She bumped into Fang Yuan's chest. A strong manly smell entered her nose. She quickly held the mask that had almost fallen down, hiding her reddened face. Here. Fang Yuan moved quickly while pulling her, walking into an alley. It was another lonely alley with dim lighting and the stench of garbage. Fang Yuan released Xiaolin's hand and quickly walked ahead. Xiaolin immediately felt an empty feeling as she followed behind. The two moved in the long alley, one in front and another in back. Fang Yuan did not utter a sound, the alley echoing his monotonous footsteps. The sounds from the rowdy street became softer and softer as they moved further into the alley. A lonely and cold feeling pervaded Xiaolin's body and heart. The previous happiness and joyful feelings started disappearing from Xiaolin's heart. Gradually, worries began to find her once again, and her previous depression began to surge. Xiaolin wanted to find some topics to talk with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had been moving ahead without even turning his head back. The oppressive atmosphere made Xiaolin not dare to casually speak. Finally, they reached the exit of the alley. The street here, although not as lively as the previous, was also filled with crowds and was boisterous. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned towards Xiaolin. Have you thought it through? Xiaolin was stunned. Thought? Thought what through? Fang Yuan smiled, pointing at the mask Xiaolin was wearing. Do you want to wear it to cross the street, or do you want to walk in the crowd showing your own face? Xiaolin was stunned again. Fang Yuan continued. I took off my mask when I entered the alley, but you were still wearing it. Why? Do you feel ashamed? Do you feel afraid of looking at people with your face? Worried that if you confront life, you will lose the happiness from earlier? A series of questions caught Xiaolin unprepared and unable to reply. After a while of silence, she seemed to have understood something as she took down the mask, revealing her face. Master Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you. I truly thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. I have said it before, your current situation is largely because of me. I need to compensate you for this. Master, what are you saying? You have shown enormous kindness to me by gifting me gather oil goo. You don't owe me anything at all. In fact, it is I who owes you everything, Xiaolin quickly said. That is how you interpret it, not me. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Look back on it. You were previously taunted and jeered by others, but just earlier, you were showered with welcomes and cheers. What is the reason for such a big difference? Could it because of this mask? But in fact, you had been yourself all along. Isn't that so? Xiaolin nodded. Fang Yuan looked at the street outside the alley and pointed at the passing crowd. Take a look now. These people don't want to inspect your true self and who Xiaolin truly is. When we were dancing and singing, they also did not want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude. The true situation is not important to them. Ordinary people chase after the truth because they are usually angry and indignant about being made a fool of. So to them, we are not important at all, and to us, their attitude should similarly not be important. Xiaolin took a deep breath. Master Chu, thank you for comforting me. I truly can't thank you enough. I have not finished speaking. Since the attitude of outsiders is not important, what is truly important in our lives? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Xiaolin was stunned for the third time. Master, forgive my ignorance. Fang Yuan pointed at Xiaolin and then pointed at himself. It is us ourselves. It is our truest feelings. Ask yourself. Listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person you want to become? Where do you want to go? You will obtain the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel around the world. If you want to treat others well, then treat them properly. If you want to attempt flying, then collect money and resources to purchase and practice flying goo worms. Fong Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. If you want to remain in the alley, you can stay. If you want to walk into the street and enjoy the event with others, then walk out. Don't mistreat your own feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself frequently, then you will end up with regrets. You will constantly wear a mask to act as another person. You will no longer be yourself. The moment she heard that, Xia Lin felt that her mind had cleared up. It was as if she received enlightenment. All her previous worries and distress were swept away entirely. Master, I will never forget your guidance in my life. The mermaid took a step back and bowed solemnly towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. I'll ask you now, what is it that you want to do the most at this moment? Xia Lin hesitated. I want to follow you. This was the first thing that popped up in her mind. But before she spoke, she saw Fong Yuan shaking his head. You still haven't thought properly. You have time to think about it later. Actually, I am not concerned about what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xia Lin shook her head, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide and her body stiffened, because Fong Yuan had slowly stretched out his hand and stroked her face. Thump, 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 thump. Xia Lin's face blushed red. Her heart thumped wildly, and watery ripples appeared in her eyes. She felt Fong Yuan's wide palm and the warmth from it. This feeling was like a slight electric shock that transmitted to her body and mind. It was clearly an ordinary action, but Xia Lin was unable to even budge. Fong Yuan took back his hand. You still have a mask on. Xia Lin was puzzled, but she heard Fong Yuan speak. Sometimes, we wear a mask of our own initiative. Sometimes, others force us to wear a mask. Right now, I want to take away the mask on your face. Cooperate with me. Okay. Master, you don't need. Xia Lin vaguely knew what Fong Yuan wanted to do as she stuttered. Fong Yuan shook his hand. I will not be happy unless I take this mask off. I don't want to betray my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation. Okay. How could Xia Lin refuse after hearing this? She knelt on the ground and made 3 kowtows to Fong Yuan before quietly standing up. Master Chu, I will do whatever you want me to do. Okay. Then become the saintess. What? Several days later, the sea god ceremony's final test had gathered the attention of everyone. Su Yi was looking at Xia Lin with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies were also stunned. Following the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into a commotion. Su Yi was very confident of victory because her competitor had suffered heavy injuries in the previous round and was unable to step up to compete in such a short duration. But who could have thought that a surprise would occur? The competitor's younger sister, who had been separated for many years, was found. It was this mermaid, Xia Lin. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xia Lin. Isn't she the person who betrayed Su Yi for her own gains? That is a lie that Su Yi's supporters spread intentionally. The true reason is that Su Yi wanted to free up a follower quota. I heard that investigator pleaded guilty. His conversation where he pressured Xia Lin was recorded, and is ironclad evidence. This is more dramatic than an opera play. The discussions among the audience became more heated. The 2 nannies conversed secretly. What is going on? How did the public sentiment change all of a sudden? Also, we never arranged for the investigator. Why did he admit guilt for no reason? Su Yi's expression was extremely unsightly, while Xia Lin was calmly looking at the crowd. Fong Yuan's guidance had elevated her mind and spirit to another level. Su Yi felt even more stifled when she saw that Xia Lin did not even look at her. She snorted coldly. Xia Lin, I truly didn't think we would meet again, and in this way. I also didn't expect this. Xia Lin looked at Su Yi and said honestly. The huge setbacks and gains that she experienced over these days felt like a dream. Su Yi snorted once again. No matter what scheme you have, this last test is not something a casually selected mermaid can pass. This sea god ceremony's saintess position is mine. Oh, Xia Lin lightly replied. Su Yi felt like her provocation had ended up hitting air. She felt terribly irritated. Xia Lin scanned through the surrounding crowd once again. There were too many people. Master Chu said he will watch me from the crowd. But where is he? I am not able to find him at all. Could he have disguised his appearance? He has vast mystical prowess. If he wants to hide, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him I want to follow him. I wonder if he will agree. Xiaolin's mind lingered on this question. Compared to the answer to this question, the saintess position did not have any attraction to her. In the first round, Xiaolin was slightly better than Su Yi. In the second round, Xiaolin won against Su Yi by a little. This result greatly surpassed expectations, causing the audience to be in a commotion. Everyone revealed shock. Fang Yuan, who was hiding among the audience, looked shocked like the surrounding people, but his heart was tranquil. He had trained Xiaolin over these days using Immortal-level time path methods to gain a large amount of time to train her to a certain level, along with Fang Yuan's personally chosen songs, which were unique, and the sound path gu worms he prepared specially for Xiaolin. Moreover, when Su Yi and Xiaolin stepped on the stage to sing, Fang Yuan had even secretly tampered and influenced their performances. The former's performance became choppy, while the latter's performance became increasingly better due to his support. Besides us outsiders, there is probably no gu immortal in this grotto heaven. Now that I am using immortal-level methods, is there any worry that I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal gu masters? What should we do? The third round is about to start. The two nannies were sweating from anxiety. They were sent by the clan to specially assist Su Yi. If Su Yi did not get the saintess position, they would have to suffer the punishment. Su Yi was pale as she looked at Xiaolin. Everything felt like a dream. As far as Su Yi was concerned, Xiaolin was a dull and ordinary girl. It was only because she possessed gather oil gu and was a mermaid that Su Yi had used her. Although she had not felt comfortable doing this to Xiaolin, she did not feel like it was a huge deal. Even if Xiaolin wanted to take revenge, what revenge could she take? She, a person with no background and only rank 2 cultivation, wasn't she asking for others to use her? If not for the saintess position being in sight and Su Yi not wanting to divert her attention, she would have taken the chance to scheme for Xiaolin's rank 5 gu worm. This was not considered repaying kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 gu master protect a rank 5 gu worm? A person's wealth is their own ruin by causing another's greed. So, to Su Yi, rather than Xiaolin being killed by others in the future, it was better to persuade Xiaolin to offer gather oil gu to the clan of her own initiative. Like this, her own side would obtain benefits and she would also not die. It could also be considered as Su Yi helping her. This was a small plan in Su Yi's mind. But, as the saintess position was too important, Su Yi did not dare to split her attention and also did not want to attract criticism. So she could only spare Xiaolin for the moment. If it were before and someone told her Xiaolin would be her biggest obstacle in becoming the saintess, Su Yi would have replied with only a chuckle, hee. Now though, Su Yi wanted to say hee to herself. Life was truly too cruel. With Fang Yuan personally forging a fake identity for Xiaolin, who would be able to see through it? Nobody in this huge sacred city could. So this evidence which proved Xiaolin's identity was irrefutable and ironclad. Even Su Yi believed Xiaolin's identity was truly like so. Oh destiny! This is truly too big of a joke. Su Yi heaved a deep sigh. Young miss, what should we do? The two nannies were out of ideas. We cannot do anything in front of such a large crowd. We also don't have the time. There is only one option left. I will personally persuade her. Su Yi remained silent for a while before uttering through clenched teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, I am Su Yi. Xiaolin was surprised, but her expression calmed down quickly as she replied, What's the matter? Su Yi organized her thoughts and said, I want to make a deal with you. Lose the next round and let me be the saintess. I swear in the name of the sea god that I will pay a price that will satisfy you completely. Even if my power is not enough, my family will be able to satisfy you. Xiaolin remained silent for a moment before saying, Sorry, but Don't be in a hurry to reject me, Xiaolin. You are too young, maybe you still don't recognize the significance of the saintess position. What do you think the saintess is? Just a belief? Or a superficial selection? Both are wrong. It involves benefits, it involves the interests of the whole sacred city's higher-ups. This is a political game. I know you want to take revenge against me, but do you know your situation is extremely dangerous right now? Once you become the Saintess, you will be in an even bigger danger. Your elder sister's side pushed you to the stage because they did not have other candidates, so they are only putting up a front. Once you become the Saintess, they will use all their strength to make you into their puppet. They will make you do things that match their benefits. Although I have not been in much contact with you, I understand you. You are pure and kind. If you become the Saintess, you will probably try to fight for benefits of the mermen and mermaids. But you definitely won't succeed because you are not a person of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you join one of the forces and become the representative of their benefits, or else you will be excluded by everyone and will become the most powerless Saintess in history. But if you choose to transact with me, the benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. It will be much more than the benefits you can obtain from your elder sister's side. Please believe in my sincerity. Sui had an amazingly eloquent tongue. Even Xia Lin felt moved. But she replied, Lady Sui, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to you in this matter. Why? Sui's tone was hurried. You think I am deceiving you? Although it is cruel, what I have said are all truthful. Stop being so naive. Okay? Xia Lin remained silent. Feng Yuan's first life of 500 years. Sea God ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Feng Yuan fell into silence. But he only fell silent for a short period before he chuckled and transmitted his voice. You think I am not aware of what you said? You think I am an inexperienced youngster? No, I understand all these tricks clearly. In fact, I know these truths and have accepted them. Feng Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain, wandering about in southern border before going to Western Desert and then to Eastern Sea. He struggled at the border of death. He had to worry about 1 or 2 primeval stones. He had to bow down and grovel before the strong and this destitute life. He had also once gained a high status, listening to reports from his subordinates while drinking tea. He had been lowly, he had been glorious, he had been lofty, he had been ordinary. Considering his life on Earth and the experiences after crossing over to this world, his vision was already beyond normal people. His experiences were plentiful, and he was very knowledgeable. How could such a person not understand these worldly affairs? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was frustrated, replying quickly, Since you know these truths, then you should know you are taking great risks now. This is our merman internal political battle. What are you, a weak human goo master, doing by meddling? You like Xiahan Mo? I can guarantee that after this matter is finished, I will gift you many more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity. I can swear an oath to the sea god. There is indeed no need to doubt the sincerity of a merman who swears an oath to the sea god. But, Feng Yuan continued, although I accept these truths, it does not mean I like them. You think I like Xiahan Mo? No, I only want to help her. Why am I taking such risks to help her? Because I have my own principle. Favors must be repaid. Hatred must be returned. I have used lifespan goo. I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I used to wish for a long life before, but now, I am tired of this thought. Life has become increasingly boring. Sometimes, the final destination of the journey is not important. The important thing is the process of the journey and how you feel during the journey. One Frost-Tide Tribe's leader involuntarily opened his eyes wide at these words. It was hard for him to understand Feng Yuan's way of life. You are saying the position of Saintess is not important. The important thing is helping Xiahan Mo in this competition? Correct, but there is still more. You talked of the dark side of politics and promised to gift me mermaid beauties. Both have no importance to me. Let me put it this way so you might understand a little. I have lived long enough that I am already sick of wearing a mask to live. Death is not scary to me at all. Right now, I only want to live using my truest emotions and feelings. I will achieve my goals in my own way. Only by living like this can I feel the excitement of life and the desire towards living. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was dumbstruck and stupefied. He finally understood as he shouted, So that's it. You are a lunatic. You have said so much, but they are nothing more than saying you have lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. So be it you were a Gu immortal, but you, a mere rank 3 Gu master, want to live life your own way? You are dreaming. Feng Yuan smiled. You think becoming a Gu immortal can allow people to live according to their will? Live without wearing a mask? A place with people has society and conflict. Survival and living are two different things. The way you want to live does not have to depend on your strength and cultivation level, but your own heart. After a brief pause, Feng Yuan continued, actually, low strength is also quite interesting. When you live without a mask, low strength will allow you to face more difficulties and challenges of reality. Surpass these difficulties, face these challenges, and life becomes much more wonderful. Frost Tide Tribe's leader stood stupefied. His eyes and mouth were wide open as he was unable to say anything. His sight moved across the crowd of people. Landing on Feng Yuan, he saw a slight smile. A chill rose in his heart. This person has such strange and deviant thoughts that differ from common logic. He has an inclination towards self-destruction. He has likely turned demonic. It would not matter if he did not play by the rules. The more terrifying thing was he did not think according to the rules. His thought process was completely different from ordinary people. He was already too far away from the norm. This was a demon. This is a true demon. Frost Tide Tribe's leader felt a chill. He felt this was Feng Yuan's true nature, even though Feng Yuan did not wantonly slaughter lives, even though Feng Yuan currently still committed acts of kindness like repaying favors. Frost Tide Tribe's leader felt a deep powerlessness at the same time. If it were an inexperienced youngster, he could have disguised himself as a senior to guide him and let him know the complexities and some dark truths of society. But Feng Yuan understood them well. He almost knew everything way too clearly. What made him even more helpless was that Feng Yuan's thoughts completely differed from others. He is too strong-minded and stubborn. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation, how dare he? Unreasonable, unreasonable. A lunatic, a madman. He is too arrogant. He actually shows contempt for life and death, right? He does not even fear death. What would he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, and status in the world might be useless when compared to his own true feelings. What else do I have to entice him? Frost Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought, the more he realized. The more he knew Feng Yuan had no fear and would not be enticed. There might be a day when he is enticed, but it would be because he himself wanted to be enticed, and it would be his genuine intention. It was not easy for people to live in this world. That was the case for mermen as well. Frost Tide Tribe's leader had high authority and status, but it was even harder for him. The elders of Merman's sacred city were pressuring him from above, while many of his subordinates were scheming against each other or coveting his position. He had a lot of children who were looking for power and authority, and there were deep conflicts between his many wives. Everything required his supervision and arrangements. Was it wrong for him to be corrupt? No. What was corruption? Corruption was no more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other benefit holders feel unfair. It was similar to dividing a cake. In normal cases, you take a piece and I take a piece. Now, I secretly took another piece which made you jealous. You complain. You broke our distribution agreement? What gives you the rights to take so much? This was corruption. Did you think the Grand Elder side, which supports the Saintess, was not corrupt? There would be more or less some corruption. Even if the Grand Elder herself was not corrupt, what about her subordinates? Her children? It was just that they were not as heavily corrupt as Frost Tide Tribe's leader. Even if the Grand Elder side was completely free from corruption, they were still higher-ups, people who enjoyed the cake and also people who exploited others. From this aspect, everyone was an exploiter. What difference was there? They were all the same. So, Frost Tide Tribe's leader had never felt his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauties, and authority. As his corruption increased, he was gradually pushing beyond the distribution agreement. But he did not want to stop. The greed in him did not allow him to stop. No, it is not greed. It is my aspiration. Many times, Frost Tide Tribe's leader would shout this inwardly. There was a joke which was not a joke. The father asked his son, "What is your aspiration when you grow up?" The son replied, "I want wealth and beauties." The father slapped his son. The son replied again, "I want career and love." The father smiled and nodded his head lightly. Therefore, while career and love were aspirations, wealth and beauties were also aspirations. So, Frost Tide Tribe's leader was confident in himself. Was there anything wrong with him chasing wealth, beauties, authority, and fame? Did you think it was crude? These were all aspirations. Which person's life was not filled with such aspirations? Frost Tide Tribe's leader liked this aspiration from deep down because this aspiration spurred him on, and also enticed others to pay and sacrifice for their aspirations and help him. Frost Tide Tribe's leader, to achieve his aspiration. There was nothing wrong with his corruption. This was his aspiration. Aspirations should be practical and required effort to reach. When Frost Tide Tribe's leader fell into corruption for the first time, he knew there would be a time when he would be opposed and blamed by others. But so what? These were natural and were difficulties and pains that he must experience in realizing his aspiration. As long as he passed these difficulties and subdued this suffering, Frost Tide Tribe's leader could realize his aspiration. As long as he used a series of political techniques like secret manipulation, indirect approaches, threats, and so on, he could realize his aspiration. Frost Tide Tribe's leader, who had an authoritative status for a long time, was confident in this aspect. He indeed had the capital to be confident. If not for Fang Yuan appearing out of nowhere, he would have already pushed down Xiahan Mo and promoted his own pawn to the saintess position. Once he accomplishes this, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully defended the fruits of success from his corruption. He would then use the puppet saintess to issue several policies which would be for a good future of the mermen and also for Sacred City. He would be able to turn his corrupted history into legal events that would clear his reputation for good. At that time, who could say he was corrupted? But right when Frost Tide Tribe's leader was about to succeed, he completely failed, because he ran into Fang Yuan. This person had no aspirations. No, that was not exactly right. Frost Tide Tribe's leader believed Fang Yuan liked wealth, beauties, power, and fame too, but he liked to live by his own feelings even more. That was his aspiration. What was the point of having such a grand aspiration? With such an aspiration, wouldn't the majority of other people end up looking crude and ordinary? He was really courting death. Frost Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth with hatred. This hatred was intensified because of an unknown fear in the depths of his heart. Frost Tide Tribe's leader wished he could flay Fang Yuan. He wished Fang Yuan would immediately die, but he could not do so right now as this was the Sea God ceremony. The final song. Xiahan Mo and Fang Yuan walked to the stage together. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment while Xiahan Mo's song spread to the surroundings. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging, drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. One who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. Human lives have ups and downs like the waves, sometimes high, sometimes low. Why do we have to be always concerned about victory or defeat? The natural romanticism intoxicated the crowd. The rivers and mountains laugh. The misty rain is far away. How many great men and heroes have the tides washed away? Smiling at the breeze wind, lost in quiet solitude. Heroic feelings remain, reflected in the cold night. Bold and lofty, free and unrestrained, all kinds of aspirations would be washed away by the waves. Even life itself will perish. But what is the big deal? A noble man is not a slave to external matters, aloof from the world, forgetting gains and losses. Destiny is fickle, so why uphold your disposition? Throw away your mask and find your true self. True self is unyielding, true self is lonely. Even if my life is the setting sun, I will live my own splendor. The audience was entranced. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was pale. His body shivered as he understood his loss was certain. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging, drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. The rivers and mountains laugh. The misty rain is far away. How many great men and heroes have the tides washed away? Common people laugh, there is no more loneliness. Yet the unyielding spirit in me is still laughing crazily. I struggle to survive in the mortal world. I came to life and I joined the world. I lived my own life. I lived according to my own feelings, even if the waves toss me up and down, sending me to the border of death. I will never grieve, lament, fear, or worry. I will savor these flavor thoroughly. I will still laugh crazily until the end. I am true to my nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fong Yuan was wholeheartedly activating the goo worm with his eyes closed, the sound of the zither spreading throughout the area. Frost Tide Tribe's leader looked at him blankly, involuntarily mumbling, This demon." Xiahanamo was also entranced as she sang. She looked at Fong Yuan, an extraordinary brightness shining in her eyes as she thought, "Such a free and unrestrained life. Isn't this what I yearn for?" Fong Yuan is able to create such a song. He has the disposition of an immortal. Back to the present. Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Merman Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xiaolin went on stage for the third song. The blue sea is laughing. The tidal waves are surging. Drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. The entire place was shocked. Sui turned pale. The outcome was already certain. Xiaolin was already entranced in singing. At this moment, Master Chu's image was elevated infinitely in her heart. There was a moon and slight breeze in the background along with faint fog. The familiar melody rang once again in Fong Yuan's ears and intertwined with his memory. He had once stood on the stage as an accompanist, closing his eyes and slightly smiling. Now he stood outside of the stage as a spectator, his eyes hiding dark light. After living for several hundred years, the vast power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like nothing had changed. He had always been Guyu Fong Yuan. The sea god ceremony ended. The result was astonishing. The person who became the saintess was completely unexpected by anyone, Xiaolin. Saintess Palace shined with bright and gorgeous lights. A group of servants were running around. Xiaolin had already changed into her saintess attire. She was dressed in a white garment, while her tail rested on a lump of clouds. She opened the window and gazed at the large courtyard. Those colorful corals could not attract her gaze. She looked dazed and unfocused. Several days have passed since the sea god ceremony concluded. Master Chu has not appeared again after transmitting his message that day. When will he return? For Inch Saintess, your elder sister has come to pay a visit. At this moment, a maid lightly walked towards Xiaolin and reported. Xiaolin's brows slightly furrowed as she sighed. Please bring her in. Xiaolin's elder sister Zhao Lu walked into Saintess Palace. She was only Xiaolin's elder sister in name, but after Fong Yuan tampered with her memories, this elder sister did not doubt Xiaolin's identity. Little sister, have you considered what I said to you a few days ago? Zhao Lu said directly. Xiaolin shook her head lightly. I am really sorry. I don't want to get involved in other affairs. The saintess position was never my goal, if possible. I do not want to be the saintess. Zhao Lu laughed. Her laughter carried a sense of ridicule and jealousy. She was narrowly defeated by Sui in the final stage. Then Xiaolin came out of nowhere and was supported by her backers just to give it a try. They had not thought Xiaolin would truly succeed. The political force behind Zhao Lu, naturally, would not let go of Xiaolin and wanted to make her their representative for benefits. But before Fong Yuan left, he had instructed Xiaolin to not agree to any person or side with any political force. So Xiaolin had already refused Zhao Lu a few days ago. Naturally, Zhao Lu's mood would not be so good. First of all, her long-lost little sister had suddenly appeared. Besides the connection of blood, she did not feel any affection for this sister. Secondly, she had worked hard for so long. But in the end, Xiaolin, who had cut in line, snatched the position of saintess. This was the same as snatching her lifelong dream. Lastly, the force behind her still made her come out to persuade and rope in her younger sister Xiaolin. But Xiaolin still refused. With all these reasons, Zhao Lu's mood naturally could not be good. Xiaolin, if you truly didn't want to become saintess, why did you take part? Don't say such things to me. We both understand the situation here. Tell me whatever requests you have. This deal will make you fully satisfied. Zhao Lu spoke frankly. Xiaolin's brows furrowed deeper. She knew Zhao Lu was not her elder sister. This was just Master Chu's doing. And now that she heard such words from Zhao Lu, Xiaolin's impression of her worsened greatly. Elder sister. Xiaolin spoke softly. I am truly sorry. I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But you can rest assured that I won't collaborate with other forces as well. Zhao Lu's eyes opened wide. Xiaolin, you are truly naive. You actually have such thoughts? I had thought you were waiting for the right price. Sigh, I overestimated you. Since it is so, I will make it clear for you. You will die if you don't have our support. Understand? Xiaolin was stunned as she stared at Zhao Lu. Don't tell me? Zhao Lu shook her head. Don't think wildly. We never had the intention to conspire against you even if you ended up not collaborating with us. You are the saintess, a person who has received the sea god's recognition, which Merman Force dares to make a move against you. Once the deed is exposed, they will face a terrible death. Every selected saintess has an important task. That is to go to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea and sing for 3 days and 3 nights, using her song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic aura in Regret Crying Sea. This is an extremely dangerous task and has a very low survival rate. Many saintesses have passed away in Regret Crying Sea. Some who came back alive turned crazy. Although the saintess position is good, it carries enormous risks and danger. If not for this task, there would be at least 10 times more mermaids competing for the position of saintess. There is such a thing? Xiaolin was astonished. Zhao Lu laughed. You think I am deceiving you? This information might be hidden, but it is not any important secret. You can easily inquire about it with your current identity and position. You can casually find anyone to ask, but of course ordinary mermen are in the dark about it. Among the sea areas controlled by the Sacred Court, the most dangerous is Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. According to legends, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic goo immortal in this sea area. The Immortal Venerable was too benevolent to take away the demonic goo immortal's life, so he sealed the demonic goo immortal to make him repent. This demonic goo immortal had no choice but to repent, so there are often sounds of crying in that sea area. But his sins are truly too heavy and his demonic nature is too strong. The demonic aura will accumulate after a period of time and start influencing the living organisms in the sea area, making them stronger, ferocious, and crueler. 3-inch The saintess task is to go the center of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea and sing with all her strength, using her song to dispel the demonic aura. Otherwise, as time goes on, the demonic aura in Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea will keep on getting stronger, making the living beings in the sea area become more tyrannical and invasive. This demonic aura is infectious as well, which will expand the area of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Xiaolin showed a surprised expression as it was the first time she heard this secret. Even with support and ample preparations, the previous saintesses had to face extreme danger. If I go in alone without your help, it is almost like seeking death. Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She expected this could persuade Xiaolin but did not expect Xiaolin to still reject. Even so, I won't collaborate. Even if it will result in your death? Zhao Lu's expression was cold. It was not that Xiaolin did not have hesitation, but the image of Feng Yuan in her mind made her insist on abiding by the agreement she made with Feng Yuan. Yes, I am sure, even if I die. Zhao Lu was so furious that she laughed. If so, I only wish you good luck. The sisters parted on a bad note. Haha! It finally appeared. In front of Merit Obelisk, Feng Yuan's eyes emitted bright light. A new task had appeared on Merit Obelisk. Help the new saintess complete her most important mission. The task did not provide any details. By only looking at this task, outsiders would have no idea what the mission was. But Feng Yuan had already inquired about it. In the Merman Sacred Court, the selected saintess had one important mission. to purify demon suppression regret crying sea. Fang Yuan could only enter demon suppression regret crying sea if there was such a task. But the issue was, Fang Yuan was not sure if this task would appear on the merit obelisk. So he needed to support a saintess, and this saintess should have low strength with no one to rely on. If so, the saintess would have no way to complete her mission and would require the help of outsiders. In this grotto heaven, there were no local goo immortals besides the suppressed demonic immortal. Demon suppression regret crying sea was extremely dangerous, accumulating demonic aura at set intervals. The restraining method of the grotto heaven was to select a saintess to quell it without regarding the sacrifices. The saintess mission was extremely important. If there was no successor to the saintess position for too long of a time, the demonic aura might even pervade the whole grotto heaven. But naturally, there might also be some backup methods left by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. What Fang Yuan did was to hasten the appearance of this task as far as possible. And from the results, his plan worked perfectly. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted the task and was once again teleported to Sacred City. Several days later, Saintess Xiaolin stood on a giant tortoise that was slowly advancing towards demon suppression regret crying sea. Behind her stood Fang Yuan. The journey was tranquil and calm, but all of a sudden, a gale blew towards them carrying with it crying sounds. "I really regret it. Why did I have to provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much." Xiaolin jolted, quickly looking at Fang Yuan. "Master Chu." "No worries." Fang Yuan smiled while secretly using wisdom path methods to calm Xiaolin and the giant tortoise. The crying sounds seemed like an immortal killer move that could disturb an ordinary being's emotions and mind. The nearer they reached demon suppression regret crying sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sound became. "I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I painfully regret it. I should not have chased after power. It would have been much better if I had stayed behind to look after my parents as a filial son. I truly repent. I deceived everyone and concealed immortal goo. I let a friend, who trusted me the most, carry the blame so I could get benefits." The mournful cries made Xiaolin's face pale, while Fang Yuan instead became more excited, because he already felt the large immortal formation in this place. "I am now almost certain regret goo is here. But if I take regret goo, will it destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup methods?" Fang Yuan was doubtful. Regret goo was very important. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea, and was clearly not included in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But as far as Fang Yuan was concerned, it was a crucial goo worm he had to take, and he had decided to take the risk. He focused his mind, activating investigative methods with all his strength. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind, becoming increasingly clearer. This time it was Fang Yuan who became pale. "Such a powerful formation. It is as vast as the sky. My formation path attainment level is high, and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods. But I would need at least dozens of years to comprehend all the profundities of this large formation." Cold sweat started seeping out of Fang Yuan's forehead when his mind suddenly jolted. Regret goo! He discovered regret goo. Although regret goo was hidden, Fang Yuan had already determined regret goo was hiding somewhere in the center of the sea area through all kinds of clues and arrangements. How should I take regret goo? If I move rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it would end up badly. Maybe I can rely on reverse flow protection seal to resist it one time? Or borrow the strength of the suppressed demon? Fang Yuan analyzed continuously in his mind. If the demon was released, all the living beings of this small world might face extreme misery and suffering. But Fang Yuan had no misgivings or pity. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The large formation suddenly activated. Regret goo shot out directly towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, an extremely boundless force emerged and pressed on Fang Yuan's body. What happened? At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared, directly leaving this grotto heaven of Paradise Earth. Dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain was pouring down. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In Central Continent, inside the City Lord's manor in Maple Leaf City, the Maple Leaf City Lord was pacing back and forth outside a room. He had a square face and a dignified temperament. Right now, however, his brows were tightly furrowed and his mood was like this weather, erratic and uneasy, feeling extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and leaned in with his ear pressing on the door. Besides the torrential rainstorm and thunder, he could hear painful groans from his wife as well as several midwives' voices. "Madam, push, push harder." Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old. He loved his wife deeply. He was a rank 5 Gu master with the highest battle strength in all the surroundings. He had high authority as well as a leader's charisma. He was well supported by the people. The only imperfection was he had no children. 9 months ago, he had been ecstatic because his wife had finally gotten pregnant. He was going to have a child in his old age. His greatest regret was finally resolved. But despite him requesting for 3 famous midwives, 2 were rank 3 and 1 was rank 4, his wife's labor still encountered unexpected difficulty. How could this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to get angry but had nothing to vent on. He clenched his fists. The battle strength, which he had been proud of in the past, was of no use at this moment. He had many healing goo worms but none of them was good at helping in childbirth. Oh! He could only restrain his mood, lowering his head as he once again paced back and forth in the corridor. Wah! Wah wah! Suddenly he heard an infant's cry. He then heard joyous laughter from the midwives. "The child is born. It is a boy. Madam, you have succeeded. I have a child. My son." Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned for a moment before turning ecstatic. He opened the door impatiently and charged in to take a look. Right at this time, a peculiar fragrance spread within the room. This peculiar fragrance was refreshing and gentle. The fragrance started to become denser, condensing into rays of colorful lights. They were like streams of water that floated in the air, covering the whole manor as well as the surrounding hundreds of li. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped his steps in astonishment. But the real shock came next. These colorful flowing lights continued to increase in numbers and the fragrance also became increasingly intense. The rainstorm stopped abruptly. Dark clouds slowly dissipated. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shined down, the grandest ray of light among them shining on the delivery room of the City Lord's wife. Then, the flowing lights started to condense into a manor-sized red lotus flower that floated in the air. It was vivid and did not dissipate for a long time. Born with a natural phenomenon, Maple Leaf City Lord was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also frozen from shock. At the same time, in the sky, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were standing on clouds and watching the City Lord's manor in Maple Leaf City. They had seen the phenomenon when the baby was born. He has finally been born. The Gu Immortal in the middle, Duke May, heaved a long sigh. He was an old man with a benevolent countenance. His brows were particularly peculiar. They were like 2 exquisite dark brown roots that extended down from his forehead to his chest. This child is extraordinary indeed. He is blessed by the destined luck of humanity. His innate blessing is so dense that it actually condensed into a grand red lotus observable to the naked eye. He is absolutely an immortal venerable seed. It was worth it that our heavenly court used 3 wisdom path Gu Immortals to deduce him. Standing on the left, Gu Immortal Duke Tongside. One, he was a middle-aged man with a very robust physique. His face and muscles seemed to be made from brass as they let out cold metallic glister. Standing on the clouds, he looked deep like a pool and lofty like a mountain, as if he was a Vajra tower that could not be moved even if heaven and earth shook, an absolute spirit that disregarded the storms. Duke May nodded. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history, they share a common characteristic. They all possess the destined luck of humanity. One. It is just that, in some cases, the luck is not conspicuous at the early stage and is deeply concealed. Only by a certain period would the luck activate. This child caused such a phenomenon when he is just born. No wonder heaven and earth cannot tolerate him and sent down calamities and tribulations to eliminate him. This is rare even in venerable history. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most talented and outstanding existence among the venerables. Suddenly, Duke May's body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Duke May. Duke Tong frowned. We suffered heavy injuries to block the calamities and tribulations. Duke May. The Gu Immortal standing at the right also revealed a concerned expression. He was a young man with a head full of purple hair. A dragon-shaped chi aura moved around his body continuously. Duke May looked at the young Gu Immortal. Duke Long, Fate Gu has given us the revelation. You share an extremely deep affinity with this child. This child will become a venerable and you are his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him and nurture him. You will be the cause of his achievements as he will be the cause of yours. You two are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity for all eternity. Yes, I shall go now. Young Duke Long nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were furrowed. When we return to Heavenly Court, Duke May and I shall enter a very long hibernation to recuperate. The era of the 3 Dukes of Heavenly Court is over. Duke Long, you will lead Heavenly Court. Continue to bring prosperity to this world. I will. Duke Long restrained his excited emotions and slowly descended. His sleeves were fluttering with the wind. He waved his hand and boundless wind surged. Endless dragon roars were heard, attracting attention and shock from everyone. In this boundless wind, he slowly flew down and landed on the manor of Maple Leaf City Lord. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering like leaves. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable man. Knowing about Gu Immortal's existence as well as knowing his strength could not even resist one finger of a Gu Immortal. He forcibly calmed himself before paying respects. I, Hong Zhu, pay respects to Lord Immortal. I wonder what matter Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world for. Duke Long smiled. Hong Zhu, your son is the blessed child of the world. A peerless genius that appears once in a million years with extremely rare innate talents. If he is nurtured well, he will definitely be outstanding. But if he lacks guidance, there will be huge danger to countless beings of this world. Chaos would ensue. I was happy to see such a rare talent, and for the sake of humanity, I came here to take this child as my disciple. I will carefully raise and guide him, making him into a leader of the righteous path. A Gu Immortal who seeks prosperity for the whole of humanity. Ah! Maple Leaf City Lord was both stunned and joyous at these words. He was shaken by Duke Long's words, but he had personally seen the natural phenomenon just before, and was actually somewhat mentally prepared. The joy was naturally because his son received a Gu Immortal master and had boundless future prospects. He would definitely surpass his parents. Although he was a city lord with high authority, he was nothing compared to this Gu Immortal. But besides the shock and joy, Hong Zhu felt somewhat dejected. He got a child in his old age. It was not easy, but who could have thought that before he even got a chance to look at his son? His son would be taken as a disciple by Lord Immortal. They would probably get very few chances to meet each other in the future. Duke Long immediately knew what Hong Zhu was thinking, consoling. Rest assured, I came today only to explain this matter and not to take away your son immediately. I will only bring him away when he is 10 years old, which is the correct time to start teaching him. Hong Zhu immediately felt endless excitement and expressed his thanks repeatedly. At this time, the door opened. The city lord's wife had already cleaned herself up. She came out while holding the newly born baby along with the 3 midwives and knelt on the ground. Paying respects to Duke Long, Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted towards the baby. He laughed happily as he took a step forward, immediately arriving in front of the city lord's wife. He carefully held the baby and inspected him. This baby did not have any ugliness that a newly born baby had. His head was filled with dark hair and had a very attractive and cute face. His eyes shined brightly like stars. His skin was white and tender and his cheeks were chubby. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in the air slowly descended while shrinking and condensing continuously. In Duke Long's vision, the red lotus eventually landed on the baby's forehead, condensing into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed past Duke Long's eyes as he thought, This destined luck condensed into a birthmark, imprinted on his forehead. This phenomenon has not been seen in any venerable before. When my disciple becomes a venerable, he will probably be an extremely unique one. As he thought of this, Duke Long felt like the light baby he was holding had become as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's mind. You don't need to kneel, please stand. After inspecting for a while more, Duke Long solemnly handed the baby back to the city lord's wife. He exhaled. 3 gusts of chi flashed by. One fell on the baby while the other 2 merged inside the city lord couple. The baby immediately fell asleep with a smile on his face. The city lord couple felt boundless strength filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife gave a cry of shock. The weakness from giving birth was gone instantly. She burst with energy as her body condition returned to when she was young. City Lord Hong Zhu astonishingly discovered his old injuries were completely gone and his primeval essence had broken common sense, carrying a trace of green luster. His strength that was already at a level where it could not be raised further seemed to have been elevated by a large degree. Without immediately inspecting his changes, Hong Zhu first gave thanks to Duke Long along with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. You don't need to thank me because I still need your help. The parents and the master are not interchangeable with each other. I wish that you can love each other dearly and give your son deep care. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be extremely helpful to his growth. 10 years later I will come again. One Duke Long then slowly rose to the sky. Air currents surged around him and dragon roars were heard unceasingly, as if there was a formless wave of dragons. Mortals gazed towards the sky and saw Duke Long flying away until his figure was blocked by the clouds. After a while of deep silence, the whole city went into an uproar. It was a clear sky with no clouds anywhere. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people moving here and there. 6 years had passed since the city lord's son, Hong Ting, was born. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City enjoyed a peaceful time with no calamities. Its size continued to expand unceasingly, already surpassing the original size by over 10 times. It had become the #1 human city in the surrounding plains. Chirp, chirp, a group of spiritual sparrows flew over from somewhere. Their whole bodies shined with golden light and were flying like they were dancing. They displayed extraordinary liveliness until they arrived at the top of the city lord's manor when suddenly, they imploded one after the other, bursting into specks of golden lights that sprinkled down. Inside the city lord's manor, Hong Ting was currently brandishing a short decorative sword. He was moving some ornamental mounds back and forth while skillfully swinging his sword. In an instant, Hong Ting's figure disappeared. Sword lights formed into spheres which shined brightly everywhere. Great! Amazing! Young master truly has unrivaled talents. He has completely perfected this sword technique after just learning it for 3 months. Such a density of sword lights is simply unbelievable. The surrounding guards praised with sincerity from the depths of their hearts. City Lord Hong Zhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was very proud of his son. As for the feeling of surprise, he had lost it a long time ago. Over these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had changed his view and understanding multiple times. He now knew how shallow his comprehension of the word genius was. Because of the endless surprises throughout these years, Hong Zhu had already become numb to them long ago. Now, everything involving his son was natural and a matter of fact. Clang! Right at this time, a crisp sound echoed. Silver sword lights suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared once again. His short decorative sword had slashed apart a boulder. Cheers and praises immediately resounded. Father, I feel like this sword technique has not reached its limit. There is room for improvement. Hong Ting walked out from the group of ornamental mounds and said with a smile. Hong Zhu laughed heartily. This sword technique belongs to the secret manual of a famous sword cultivator, Zhao Sansi. I used a lot of treasures to exchange for it. You have only practiced for 3 months and already feel that it is not good enough. Hong Ting blinked with acute slyness in his eyes. Father, I only said that out of momentary inspiration. To tell the truth, this sword technique is only so-so. I have already learned all of its essence after practicing for 3 months. Hongzhu coughed, feeling a bit of headache again. His son's talent was too great. He was fast at learning anything. He even went as far as to comprehend the deepest essence of those moves. This was good but also bad as well. Hongzhu's accumulations were already used up several years ago by Hong Ting. He went through all kinds of avenues to search for secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not match Hong Ting's ability to absorb knowledge like a black hole. If this continued for a long time, what could he do? Right at this time, a group of spiritual sparrows flew over their heads and suddenly imploded into golden light specks. The light specks fell and got absorbed into everyone's head. But most of the light specks were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. Instantly, everyone had joyous expressions. They had received inheritances and all sorts of peculiar secret manuals. This is the gift of yet another immortal. I wonder which immortal this is? We should thank young master. We are all enjoying his fortune. The guards looked at Hong Ting passionately. Even Hongzhu's gaze carried a trace of complex feelings. Hong Ting had closed his eyes, immersed completely in the newly obtained sea of knowledge. Hongzhu and the rest were already not surprised at this scene. Even the commoners outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their business. Unusual phenomena and immortal miracles were fascinating, but when they happened too many times, they would start feeling bland and ordinary. The immortal miracles appearing around Hong Ting could not be said to be a lot. It was at a mind-numbing level that was simply overflowing with such incidents. Since he was born and taken as a disciple by Duke Long, immortal phenomena would frequently occur around him. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court, not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals in Heavenly Court. Just the 10 great ancient sects under Heavenly Court were colossal forces with extremely robust foundations. Duke Long had taken in this disciple with great publicity. He did not conceal anything. Everyone understood his intentions, so whether it was Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they all paid extreme attention to Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was the blessed child of the world, a future immortal venerable who would be cultivated by Heavenly Court. This was not a secret. So, every so often, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting to build a good affinity and relationship with him in advance. As a result, the Golden Sparrow inheritance gift was not strange. There were also spiritual cranes imparting scrolls, auspicious clouds sending fruits, sacred wind marrow cleansing, and all sorts of unusual immortal-level phenomena that appeared endlessly. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his brain, but his brows furrowed into a frown. There are 18 types of weapon training methods. Each one is exquisite and unique, but there is still no mention of any advanced aperture awakening method. Father, when can I awaken my aperture and control Gu worms? No matter how excellent these fighting techniques are, they are only mortal techniques. Controlling Gu worms is the only true way. Son, don't be in a hurry. You have once again forgotten what your master instructed in his letter. Hongzhu said with a pleasant smile. Hong Ting waved his hand impatiently. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken my aperture in advance, I must do it only when I am 12. Before the timing and opportunity is right, I cannot do it in advance. I am really curious. Master has such vast powers. Why can't he awaken my aperture now? Hongzhu's expression became slightly grave. Son, your master is an immortal. You cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to obey. You need to understand that he absolutely won't harm you. He cherishes you just like how father and mother treasure you. Yes, father. I was wrong. Please don't get angry. Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists. He was very filial to his parents. Time passed, years passed in an instant. Duke Long appeared once again and formally took Hong Ting as his disciple. He took Hong Ting to roam all over the world while personally guiding him. When Hong Ting was 12, Duke Long awakened his aperture. Hong Ting officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless talent and robust foundation, his cultivation progress was shockingly fast. Not only in his cultivation, his experiences also richened constantly on this journey. He met many people, mortals and immortals, kind people and evil people. His knowledge of human life and heaven and earth was constantly deepening. He had a strong sense of justice and loathed evil. He looked handsome and kind but was crafty and resourceful as well. Master, I have found that evil Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered an entire village. He is staying at a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned to the cave from hunting and spoke to Duke Long with excitement. Duke Long nodded with a smile. Take a seat first. The soup is almost ready. This soup is made from the bones of an ancient desolate beast. It will be very helpful to your growth. Hong Ting threw down the prey he hunted, saying with clenched teeth, Master, I have been wanting to take action on Xue Tu Dao for over a year and get rid of this evil. But you said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he had rank 5. I was not his match, so you didn't allow me to go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and 8 killer moves. I had an extremely high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, but you said that it was not 100%, so you didn't let me make a move. 3 months ago, I already reached rank 5 and could easily deal with Xue Tu Dao in 2 to 3 moves, but you said it was not time to take his life. Master, if we let such an evil person run amok, who knows how many more innocent lives would be lost. Let me strike now. Duke Long put down the ladle and let the bone soup simmer as he said with a sigh. Disciple, the opportunity has not arrived. I don't care about any opportunity. I only know that if I don't make a move now, I would lose a good opportunity. Hong Ting was extremely firm. Duke Long shook his head. Now is not the time for Xue Tu Dao to die. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile and fruitless, you will even create certain aftermath which will lead to tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised one finger, staring right into Duke Long's eyes with a burning gaze. Duke Long went silent for a while. Then go, young man, give it a try. Thank you, master. Hong Ting was exulted. I just hope that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. Why will I be disappointed? Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will return with Xue Tu Dao's head within 15 minutes. Hong Ting turned around and left. But 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes went by and soon it reached 45 minutes. Hong Ting still did not appear. Duke Long saw everything. He knew the timing was right as he left the cave and crossed a forest, arriving beside Hong Ting. Hong Ting was kneeling on the ground, his face filled with shock, anger, and deep regret. He was dazedly looking at the foot of the mountain. A small village had once been there where the villagers lived happily. His eyes were red and filled with traces of blood. He saw Duke Long and raised his head. Tear stains were still clear on his face. Master, I did not imagine there to be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tu Dao secretly came here to obtain this inheritance. After I destroyed his plan, he used the inheritance's power to stop me, and although I fought with all my strength, I did not think the battle would cause the mountain to crumble, unexpectedly. The small village was completely buried. Master, it was me. I caused the death of these villagers. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Disciple, do you want revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tu Dao? The opportunity has arrived. Really? Where is he? Hong Ting's body shook, asking immediately. At that mountain. Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately hurried off and easily killed Xue Tu Dao. I was so close. I already obtained the true inheritance and only had to absorb the gains. The moment I narrowly escaped death, you came after me. If I had some time, I would not be afraid. I could have become a Gu immortal. These were Xue Tu Dao's last words before he died. Hong Ting was silently standing before Xue Tu Dao's corpse. Duke Long appeared behind Hong Ting once again, remaining silent. After a good while, Hong Ting stopped looking at Xue Tu Dao's corpse in a daze as he asked with an extremely hoarse voice. Master, had I listened to your arrangements, I could have easily killed him and those villagers would not have been implicated. Is that right? Duke Long did not reply, only softly patting Hong Ting's shoulder. Hong Ting's body shook as he fell into a deep silence before asking, Master, I want to ask you, what is fate? Fate? Duke Long sighed with a deep and complex expression. He walked towards a rock and patted beside him, indicating Hong Ting to have a seat. Hong Ting followed Duke Long and sat cross-legged. Look! Duke Long pointed at the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting quickly looked. He saw a small group of ants moving beside the rock. They were moving in an orderly fashion, returning to their nest with food. This is fate. Duke Long continued. What? Look again. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Hong Ting gazed at the sky. Clouds of all kinds of shapes were moving in the sky. This also is fate, Duke Long said. Hong Ting's mind jolted as if he had comprehended something. Master, you mean to say? He did not continue. He had gained some comprehension but was unable to express them in words at this time. Ants transporting food, bees collecting honey, wind blowing, clouds floating. Everything in this world have their own paths to walk on. To us, they might look like they don't follow any rules, but they are actually moving according to the rules of the great Tao. One, look at the moon and sun. Every day, the sun rises and the moon falls, the moon rises and the sun falls. Look at a human's life and death, no matter who they are. Be they an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they will die in the end. Everything is fate. Every person, every living being, even every rock, every drop of water, every lump of fire, since they exist in this world, they will have value and meaning in their existence. Good and evil is also the same. Without good, how would there be evil? Without evil, why talk about good? You were in a hurry to kill Shui Tu Dao and did not see his value. Since heaven and earth let him exist, there is definitely a reason for his life. This is fate. Fate already has arrangements for everything in the world. It is just that we can only slightly feel this kind of arrangement and cannot see it clearly. Not being able to see clearly is normal. The laws of heaven and earth, the great Tao of the universe, even if an immortal uses all their life, they would not be able to understand them thoroughly. We are too weak, too small, while heaven and earth is too vast. We should revere heaven and earth, follow the arrangements of the heavenly fate, and bring fortune to the world. 1 inch your parents' marriage was fate's arrangement. Their greatest value was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal venerable in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You need to accept it, climb to the peak step by step, lead heavenly court and contribute your life to the righteous path. And my greatest value in life is to teach and guide you towards the proper path. I am your Tao guardian. 1 inch believe in fate, acknowledge fate. All its arrangements have their own reasons. If we forcibly interfere, it will lead to tragedy and regret. Just like how you tried to take Shui Tu Dao's life early. But were you able to kill him? Duke Long shook his head. No. Although your strength surpassed his, you encountered all kinds of unexpected situations. In the end, not only did you fail to kill him, you even implicated innocent lives. Think back on it. If you had listened to fate's arrangements and attacked Shui Tu Dao at his weakest moments, would you still have encountered those accidents? I will tell you, the value of Shui Tu Dao's existence was to activate this Gu immortal inheritance, to open the way and hand this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was dazed. He was motionless like a statue. 2 clear rows of tears fell from his eyes as he choked. Master, I was wrong. It is good to know your mistakes and change them. Actually, your wrong choice was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You thought you could defy fate, but your thought was also fate's arrangement. You don't need to feel guilty. You should comprehend fate's intention. You think your wrong choice was of no value? Wrong. 1 inch every mistake has an inestimable value to a youth's growth. If you can absorb the lesson from this mistake, acknowledge fate's existence and accept it, then this mistake would have shown its value. That village's destruction also has its value. 1 Duke Long then took a deep look at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good child, but I worry because you emphasize on feelings too much. You already have rank 5 cultivation now. Among the paths to ascend to an immortal, you will probably choose wisdom path, right? Master, your vision is unparalleled. I indeed have such thoughts. I feel like Wisdom Path is extremely suitable for me. Hong Ting said truthfully. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom Path focuses on thought, will, and emotion. You emphasize on feelings too much, so studying emotions has more demerits than benefits to you. Listen to Master, choose Time Path. When you can view the past and present, observe the rise and decline of history, all sorts of honor and disgrace, you will understand that all feelings and romance will be cleansed by time. I have received revelation from Fate Gu. Time Path suits you the most. Tu Hong Ting opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but he nodded in the end. Disciple shall abide by Master's teachings and choose Time Path. Duke Long nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Master is your Tao guardian. Pointing you towards the correct path is the meaning behind my existence. Time slowly moved forward. Hong Ting chose Time Path, and under Duke Long's protection, successfully passed his immortal ascension tribulation, becoming a Time Path Gu Immortal. Lord Immortal Hong Ting, that demon has proclaimed he is going to slaughter the whole city unless I give my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a great Gu Immortal, we are only mortals. We truly are unable to do anything. Considering the friendship between me and your father, I implore you to eliminate this demon. An old city lord paid a visit, kneeling to the ground as he made his request to Hong Ting. Hong Ting recognized him. This city lord city was close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings with each other. This city lord and his father indeed had a close friendship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter and had played with her when they were young. Old senior, please get up. I will definitely help. It is just that. Hong Ting paused for a moment. The opportunity has not arrived. The old city lord was exulted. Since Lord Immortal has replied, this old man shall be rest assured. I believe Lord Immortal will not go back on his words. Hong Ting waited till it was the correct time to kill this demonic Gu Immortal. He attacked resolutely and killed this demon easily. However, the old city lord was kneeling on the ground, gazing at the city filled with ruins and corpses as he cried in sadness. This accursed demon is finally dead. My good daughter, the inhabitants of my city, you can rest in peace now. Your hatred has been avenged. Disciple pays respect to Master. I wonder what matter Master has called me for. Hong Ting went up to Duke Long. Disciple, Master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood. The river channel has diverged. I want you to go save people. Remember, don't make a move early. You can only do so after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed carefully. Yes, Master. Hong Ting came to the Floating Flower riverbank and looked at the flooding river water. Countless living beings were forced to be homeless, while many drowned corpses were floating on the surface. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. But at that time, he found that he did not even need to make a move. The river water retreated by itself, swamps appearing in many areas. A wild immortal Gu's aura emerged and was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild immortal Gu. Great Gu. It is actually a rank 7 Time Path Gu, which is perfect for me. One howl. The wild immortal Gu's aura attracted 2 ancient desolate beasts. Hong Ting's expression turned solemn as he concealed himself. He waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other. After one died and another was injured, he made his move, getting these 2 ancient desolate beast corpses easily. Wonderful, wonderful. Gazing at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting suddenly came to a realization. So it turns out this was fate's arrangement. With the battle of the 2 ancient desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times its width, while its river channel has been dyed by the ancient desolate beast's blood, becoming much thicker. From now on, Floating Flower River will probably not flood again. There are also these plots of land beside Floating Flower River which will become extremely fertile as they are soaked in the essence blood and corpses of countless beings. In the future, the mortals who live here will truly be fortunate. 1. Bull-headed demon brute. Let go of my parents now, otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hong Ting furiously glared at the bull-headed demonic immortal. The bull-headed demonic Immortal held Hongting's parents in each of his hands, laughing loudly. "Kid, you are very arrogant. You want to get rid of me? When I became a goo Immortal, you were still suckling milk as a baby. Are you scared now?" Hongting had to restrain himself and could only shout in anger. Bull-headed demon brute quickly shouted, "Don't come over. Don't be impulsive. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want?" Hongting shouted. Bull-headed demon brute gave a malevolent smile. "Now we are talking. As long as you hand over my lifespan goo, I will return your parents to you. If not, I only have a few days to live anyway. I will just die with your parents." Hongting was immediately dazed. According to fate's arrangements, those 2 wild lifespan goo should indeed go to bull-headed demon brute. But Hongting saw his parents getting old and reaching their life's limit. So he seized those 2 lifespan goo without telling Duke Long. Who could have thought that bull-headed demon brute would come and bring disaster to his parents? In an instant, Hongting's face became deathly pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. "I have already used those 2 lifespan goo." "I know. You used them on your parents." Bull Demon was not surprised. "But you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will lead Heavenly Court. I don't believe Heavenly Court's treasury does not have any lifespan goo. Bring 300 years. No, 3,000 years lifespan goo, and I will release your parents." This, Hongting was now caught in a dilemma. In the end, through twists and turns, he finally forced bull-headed demon brute to retreat. But his parents were irrecoverably injured. Even immortal methods could not heal them. "Father, mother, I harmed you. If I had not taken lifespan goo for you, you would still have several years left." Hongting knelt down and cried. Hongzhu, however, smiled. "Son, life and death is up to fate. Fortune is up to heaven. Humans have to die sooner or later. This world has long life, but is there anyone who can live forever? No. We are fated to die. You don't need to feel sad for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. The 2 of us could have a son like you, a future immortal venerable. How great of an honor is this? We will definitely be noted down in history because of you." Madame Hong also said, "My son, listen to your father. Be a good person. You must be righteous." The old couple grasped each other's hands and died at the same time. "Father, mother." Hongting howled towards the sky. Bright light accumulated in Hongting's eyes. Through the passing of time, experience and maturity made him full of manly charisma. The setting sun illuminated the lush green hill. Under the setting sun, he saw Lu Shuxian for the first time. 2 pairs of eyes met each other. Both felt their hearts pulsing. An indescribable atmosphere rapidly spread. Love at first sight. Lu Shuxian revealed a strange expression, asking softly, "Who are you?" Hongting, however, felt no surprise. He replied with a smile, "I am your fated husband. My name is Hongting." Lu Shuxian was astonished. "You are the future immortal venerable? Don't be surprised. Our encounter here was determined by fate." Love gave Hongting a feeling of satisfaction and bliss that he had never experienced before. He and Lu Shuxian always kept each other's company and had a lot in common. It was like they were born for each other, like a key to a lock. They were a natural couple. They roamed the world together. They conversed and dined under the moon. They had great chemistry. An eye signal to the other could express their inner heart and even convey all their intention to the other's mind. They were a true immortal couple, living together for hundreds of years. They supported each other in the path of cultivation. There was not even one fight or a moment where they were vexed at each other. Lu Shuxian accompanied Hongting all the way to rank 8 peak, and finally to rank 9 venerable realm. The tribulation was unimaginable, but Hongting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured due to this. Several heavenly court Gu immortals perished, while Hongting held Lu Shuxian's gradually freezing body with tears all over his face. He tightly held Lu Shuxian, repeatedly saying, "Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I beg you. Please live. It's no use. I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? Lu Shuxian smiled. I am useless. I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hong Ting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No, Xian Air. I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hong Ting roared helplessly. His body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate. It is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts, you need to live on properly. Your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead heavenly court and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene. Standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Lu Shuxian's life force gradually fell, until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was motionless like a statue. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi gathered and merged, refining a rank 8 immortal goo according to his current mental state. This goo had the form of a centipede. Its whole body was pale white like paper. Unlike centipedes, its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent, gently floating in the air, agitating hearts and continuously raising the deepest regretful feelings. Rank 8 regret goo. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He forcibly stood up and walked to Hong Ting's side. Lu Shuxian's death was not without meaning. It was worthy and valuable. There is no need for sadness, my dear disciple. This was all fate's arrangement. Now, you are already an immortal venerable. Rank 9 venerables are extremely rare even in the long history of humanity. You still have a long life ahead, your mission has just started. I will abdicate my position. Heavenly court as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Duke Long softly called. One Hong Ting slowly raised his head. He did not look at Duke Long. His gaze was still on Lu Shuxian's icy corpse. He replied lightly, I regret it. What did you say? Duke Long did not hear clearly. I said, I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows immediately furrowed, using a stern gaze to look at his proudest disciple. Regret? Oh Hong Ting, don't speak of such nonsense again. You are clear of it. How many people dedicated and sacrificed themselves to cultivate and support you until you reached your current cultivation level? If you say such things, would you be doing justice to those people who have helped you throughout your life? Would you be doing justice to your parents? Justice to your late wife Lu Shuxian? Justice to the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and sacrificed themselves? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long, Lu Shuxian's death is a great tragedy. We can understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He is only in a temporarily agitated state. The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals attempted to mediate. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, Hong Ting laughed with disdain. He gazed at Duke Long with his bloodshot eyes. If such sacrifices are required, and there will be even more sacrifices in the future for this immortal venerable position, then I would rather not have it. Enough! Duke Long shouted in rage. I will not allow you to speak any more nonsense. Hong Ting, you think your immortal venerable position can be gained or abandoned at your will. This is all fate's arrangement. This is the mission of your life. You must accept it no matter what. Hong Ting laughed loudly. His hair was messy. He was in a miserable state. He lowered his head and looked at Duke Long. A grand immortal venerable, invincible in the world, actually cannot do as he pleases. He cannot even reject this immortal venerable position? Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices. What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words righteous path are? Wrong. Maintaining heavenly court's righteous path requires you to pay a price. It requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualifications to enter heavenly court. Hong Ting's body shook. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, please calm yourselves. We should recuperate and heal our injuries now instead of quarreling. The other Gu immortals repeatedly tried persuading. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were slowly clenched tight as he said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Presumptuous! Duke Long suddenly shouted while pointing at Hong Ting. How could you have such a heretical thought? You know it clearly. I have also told you several times, life and death is determined by fate. Life and death is the rule of the great Tao. Any living being's life and death is arranged by fate. You want to revive the dead? Are you trying to send the entire world into chaos? Have you not learned yet? The more you think like that, the more cruel tragedies will happen around you. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them. Master, disciple always had a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. Duke Long's body shook with anger. Even the persuading heavenly court Gu immortals slowly took a step back, looking at Hong Ting as if he was someone unfamiliar. Lord Immortal Venerable, your thought is too dangerous. Right? Without fate, our human race would not be prosperous. Fate Gu is heavenly court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? This. All of you? Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu immortals. He felt an indescribably deep loneliness at this moment. Time flowed, who knows how long had passed. A lonely figure appeared in the river of time. His hair was messy. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, like a man who had roamed the world but had no place to call home. His face still had the former Hong Ting's shadow, but his expression had already changed completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the endlessly flowing river of time as he sighed. It is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. His feet stopped right before he touched the river of time. This first Stone Lotus Island will also be the most important Stone Lotus Island. I will use Regret Gu as its core and leave this behind for the otherworldly demon, for the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate. Thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually appeared in this world. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here, as well as a large amount of time path immortal materials, immortal killer moves, a portion of his true meaning that contained his true memories of a certain period of time, as well as an immortal killer move with an unparalleled effect. After finishing the arrangement, Red Lotus Demon Venerable flew away slowly with his exhausted body. Time flew by, who knows how long had passed. An outsider charged into the Stone Lotus Island. He was dressed in rough clothing. He had a thin-looking body and a bald head. He had an ordinary appearance. He was barefooted. His legs were even stained with some mud, like a farmer who had returned from a day of work in the fields. However, his face looked very young. His eyes were glistening brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into an illusory image of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who smiled towards the barefooted young-looking man. Welcome, my honorary guest. I am Paradise Earth. I finally found this place after immense effort. This person was Paradise Earth, who had already become an Immortal Venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning directly asked, Immortal Venerable, what is the purpose for your visit? Paradise Earth smiled. Senior Red Lotus, why ask when you already know? Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled. You are right, fate has only been damaged, not completely destroyed, so everything is still traceable and observable from the river of time. Pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued. I can lend you regret goo. As for your intention to steal my inheritor, that will depend on your ability. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable looked solemn. Although he is an otherworldly demon, he is not an emotionless person. Put down the blade to reach redemption. It is never too late to turn back. Who does not want to seek redemption? I am willing to give it a try. 3 Red Lotus True Meaning laughed. All right, my main body still had some worries when constructing this island. After all, I am not entirely confident in defending against Heavenly Court. However, since you are taking action, then there is no worry. This is Regret Goo. Catch it properly. Regret Goo flew over slowly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched his hands, which were covered in radiance, and carefully received it. It is indeed worthy of being Regret Goo. It constantly draws out boundless regretful feelings. Only a person with not even a little bit of regret is immune to this greatest flaw. Otherwise, any Goo immortal who approaches it will feel incomparable pain and regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. 2-inch looks like you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Who in this world does not have any regrets in their life? Putting regret goo into his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning solemnly. I take my leave. I will definitely send him here. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The dazed expression slowly dissipated from his eyes. He went through this memory that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left here and understood the cause and result of everything. I never expected to directly arrive at the Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though both have already perished, their arrangements are still in effect. One Fong Yuan sighed before looking at Red Lotus True Meaning, as well as rank 8 regret goo that was already floating before him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled. Fong Yuan, you are finally here. There is no need to say anything else. I believe you will try your best to destroy Fate Goo. So, accept my true inheritance. It has already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years. One comment Fong Yuan nodded and extended his hand, trying to grasp Regret Goo. Red Lotus True Meaning reminded him quickly. Careful, Regret Goo cannot be touched directly. Otherwise, even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless regrets. I have already prepared a method for you, you only need... There is no need for that. Fong Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed Regret Goo and instantly refined it. One Red Lotus True Meaning was stunned. You? The surging river was always flowing from past to present to future. Fong Yuan stood at the edge of Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the river of time with a tranquil expression and a deep gaze. The river of time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it traversed the entire world, without its existence and movement, the whole Goo Master world would become a still picture without any changes or vitality. Fong Yuan had seized Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. These 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not seize the whole river of time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth belonged to all beings of this world. Every beast, every grass, every rock, every drop of water. They all enjoyed the benefits derived from the river of time. Even Goo immortals could at most only possess a tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. The river of time was the collective wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was a transparent pale white. A gazillion droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun each time, giving off a brilliant light show. Thus, the surface of the river of time was always covered in a thin layer of ever-changing radiance. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world, the largest congregation of time path. Fong Yuan stood at the edge of the island and saw several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of time path wild goo worms in just a short while of observation. The river of time was overflowing with vitality. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. In this period of time, he had completely absorbed Red Lotus true meaning. His time path attainment level soared rapidly, reaching an unimaginable height. Time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. 6. With this attainment level, Fang Yuan had many new insights when he looked at the river of time. These feelings were not superficial. Instead, it pierced into the essence of the river of time, mesmerizing Fang Yuan the more he looked at it. Pinnacle profundities of the great Tao were in front of his eyes, quietly lifting a corner of a mysterious veil, allowing him to begin understanding this world and the principle of its operation. Although he gained refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment previously, his experience at that time had not been as deep as now. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. Time path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level gave Fang Yuan comprehensive growth in all aspects. For instance, the mysterious immortal killer move time cutting edge. Fang Yuan now had the ability to completely understand its essence and change the goo worms involved, restoring its original might. Another example was Xia Cha's time path immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan could now modify them and make them suited for himself. The greatest growth was in time path immortal goo recipes. With both time path and refinement path at quasi-supreme grandmaster level, Fang Yuan had a very high assurance in modifying any time path immortal goo recipes and refining time path immortal goo. There was no doubt that Red Lotus true meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was the rank 8 immortal goo regret. One not mentioning this goo's legendary status, just based on its rank 8 level, its value was extraordinary. With this goo worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 rank 8 goo worms. Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Soul Beast Token, and Regret. One Fang Yuan could now construct Regret Pool with no obstacles. Of course, difficulty was still there, but the greatest hurdle had become non-existent because of Regret Goo. Back when Red Lotus Demon Venerable arranged this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation and thus prepared a large amount of time path immortal materials. With Regret Goo and time path immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to follow the procedures and spend some time to construct Regret Pool. He could even build an immortal goo house better than Regret Pool. With all these, Fang Yuan could begin to refine goo en masse. On one hand, he could refine a lot more time path immortal goo. On the other hand, he could advance the rank of the immortal goo he already had. These time path immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were of high rank. The lowest was rank 7, while there was a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials. Were Heavenly Court to see this, they would cough out a large mouthful of blood. They tried all methods to disturb Fang Yuan and obstruct him from purchasing time path immortal materials without hesitating on paying a huge price. This had indeed created huge trouble for Fang Yuan, but all their actions turned out to be of no use now. 2 Red Lotus True Meaning, rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret, large amounts of time path immortal materials, as well as immortal killer moves. Among the immortal killer moves, the greatest gains were immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. The most important thing Fang Yuan cared about was the Spring Autumn Success Killer move. This move used several supplementary immortal goo, and with the activation of Spring Autumn Cicada, its success rate would reach 100%. Simply using Spring Autumn Cicada had too low of a success rate. It also had the disadvantage of greatly decreasing luck. But although Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer move still had the disadvantage of reducing luck, the failure rate was lowered to 0. With this move, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality obtained an enormous boost. Fang Yuan had already decided to prepare this killer move. Almost all the immortal killer moves were in the form of information and required Fang Yuan to personally prepare them. But one time path killer move had been specially activated by Red Lotus Demon Venerable and left for Fang Yuan. The former rank 9 killer move, after over 1,000,000 years, had its power greatly reduced but was still effective. The name of this time path killer move, Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island. The Goo Immortal user could temporarily borrow the use of a certain future state of his life. For instance, a Goo master who had only rank 5 cultivation, but in the future would successfully pass his ascension tribulation and become rank 6. Under the use of future self, he could borrow the body of his future Gu immortal self and temporarily gain a Gu immortal's cultivation level. 5. Even Fang Yuan was speechless at the mysterious and terrifying powers of this move. Unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level and was of no use to Fang Yuan. 1-inch Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deduction. Fang Yuan would have rank 7 cultivation when he found this stone island. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was after all not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even if he were a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable, there could still be flaws in the deductions. Especially in the situation when Fate Gu was injured and Luck Path emerged, everything had become much more difficult to predict. My cultivation is already rank 8. I can only give this future self-killer move to my subordinates. This can make up for their lack in strength and have the qualifications to participate in my battles. What a pity that I lost so much manpower before this. The complete content of Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely plentiful and indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance. But Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. The thing he had most expected was some kind of method or a shortcut to pull a fast one and destroy Fate Gu. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind such things. Even in the memory left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, it only portrayed his experiences of becoming an immortal venerable and his regretful life later on. As for how he refined Spring-Autumn Cicada or how he invaded Heavenly Court and injured Fate Gu, there were no memories of them. The memories had directly skipped to Red Lotus Demon Venerable constructing the Red Lotus Stone Island after becoming a venerable. What was the deeper meaning behind such an arrangement? Fang Yuan had inquired before he consumed Red Lotus True Meaning. The reply of Red Lotus True Meaning was, there was no shortcut to destroying Fate Gu. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable had exploited some kind of shortcut back then, that shortcut no longer existed now. Don't underestimate Heavenly Court. If there was any shortcut, be extra careful as it should be Heavenly Court's trap. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus True Meaning did not have an answer. He only gave speculation. He might not have wanted to point you towards a specific direction because it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether or not to destroy Fate Gu is your own choice. Fang Yuan asked, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus True Meaning did not know. However, this reply was within Fang Yuan's expectation. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark the other islands' locations, they would have already been taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or Heavenly Court. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially constructed each Red Lotus Stone Island separately without the ability to sense the others' locations. Fate Gu must be destroyed. A Heavenly Court with or without Fate Gu were two completely different concepts. If Heavenly Court successfully restored Fate Gu, although Fang Yuan would not be bound by the shackles of fate, other people or beings in the world would be influenced or even manipulated by fate. At that time, Fang Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything besides him. This was slightly exaggerated, but it was that serious. Another more important reason was that Fate Gu's existence was the greatest obstacle to Fang Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. Fate Gu did not allow revival, it stated that all living beings must die. Thus, no matter what, Fang Yuan would have to destroy Fate Gu. Red Lotus Demon Venerable might have already deduced this, so he was not worried about Fang Yuan's motivation. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent, dark clouds covered the sky as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Fang Yuan's time path clone was standing high in the sky. He was observing the Gu refinement process cautiously to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, the originally wide plain was now filled with deep craters. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, smashing the earth and creating half-spherical craters. The soil inside the crater was refined into a ceramic-like structure with smoke rising up from them. The time is right. My main body should be making a move. The time path clone just had this thought when countless lightning bolts converged together into one enormous lightning bolt. Boom! The deep blue lightning bolt resembling a heavenly pillar struck a white boulder at the center of the plain fiercely. Instantly, the white boulder was split into pieces by the lightning bolt, Countless fragmented rocks flew out everywhere. The lightning was incomparably fierce. It had suddenly converged together and vanished just as suddenly. The white boulder that was the size of a hill exploded, but a small goo worm floated in the air. The goo worm was in the form of a butterfly with various colors. It was man as before, immortal goo. I finally succeeded after failing 6 times. Not bad. Not bad. Fong Yuan's time path clone was exulted upon seeing this. Man as before came from Tai by Yunshang. Its origin could be traced back to Purple Mountain True Monarch. The original man as before immortal goo was only rank 6, which was only effective in healing rank 6 goo immortals and had barely passable effects on rank 7, often failing in its activation. Its effect on rank 8 was even more abysmal. Fong Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different kinds of Dao marks did not conflict with each other. But now that he was currently rank 8, rank 6 man as before was clearly too weak. But now, man as before immortal goo was successfully advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. Fong Yuan's time path clone inspected it carefully and soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and the rank 6 version. They both had the shape of a butterfly, but the rank 7 man as before was much more dazzling. Moreover, there was a change in the butterfly's body. It looked like a tiny naked and pale person. Although rank 8 man as before was more suitable for Fong Yuan, he was currently satisfied with advancing it to rank 7. Refining rank 8 immortal goo would need countless cultivation resources which Fong Yuan currently did not have the ability to bear. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had almost emptied out his accumulation to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven. Every member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had complained about it. What's more, old ancestor Shui, who had cultivated for much longer than Fong Yuan in this life. This was unless Fong Yuan spent his entire fortune like selling Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Goo to exchange for countless resources. But that was not worth the loss. Man as before might be a superior goo, but it was not a crucial goo worm like Spring Autumn Cicada. Fong Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining rank 8 immortal goo. He intended to advance most of his rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7. Because of the high quantity and the difficulty of goo refinement along with high failure rate, even if Fong Yuan invested all his current resources, it would hardly be enough. Fong Yuan had gained batches after batches of cultivation resources from the Grotto Heaven of the 5 Xiangs, Qi Clan's Grotto Heaven, the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven as well as Red Lotus Stone Island. However, goo refinement was a bottomless pit. No matter how much investment was done, it would never be high enough. Fortunately, Fong Yuan obtained regret goo, which he used to construct a refinement path goo formation that allowed a small portion of the goo refinement process to be done again if it failed. When Fong Yuan's time path clone took the rank 7 man as before immortal goo, the dark clouds had already vanished. The refinement path goo formation slowly activated and along with the killer move self-cleansing, they cleaned the Dao mark traces left at the scene. Next is landscape as before. The time path clone thought. In the list of goo refinement plans, man as before and landscape as before were at the top, but there were still a lot more left. For example, day goo, self-strength, pulling mountain, strength chi, vajra thought, star eyes, star thought. Unravel mystery immortal goo was also important. After its rank was advanced, it could greatly increase the power of unravel dream, which was extremely beneficial in Fong Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. These luck path immortal goo would also be an enormous help after they were advanced. Fong Yuan was lacking offensive methods in luck path, but its support function could not be neglected. Previously, Fong Yuan had used his luck path superiority to get rid of the pursuit of the multiple time path immortal goo houses of Heavenly Court. Advancing the ranks of immortal goo was all done by Fong Yuan's main body. The time path clone did not have enough qualifications because of low cultivation level. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fong Yuan continued to stay in Red Lotus Stone Island. Besides him repeatedly refining goo by Ningbing, He Lulan and so on were also moving around on the island. They exchanged pointers with each other and did their best to adapt to their future self. Under the effect of future self, their battle strength climbed to first rate or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move. With his subordinate strength rising to this level, There would no longer be awkward situations like before. Next time Fang Yuan battled, these people would have the minimum qualification to take part in the battle. The regrettable thing was that Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were dead. Although Fang Yuan still had several enslaved Gu Immortals like Qi Clan's Gu Immortals, these people were far less reliable than the former. They were bound by a slave agreement which could very well dissipate under the power of their future self. So, Fang Yuan did not intend to elevate them even though the future self-killer move could still be used on several more people. Advancing Immortal Gu became Fang Yuan's most important project and occupied almost all of his time. Occasionally, he used fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to teleport to the Five Xiang's Grotto Heaven and continue refining the killer move Heaven form. Fang Yuan had already obtained the true inheritance and was the owner of this Red Lotus Stone Island. Thus he could use fixed Immortal Travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island had been protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable Strength, which prevented methods like fixed Immortal Travel. This was the same situation as in the Immortal Aperture inside the Blue Dragon Whale. Fang Yuan had already tested it, but unfortunately, he was unable to return to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven with fixed Immortal Travel. Also, Spring Autumn Cicada might have reached rank 7, which expanded its detection range, but Fang Yuan did not go to look for other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his current strength had not increased a lot, he still needed to process his gains. Secondly, Heavenly Court was also searching in the River of Time. Fang Yuan would have to avoid them if he ran into them. Finally, Fang Yuan's rank 8 Immortal Essence reserve was still accumulating because advancing Immortal Gu spent a lot of Immortal Essence. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Southern border. Boom! Earth tremored and mountains shook. Rocks and stones flew in all directions as an earth trench appeared. The vast aura of a wild Immortal Gu spread everywhere. This wild Immortal Gu has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 Gu Immortals looked at the ground with smiles on their face. All right, let's compete according to the agreement we set earlier. Yes, earth veins are stirring more intensely and wild Immortal Gu appear from time to time. We need to finish our battle quickly. The 3 Gu Immortals fought fairly. The atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Superforce Alliance was becoming increasingly larger. Previously, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance but was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. Instead, Fang Yuan used the pretense of undergoing tribulation to plot a trap in 5 regional mountain range. But it was not like the Southern Alliance had no gains. They obtained Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Wei-yin rescued many Southern Border rank 7 Gu Immortals from Fang Yuan's hands, he represented Paradise Earth's force and officially joined the Southern Alliance. It was perhaps due to Fang Yuan that the Southern Alliance's Righteous Path Gu Immortals restrained themselves, as they had a common enemy. They were inwardly apprehensive that as Southern Border's earth veins fluctuated repeatedly and cultivation resources appeared one after the other, Fang Yuan might suddenly come to fight over them. So, Southern Alliance Gu Immortals did not fight each other to death. Instead, their fights became controlled. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's brows rose up in joy when she heard the report. Dragon Palace has been found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had all along been searching for it, and now, our Heavenly Court has discovered the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful Immortal Gu House. Even Heavenly Court placed great importance on it. This Immortal Gu House has a deep relationship with Lord Duke Long. I should tell him this news first. When Duke Long obtained this news, he immediately brought Feng Jinhuang to Heavenly Court and handed her over to Fairy Ziwei to look after. Several days later, Duke Long returned without anything. Fairy Ziwei was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. In this current world, what methods could actually obstruct him? Dragon Palace is actually surrounded by a layer of Dream Realm. I cannot enter it. Duke Long sighed. Fairy Ziwei immediately understood the reason after hearing this reply. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you do not need to worry. The formation is already ready. It can use the strength of the whole of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. We will soon obtain his Dream Path research results. Duke Long laughed joyfully and said good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results naturally referred to the pure dream reality seeker physique. With this method, Heavenly Court could condense dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace would be easily removed. That demon Fong Yuan has made no move recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Zi-Wei shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Currently, all 5 regions are facing frequent movements of earth veins, with southern border situation being the greatest. Countless cultivation resources are being churned out. I really hoped he tried to loot these resources and gave us the opportunity to track him. But unfortunately, it is like he has completely disappeared. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze every bit of information, but have not been able to find his traces. One comment. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. Even though this demon has reached rank 8, he has to face stronger calamities and tribulations now. This will definitely give him a headache. Although he can annex apertures with the sovereign immortal body, he needs rank 8 grotto heavens to skip grand tribulations. Furthermore, there is still the even more terrifying myriad tribulation. Even Fairy Zi-Wei felt her heart palpitate when she heard the mention of myriad tribulation. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Fong Yuan might have advanced to rank 8, but how many rank 8 grotto heavens are there for him to annex? His cultivation won't change much within a short period of time. 2-inch currently, Fong Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. It will be almost impossible for him to face the arrangements we made in the River of Time. That means he will have no chance at getting Red Lotus True Inheritance. 1-inch, although he escaped before, his immortal essence expenditure was extremely huge and nearly all his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence, because relying on immortal essence stones has too low efficiency. He can only rely on his immortal aperture's self-production. But the immortal aperture's self-production requires time. If he quickens the rate of time of his immortal aperture, he will also accelerate the arrival of his calamities and tribulations as well. Once he has no more immortal apertures to annex, he will have to face tribulations. The time he undergoes his tribulation will be the time our heavenly court takes his life. Fairy Zi-Wei's eyes glistened brightly when she said this. Duke Long nodded, looking at Fairy Zi-Wei with praise. With you taking charge of heavenly court, I am at ease.